Chapter 55-87. In general, the ultimate power of Wandao Lu can master the power of all things when he is at the extreme peak and raise the space to the realm of the universe. Therefore, if you want to master the power of all things in the Taoist monarch, in addition to the extreme way, you are practicing Wandao Lu, cultivating all the ways to reach consummation, and then mastering the universe and space can master the power of all things. But at that level, mastering the power of all things is already a bit tasteless. The Tao sovereign who has mastered the universe is unprecedented, and he can directly beat the strongest, and it is useless to require the power of all things, because the power of all things mastered by the Taoist is ultimately limited, not as strong as the Emperor's master. This conjecture is valid, but I am afraid there is nothing that can be done. Since he understood the meaning of Hadao, Jin Wushuang has also thought about what would happen if he mastered 2 or even 3 ultimate ways. In fact, it doesn't matter if you think about it, not to mention whether you can realize so many ultimate ways. Even if you really realize it, it will be difficult for you to succeed in harmony. The reason why Wandao Lu can be spread and even pursued by many practitioners is that it has the exploration of predecessors and can be successful. Not to mention the completeness of all, as long as several second-rank origins are concurrently studied, and some common origins can be realized. As long as the harmony is successful, the realm of space can skyrocket. Space contains 10,000 ways, and 10,000 ways feed back to space. Jin Wushuang's own extreme way is a more perfect Wandao Lu. Ji Dao has perfected the 10,000 Dao, but in the end, only Kendo is the ultimate Dao. This also highlights his Kendo dominance even more. The power of that sword exceeded his imagination, but it met his expectations. That's how it should be, with Ji Dao as a supplement and Kendo as the main one, striking the universe, and even all the time and space. At this time, he was in a good mood, singing all the way straight to the temple where the human world was. After the two of them left, the absolute tops of the human world gathered together again and began to study the space that was crushed by his sword into a painting. A square black void, the entire 9 floors of the space have been cut away. Only the general pitch-black void in the space turbulence is left. Everything has become nothingness. The few superpowers who watched swallowed their saliva and turned to look at the great human world. Everyone, we have to keep a low profile lately. I am afraid that our human realm will have a catastrophe. The great senior human realm's face sank, and he left after leaving a warning. The future of the human world is indeed a catastrophe, and it is a catastrophe left by Jin Wushuang himself. The young man named Xinjiu grew up to be a disaster for the human world. The headquarters of the Human World Temple. Jin Wushuang and Mo Luo arrived with fanfare without any concealment. At this point, Jin Wushuang's breath now is also the 6th-tier pinnacle, and he has a unique skill that can cut the peak with a sword, and the demeanor of a strong man is at a glance. Mo Luo straightened up behind him and respectfully said, "Young master's combat power is probably one of the best among the inheritors now, and if it is in harmony, it will be unmatched." "Thanks, Tusk. Isn't this not yet successful in harmony?" Jin Wushuang replied with a smile. He is indeed very confident now. As soon as Mieshing appeared, he left. Although he didn't know why, he left anyway. No matter how big the threat is, the real spirit should have a headache in the future. It has nothing to do with him. If he is time now, as long as the time is delayed, he will be stronger. Whenever the enemy is in front of him, it will be only an enemy of a sword. Haha, this time I was also exposed to the light of the young master. Normally, when I take this cross-border teleportation formation, I am troubled by the temple in every way. I want to come this time, and he will get. Mo Luo hasn't finished speaking yet. A team of emperors under the temple had already arrived in front of them. Seeing Jin Wushuang's unfamiliar faces with such a big fanfare, I was a little surprised. In the Tomb Mountain, there are direct inheritors, and it is impossible to appear in the human world. Unless you return to the Tomb Mountain, you will pass this place. But if you return, you won't come here from the secret realm of the human world, but will be passed on directly, and will only stay for a while. Feeling that Mo Luo's origin was incomplete, the 6th Order Emperor who took the lead sneered. "This is the temple, who allowed you to fly?" Jin Wushuang was stunned for a moment, These people didn't even know him. He just got off the wanted order. It's too dull. What are you looking at, not convinced? The Sixth Order Emperor sank, staring at Jian Wushuang. He could feel a powerful aura from Jian Wushuang. That aura was extremely daunting. Only the Sixth Order peak. This kind of strength, although it is in a barren land like the human world, is not enough. Those who serve in the temple have long been used to being arrogant. Although they are also native emperors, they even look down on the native emperors like themselves. Mo Luo couldn't help it a bit, but the fear that the temple brought him was deeply rooted, and he really didn't dare to do it, even if he was already in a group now. Blind your dog's eyes, see who I am. Jian Wushuang's eyes leaked a cold color. A violent breath rose instantly, and Yu Yu's shivering temple trembled. Although the human world is barren, this place is connected to the tomb of the gods. There must be a strong man in the White Tiger Palace sitting here. There should be more than one Sixth Order Emperor, as simple as that. The violent aura directly shook the Sixth Order Emperor and several Fifth Order Emperors thousands of miles away. Fortunately, they all wore the trial armor equipped with the temple. They were high eternal treasures, and they were not injured. However, the divine body has been somewhat broken, and its strength is declining. How dare you do it? The Sixth Order Emperor laughed furiously. He has been in the human world for many years. One who is not afraid of death. The token of the highest order was directly crushed at the moment to inform the situation of the human world. Jian Wushuang wanted to laugh, and the other party probably didn't know him. If you knew it was him, wouldn't you be so mindless to trouble him? He even suspected that the other party was really blind, so he could not see that he was the inheritor of the complete origin, so that he turned his head to look at Mo Luo, pointed to his face that didn't lose to Panin, and said from the bottom of his heart, "Am I a special one?" Mo Luo was stunned for a moment. Then when he wanted to say something, he was stunned. In the temple at this time, the strong are all out, and there is also a super strong. However, the strength is average. It is estimated that they are not the opponent of Mo Luo. It was not these powerful men that Mo Luo was surprised, but Jian Wushuang that he saw. In the past, when I saw Jian Wushuang, I could tell at a glance that it was the complete source. Even if Jian Wushuang is now stronger and can conceal his aura, when the two of them first arrived, they did not conceal anything with fanfare. And Jian Wushuang just broke out aura. Can't the other party discover that Jian Wushuang is the inheritor? Chapter 5588. Is it really blind? Even if one is blind, there are so many Fifth Order Emperors, isn't there a normal person? Only then did he understand that, for a moment, he didn't notice Jian Wushuang's change. Mo Luo stared at Jian Wushuang in his eyes, except for the fact that there was no change in his body, his breath and origin were returning. It was a rewinding of time, and he could see that it was because the realm was higher than those people. It is estimated that those Sixth Order Emperors and Fifth Order Emperors can only see Jian Wushuang for a short period of time, so they can't see anything. After Mo Luo found out, he quickly told Jian Wushuang about it. It was a big deal, and even Jian Wushuang hadn't noticed his changes. What? Jian Wushuang did not pay attention to the temple powerhouses who came around, but stared at Mo Luo with a huge change of expression, and then blew it out in one breath, turning into a law body, staring at himself for a circle. This made those temple powerhouses very surprised. The two who suddenly rushed in, a Sixth Order Emperor, were still strange faces. Which one of the most powerful people can tell that he is an aboriginal emperor? But Jian Wushuang is a bit incomprehensible, strong and weak at the time. Even if it is a burst of breath, he did not feel the aura of the origin. There is only the violent power, that is the power erupted by the divine body. The 50,000 times divine body can clearly feel that these people regard Jian Wushuang as special beings. Some special beings have inherited memories and some relatively rare genres. They are not surprised. But Jian Wushuang himself had a big head. He was very surprised how his origin suddenly became like this. He obviously didn't feel anything, but he automatically changed. Time. Only this is possible. Jian Wushuang then dissipated from the law bodies. This question would have to wait for him to find Wuzhua in the heavens, or the demon god general to ask those big figures who had met the world. Fortunately, there is no harm. but time has interfered with others' viewing of his origin. This can also explain why the people in the temple can't recognize him. The original wanted was not a portrait, but a breath. The body can be changed at will, and the portrait is useless. Even the mundane assassins will be able to disguise, let alone Jian Wushuang, who has a perfect body and can transform into a Dharmakaya with a single hair in one breath. So these people did not recognize him. But this time all were dispatched, some of the emperors who were guarded from the heavens, and many of them knew his appearance and recognized them at once. Jian Wushuang. Yes, it is Jian Wushuang. An Edge Fourth Order Emperor directly shouted out. Jian Wushuang let out a sigh of relief when someone recognized him. Otherwise, he would have to fight with these people. What he didn't expect was that these people became even more excited when they knew his identity. Jian Wushuang, I didn't expect you to dare to show your head. Don't you know that the 4 secret realms are looking for you now? Stay here today. The leader who took the lead sneered, and then a token appeared in his hand, flashing above it. With red light, a majestic force broke out in an instant, and the sword's double-sided color changed drastically, and he quickly pulled Mo Luo back, and at the same time shouted angrily, "You idiots!" The temple array was completely opened, and there was no way to retreat. This formation is to suppress those terrifying special lives from the tomb of the gods, and its power is extremely terrifying. He never expected that he would not fall into the hands of others, and finally fall into his own hands. It's simply unlucky to get home. At the moment before the formation was opened, Yin universe broke out first. This kind of formation is okay with the heavy and special beings of the opponent, and in front of him, it is still not enough. One thought of the universe. Jian Wushuang's speed did not become faster, but those people's speed became slower because of the true meaning of time. He has not yet received the recognition of the origin of time. He has just pondered the true meaning of time slightly. If he has the origin of time, he can pause this space with a single thought. This is the power of the robbery realm, and dealing with those emperors is simply a massacre. I really don't know how the great Emperor Jueyun did it so against the sky. Now he can only delay time, but it's enough. In his own universe, he teleports directly, and when he reaches the top, he snatches the token in the other's surprised eyes. Click. The token manipulating the formation was directly crushed by him, and the other hand was not idle. The backhand was a slap, and the extremely strong man abruptly slammed into the ground from the sky and lifted up huge dust. Seal them all. Don't keep any of them. Jian Wushuang carried his hands on his back and directly let Mo Luo do it. The reason why it was able to go so smoothly was that the absolute top was too careless and his strength was not very good, but he was not so easy to succeed with any strong absolute power. After Mo Luo received the order, the corners of his mouth raised and beat the emperor of the temple, which was a very wonderful thing. He has long been uncomfortable with these 2 dogs who will only show off in front of the indigenous emperors. Treats the inheritors only in promises, and treats the indigenous emperors, one by one, arrogant. Now they've violently beaten them one by one, and then threw the one-handed seal below. When the supremely strong man wanted to make a move, he found that his strength had dropped suddenly in Yin universe. He was not Mo Luo's opponent at all, and his strength was sealed within a few seconds. He unwillingly shouted angrily, "Jian Wushuang, you are provoking the temple. The Lord will not let you go. You will wait for me." Jian Wushuang played with the discord board on his thumb. When he turned his head, he stared at that Zhu Jian with stern eyes. His figure slowly descended, and he walked towards the teleportation formation and said calmly, "I'm waiting for you. There are not many strong people here, and Mo Luo will solve them all in 3 or 2. If you don't kill these people, you still give Bai Yi's face." Based on the offense just now, he even killed Bai Yi and didn't dare to do anything with him. Want to move him? Jian Wushuang now is not the former Taoist who was free to handle. Moreover, he is still leaning against the Senate Palace. If the White Tiger Palace dares to make a move, the Senate Palace will stop him. He had already told Wuzhuo what was happening here, and let the other party prepare to meet him in the realm. Last time the 2 met in a hurry, many important things were not said. For example, some promised benefits. The origin of everything should also be in his hands. This time, he has made great achievements, and I am afraid he can call the wind and rain in the four secret realms. He didn't worry about going to the Tomb Mountain. After entering the big formation, he randomly threw a huge cosmic crystal and directly activated the formation. Imo Luo looked at his eyes hot. For cross-border teleportation, all that is needed every time is the crystal, and the price to be paid is extremely high. Generally, several people are teleported together. There are very few rich and powerful like Jian Wushuang. Chapter 55-89. At the beginning, Taisan had only accumulated 30,000 cosmic crystals after sitting in Fushaotang for so many years, not to mention the native monarchs like Imo Luo. It is estimated that 5,000 cosmic crystals of all the belongings are not bad. That's why I was so surprised. What is this thing? Jian Wushuang shook his head. He had a whole source of everything at his fingertips. This time when he returned to the Senate Palace, he had the lion open his mouth, asking for more treasures. Most of the treasures accumulated at the time were used to restore Fuego. There is no way to survive. I can only do it desperately. Fortunately, they were sent away. And also got a token of the giant gods. With this token, it is also useful to roam in other time and space in the future. If you really meet the giants of the giant gods, there might be a chance, which is much more useful than those treasures. This is the pattern. Don't be reluctant. How can you be rewarded if reluctant? The teleportation array was triggered, and the light and shadow in front of him changed. What he saw in the past was colored, but now he has the true meaning of time. But he can see that the teleportation still has the origin of time. Cross-boundary teleportation is too far away, and it will take 10,000 years for a light to reach another world. But it can be teleported in an instant. This is a shortening of time, and pure space movement is not so fast. The speed of the two of them in the human world by flying alone is no longer slow. For hundreds of years, the opportunity traverses the human world. But if you want to fly to the land boundary, not to mention whether there is a passage, even if there is a passage, I am afraid it will take hundreds of millions of years. All the spaces in the Qishan Temple are superimposed, which is larger than the universe. The four secret realms seem to be together, but in fact, they are very far away from one universe. In the teleportation formation, it was an instant. Land boundary. At this time, in the Temple of Earth Realm, there were 6 extremely strong people. Among them there was a white body of law, and the strength was not weak enough to be comparable to that of the divine envoy. There are also 4 outstanding emperors who are indigenous emperors, who are the outstanding powers of the first family of the earth. There is another acquaintance of Jian Wushuang, Wu Zhua. Jian Wushuang and Imo Luo appeared in the teleportation hall. Several Zhujians surrounded him in an instant, which made Imo Luo very nervous, especially when he saw Palace Master Bai Yi. A huge sense of threat made him a little breathless. Wu Zhua is okay. He has been suppressing his breath. Brother Wushuang. Wu Zhua stepped forward, leaking a smile. Jian Wushuang clasped his fists slightly and said, "Trouble." Then he looked at the Lord Bai and smiled lightly. "Hall Lord Bai, this time I am offended. Naturally speaking, it is a matter of the human world, and to say so, it is only a sack of face. This matter is to blame. When I got the news from Lord True Spirit, I didn't disperse it in time, which caused those idiots to offend Brother Wushuang." Wu Zhua next to him took the opportunity to sneer and sarcastically said, Master True Spirit passed the news to the Yuan Lao Palace hundreds of years ago. You have dragged such a big thing to the present. Brother Wushuang is the biggest contributor to the 4 secret realms. Just treat it like this, and don't be afraid of chilling everyone's hearts. The last sentence was correct. He sent the gods away, but really helped the White Tiger Palace. Now the battle situation in the realm has been slowly declining, and there are very few resistances. This is all Jian Wushuang's credit, and if the gods are still there, the aboriginal emperors might still resist. It's almost done. Dogs don't go to places like the human world, and it's normal for some news to be blocked. Bai Yi glared at Wu Zhua. Jian Wushuang also hurriedly came out to make a round and said, "Well, you too. I'm going to be the host today. Let's have a good drink. It's been a long time since I haven't been free, so it's just to celebrate for myself." After hearing his words, the two of them gave up. Since Jian Wushuang appeared, He had intentionally or unintentionally leaked his breath. When outsiders looked at him, it was time to rewind, which seemed very mysterious. Now even Wu Zhuo and Bai Yi can't see through him. The pure appearance of the breath is the sixth-order pinnacle, and suddenly it is a little unclear how strong Jian Wushuang is now. The group of people directly entered the largest city in the realm. In the magnificent hall, Jian Wushuang sat in the main seat, with Bai Yi and Wu Zhuo on both sides. Both of them are the top bosses of the four secret realms. Bai Yi is even the actual power holder of the four secret realms, and it is Bai Yi that the natives fear the most. Now Jian Wushuang not only sits on an equal footing with the opponent, but can also sit high in the main position. This kind of identity is somewhat beyond the object. However, Jian Wushuang now does have this confidence. Whether it is meritorious service or strength, he has already touched the peak of Qishan Temple. Eliminating the Frosa, this is the first-class merit. It is not too much to let Bai Yi knock him in public, let alone Wu Zhuo. This plan was originally proposed by Wu Zhuo. Although Wu Zhuo did not achieve any benefits in the end, he was already very happy that Jian Wushuang could return safely. Otherwise, he would have to take the main responsibility. In the hall, there are 1/3 of the superpowers of the earth, Ukanshu. The weakest in Calm are the fifth-order emperors, and all of them have more than 10. After the all parties touted it, it was a polite way. Jian Wushuang was able to let go this time, but privately he kept communicating with Wu Zhuo. The iron sword thing, as soon as possible. He killed the other's younger brother. Naturally, this matter must be handled properly. You can't kill his younger brother, so let him be slaughtered again. So let Wu Zhuo be an intermediary and let the matter go. Naturally, there is no problem. There must be sacrifices. The key is how many times he has sacrificed himself, the life of a sixth-order emperor, changing the four great secret realms to a stable. This is a very worthwhile business. Wu Zhuo also nodded and said, Master True Spirit has issued a dispatch order. The Iron Sword will go to the long river of time and space outside the primitive universe to guard it, and is responsible for transporting the elites plundered from the major universes. It is also a fat man. This is considered to be sent away. Without the real spirit's order, the long-wind sword god does not even have the qualifications to return to the Temple of Qi. As for the benefits, I am afraid there are not many. Chongfeng's sword god's original strength was average in absolute peak, and it was not even as strong as the absolute strong among the aboriginals. It was a good thing to go to the long river of time and space. After a while, the strength of the inheritor completely exploded, and the position of his palace lord could not be kept. It's better to go to the long river of time and space to be a time and space overlord and enjoy yourself. Now the time and space Longheju is very rare. There are only a few, and they have all been defeated one by Shang. Their strength is average. After all, there is no guidance. Although the spatial realm is high, the foundation is unstable. This kind of emptiness is so lazy to recruit. It is better to let some of the more powerful fifth-order emperors enter the Temple of Qishan. Of course, the emperors of the primordial universe were also stunned, and most of them had planned an errand in the Temple of Qishan, and now they are also enjoying themselves. Chapter 5590. After chatting with Wu Zhuo for a long time, the banquet almost came to an end. Just when Jian Wushuang was about to leave the realm with Wu Zhuo to go to the heaven, Mo Luo sent a message. Great summer crisis. Jian Wu's double-faced movement. Xia merged into the chaotic domain that year, and with that chaotic domain's absolute top, there shouldn't be any chaos. Young master, something happened on Mo Luo's side too. Mo Luo continued with a voice transmission. It seems to be related to an inheritor. Broly? Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. He almost forgot this ruthless person. He heard that the opponent was already a sixth-tier peak powerhouse, invincible in the land boundary, and even the top powerhouse was not his opponent. In Broly's hands, more than 3 outstanding players have fallen. This kind of terrifying record ranks first in the Tomb Mountain. It is this person who has turned the entire chaos upside down. Even if he is a strong man who promises to submit to the temple, he rarely lives in his hands. It is really ruthless. Jian Wushuang pondered for a while, and suddenly felt a headache. The people who have enemies with him are so perverted. One by one, strong, and terrifying. Zhang Shang could seriously wound Long Yi in just a few million years. Now there is another ruthless person. That is the enemy of killing his father. No. Jian Wushuang shook his head, as if he was not the one who killed the man, but the man of the gods killed his father. Forget it. This matter will eventually be resolved. It is better to tell the other party about the gods. Mo Luo saw that something was wrong with Jian Wushuang, was silent for a while, and then asked, "Young master, am going to see this person?" At the beginning, he pretended to be Daxia's ninth prince and told Mo Luo. That's why he reminded him. Now that you know, go and see. The banquet came to an end. Jian Wushuang took Mo Luo straight to Daxia in the teleportation array. For Daxia's memory, the trance seems to be yesterday. At the beginning, he was just as capable of a fourth-order emperor's combat power, but in a blink of an eye, he already has the ultimate combat power. Although a little single, it also has a record of beheading the top. Great Summer Palace. Jian Wushuang and Mo Luo went directly to Daxia Imperial City, and they smelled a smell as soon as they left the inheritor. The blood donated flowed along the bluestone floor into the White Tiger Branch Hall, which was the only one left in the Great Xia Imperial City. The one who sits here is a sixth-order emperor, because the emperor who sits here is generally a sixth-order emperor. Now that a large number of strong men return to the Temple of Earthrealm, there is no shortage of manpower. The sixth-order emperor had long received the notice from the main hall of the earth, and personally greeted Jian Wushuang and Mo Luo. Subordinate He Kue. I have seen His Royal Highness Wushuang, Senior Mo Luo. He Kue knelt on one knee, very respectful. Jian Wushuang raised his head slightly to look at the blood-colored sky. He was able to dye such a solid space into blood, and I am afraid that there are at least millions of emperors who have fallen. Tell me about Daxia's situation. Hikue got up and told all about Daxia's situation in recent years, without any details, even the rise and fall of some of Daxia's families. Daxia sent troops to defeat Mo Luo, and many elites fell. Although the reduction of the vassal was completed, it also hurt the vitality, and the Mo Luo state was extremely dominant, and Daxia had to merge into the chaotic realm. In fact, this is also a secret calculation in the land boundary. The chaotic realm at the time has actually been controlled, and the realm is a game of chess, which seems to be a battle between the temple and the aboriginal realm. In fact, the real spirit and the gods are playing against each other. In the end, neither of them can be regarded as losers. Only the strong of the realm suffers hardship. From the decline of the Xinyuan family back then, one can see the cruelty of the land boundary. Xinyuan Dapan fell, and the morale of the Xinyuan family was greatly reduced. Even if there was a newly promoted fifth-order emperor, he was still suppressed. Even the cheap old lady Jian Wushuang recognized at the beginning was beaten into the cold palace, and Daxia had already done almost crazy about cutting the feudal clan. Behind this, the old horn man was doing it. In fact, Xinyuan Dapan was able to fall, and it was enough to weaken his relatives. But in order to weaken the chaotic realm of confrontation with the temple, Daxia began a brutal gentry change. As a result, Daxia's national power became weaker and weaker, so that it took hundreds of years after the gods left to get a chance to breathe. At that time, the real spirit let some people's law bodies leave the realm. Without the Frosa, the native monarchs in the realm couldn't make any storms, and there was no need to bother to solve them. If this were not the case, the Temple of the Earth might be able to overwhelm the original opposition forces one-sidedly. You don't even need Broly's troubles. You can quickly take down the realm. Where is Broly now? Jian Wushuang asked. After Hikue heard Broly, his complexion changed and the domineering figure appeared in his mind instantly, that strong sense of oppression, so that when he heard the name, his body was stiff. Master Broly, in Mora Kingdom. Jian Wushuang turned around to enter the teleportation formation again, and said loudly, "Go to Mo Luo. There is nothing to remember here." Now Daxia is left with ruined walls, and people who know are fleeing from death to death. It doesn't make sense to stay. It's better to go to Broly directly. After Mo Luo heard it, he quickly followed. He was even more anxious than Jian Wushuang. The Maluo kingdom was created by him alone, is now about to destroy the country. He must come forward to stop it. Fortunately, the The descendant of the princess who rescued him back then is still alive. Jin Wushuang saw the other party's concern and said, "Why? There are still relatives that Imo Luo can't let go of?" "There are a few old people." Imo Luo nodded. The descendants left by the princess did need to make arrangements, but he had sworn to keep his bloodline. As for the rise and fall of the Imo Luo, he is now bearish. But those deceased should be able to bring them to the heavens. It just so happened that Jin Wushuang could use Imo Luo's hand to meet Broly. See if the other person is as scary as others say. It's only the peak of Tier 6. Even if it's a change of way, what's the matter? It is said that the grievances between the two began to end in the Shangqing Palace in the heavens. In order to save Broly, Wu Zhuo almost killed him. Later, I met Broly in the court of the Three Kings. At that time, the other party had already taken refuge in the main gate of Guiling Island. Every time I met, the opponent's progress did not lose him. This time, I can go to meet each other. See how strong the change is. He has obtained the inheritance of the first true king. Although the current Guantian chessboard is still a bit tasteless, it can only assist him in the speed of cultivation, and he has no time to study that game book. Only the emperor had time to study, and now I can't understand it. Two people sinned one after another. Once in the territory of Maluo, he flew at full speed. Imo Luo Imperial Capital. This place is much better than Daxia. At least there are places to go. This place is Imo Luo's chassis, which is more familiar than him. Maluo, after you became the best in the past, why didn't you build Maluo Nation into a force like Chaos Territory? Jian Wushuang asked with some curiosity. Chapter 5591. The current Imo Luo country has long since returned to the side of the temple. Without Imo Luo behind, the Imo Luo country is a piece of loose sand. Fortunately, Imo Luo left a lot of backhands at the time, and it can be dealt with one by one. Imo Luo said sadly, "The smaller the land boundary, the easier it is to protect. The chaotic realm is too eye-catching." Something makes sense. Jian Wushuang also agreed, and Xiaofu was at ease. Boom. A muffled thunder came from the west coast of Maluo, and the whole Tiannan could hear it. This force is extremely violent, and the sweeping sea water is enough to destroy the world. Go and settle your deceased first. I can go alone. Jian Wushuang was very confident, and there were very few threats to him in the realm. It is very likely that Broly is ahead, and of course he wants to check it out. Originally thought Broly would be in Maluo's imperial capital, it seems that the other party's clearing speed is very fast. Now it has reached the West Sea. Imo Luo was a little worried. His current duty was to protect Jian Wushuang. How could he affect Jian Wushuang because of personal affairs? Besides, those deceased were fine, and Broly had obviously not done anything to them. As long as a Dharmakaya can be arranged properly, there is no need to stay. Seeing the opponent insisted, Jian Wushuang didn't say anything. After Imo Luo separated a clone, the two continued to move toward the place where the breath burst. The closer he got, Jian Wushuang felt an invisible sense of oppression. That kind of feeling, it was like an extremely terrifying beast was slaughtering wantonly. Did you feel it too? Jian Wushuang said in a low voice while looking ahead. Imo Luo's breath was low, and he replied, "It's like two wild beasts are fighting again." This is the way of change. Broly's opponent is a deep-sea wild beast, and it is an extremely powerful wild beast in the top. Jian Wushuang was very sure. The sea area where the Three Kings Court appeared was only the western outer ring. In the core sea area, there are real ancient wild beasts, much stronger than the stinky fish and shrimps of the master of the Turtle Spirit Island. Turtle Island masters are at best second-generation wild beasts, and their bloodlines are not pure, but with some inheritance from the Three Kings, they are probably not weaker than the wild beasts in the core sea area. The speed of the two skyrocketed again, and they couldn't wait. I want to see how powerful this Transfiguration Dao superpower is and can make so many people change their voices. After a stick of incense, they have been able to see the stretch of coastline. It's just that black clouds are over the sea, and the thunder keeps flashing. There are also two towering figures fighting fiercely. Every time the thunder flashes, two huge figures will be revealed. Jian Wushuang directly used the eyes of the beast and saw Broly at a glance. The huge figure did not change the opponent's appearance, especially the candle-like eyes and the naked upper body lines were extremely conspicuous. Broly, under his anger, was even more terrifying than he had imagined. His opponent is a wild beast who has lived in the deep sea for a long time. Octopus Beast King. A wild beast that can be called a beast king. It has the blood of a beast god. The strength can be comparable to that of a special life. This kind of desolate beast is more terrifying than the special life, because the special life has no origin, but the desolate beast has its origin. The body of the wild beast is already powerful, and although the divine body is not comparable to the special life, it is much stronger than the cultivator. Compared with the special life, the original source of the desolate beast is stronger. Compared with the practitioner, both the flesh and the divine body are stronger than the practitioner. This is the level of life. The forces on both sides of the war were extremely violent. The 8 giant claws of the desolate beast emperor entangled Broly tightly. Emo Luo was a little flustered when he watched from the side. Young master, this desolate beast is very strong. Even I can't guarantee that I can beat it. Broly kicked the iron this time. I thought that Broly was so powerful, but I saw that it was actually that way. But Jian Wushuang knows that Broly is stronger in Vietnam and changes everything according to the opponent's strength. Let's go and take a look. Jian Wushuang's figure flashed, and he went directly to the west coast. There are also many strong people here at this time. Among them, only a few strong people are from the temple, and many emperors are preparing to join the temple. Among them are quite a few acquaintances. Standing in the first place was the Turtle Island Master. It seemed that his current strength had broken through. Although he was not at the top, he almost stepped in with one foot. Because of Broly's relationship, the status of the Turtle Island owner is now very high. Broly was still a disciple of Guiling Island. Today's Broly chicken has turned into a phoenix. Not only has it entered the Tomb Mountain, but its strength has become this way. As long as it has a good relationship with Broly in the boundary, everyone will walk sideways. The two fell to the edge. Jian Wushuang's hands were behind, and Emo Luo stood by. And the strength of the Guiling Island Lord was not weak. He was the first to notice 2 powerful auras coming, frowned and looked at it, and recognized Jian Wushuang. As for Emo Luo, the other party didn't know him. Jian Wushuang. Guiling Island Master leaked a smile, his heart low. Although he recognized his identity, he did not go to say hello. They are all inheritors, but in the eyes of the Guiling Island owner, there is a huge gap among the inheritors of. He had also seen the inheritor of the Third Order Emperor at the beginning, and of course he was also like the inheritor of Shang who could fight half-step robbery. When looking at Jian Wushuang, although a little can't see through, from the perspective of breath, his strength is obviously not as good as Broly. Island owner, who do you know? Most of the emperors gathered on the west coast are local powerhouses. Only a few of them were transferred from other places, saying they were assisting Broly, but they were actually standing aside and watching. Seeing someone asked, the master of Guiling Island nodded slightly and said, "It's Jian Wushuang who was wanted back then. I heard that I don't unblock it. I didn't expect to appear here." "Oh, I have heard that Jian Wushuang is still a Taoist, and I don't know if it is true or not," someone said curiously, and the others' expressions changed dramatically when they heard that Jian Wushuang was a Taoist. The Turtle Island Master shook his head and said, "I don't know about this. I entered the Three Kings Court with him back then. At that time, he was indeed a Taoist monarch, but now that all these years have passed, I still have some thoughts. I can't see through him. I can only feel that his breath is not weak. I am afraid that he has succeeded in harmony. I think it's the same. Compared with Lord Broly, it's still a long way away, but the black-robed old man next to him is not easy." Don't say that. Jian Wushuang's strength is not weak. He can be comparable to the Fifth Order Emperor when he was Tao Monarch, and if he succeeds in the Tao, I am afraid that he will have the level of the Sixth Order Emperor. Guiling Island Lord said calmly. But even the Sixth Order Emperor, compared with Broly, is still far behind. Now Broly, he fought hard, and even killed a lot of them. It is still the pinnacle of change Tao. If it goes further and creates a universe secret method, after truly stepping into the pinnacle, it is no weaker than those gods. Chapter 5592. Above the sea. From the downwind, Broly gradually leveled with the opponent, the strong barren beast, with 8 antennae constantly entangled Broly, but his breath has been suppressed. The tentacles burst out with dark red power again, forming a storm and instantly evaporating all the rocks of the coastline. There was a violent breath, and many weak emperors, the people who had been lifted, turned their backs on their horses. Only the Guiling Island Lord and a few Sixth-Order emperors can stand firm. This is the mystery of the beast. The blood of this beast emperor has begun to soar. The strong man on the side of the monster race has hot eyes. That's the blood of the beast god. Jin Wushuang and Imo Luo, who stood at the back, were also surprised. Especially Jin Wushuang. The beast can't get around his cultivation. The essence and blood of the beast gods and the beast soldiers are the key factors to enhance the strength. Especially the beasts now. When he felt the blood of the beast burst out, the beast soldier on his body emitted a scarlet light. Slowly raised his left arm. It was the arm of the candle dragon. The blood veins in the dark red skin are clearly visible, and they are exuding incomparable violent power. Jin Wushuang suppressed it slightly and understood in his heart. The beast god weapon merged with him, and it was normal to long for the blood of the beast god, but coupled with the blessing of the original devouring power in his body, the evil thought that swallowed all things rose again. It's just that now he has mastered the complete power of all things, and even created a unique life force, which is already able to control freely. If it had been before, he would have rushed past now. But even if he can manipulate it freely, he will go. The bloodline power in that wild beast's body is very powerful and pure. If it is refined, it will be of great help to him. Although the current beast soldiers had been restored 7 or 88, they were not completely physical. One more thing. The heart of the beast god. When the Frosa helped him refine the beasts, he once said that even if he has all the beasts, he has refined the origins of the beasts, and he cannot restore the power of the ancient times. To fully recover, the most critical effort is needed. That is the mass of essence and blood in the heart of the beast god. That is more precious blood than the blood of the beast god. Where are the beast gods now? That is, a long river of time and space returns to sedimentation, and when it recovers again, the natural beast gods will appear. With the current Jin Wushuang, it is more difficult to obtain the essence and blood of the beast than to become a catastrophe. But now, there is a rare opportunity. Beast King. Originally, he stayed in the boundary because of Broly, but now it seems that he is about to change his goals, or solve the Beast King and Broly all. For those who threaten him, it is best to solve them all, otherwise it will be a disaster in the future. Broly is like this, and Jiangshang is the same. Moreover, Jiangshang had been taken away by Mieshing and had already become an enemy of Qixin Temple, which is good to say. When the time comes, there will be a true spirit carrying it. But Broly is different. He is still a person from the Temple of the Gods, and he has a change in his body, and his strength is very horrible. The opponent's personality is flawed. Even if a conflict kills him, the true spirit can't blame him. Now his importance is far beyond Broly. Huiqing is asleep. Shang is in retreat. He is the only one who can compare with these two. Although Shang is still the first inheritor, he is not a perfect harmony after all, and there is still some gap between him and Huiqing. The Temple of Qixin in the future needs him, not Broly. Jin Wushuang also pinched this point. But now it seems that he may not need to act. Broly is going to be finished. Ouch! The 8-claw beast emperor roared, surrounded by 8 tentacles, and trapped Broly. The terrifying power squeezed Broly's body completely, leaving only the divine body and origin. He couldn't breathe under the pressure of that force. Call. Jin Wushuang took a step. His figure appeared directly above the coast. Standing in the same place, Imo Luo thought Jin Wushuang was going to help and soared into the sky. You don't need to take action, Jin Wushuang said. This matter can only be done by him alone. If you pull Imo Luo together, the true spirit will definitely not forgive him in the future because of his face. Imo Luo didn't know Jin Wushuang's thoughts. He hesitated and said, Young master, this Beast King? He was still a little worried about Jian Wushuang. Although the sword in human realm Jian Wushuang had exceeded his knowledge, he also discovered afterwards that the cost of using that sword was very high. Even Jian Wushuang needed to recover for an hour in order to restore the peak state again. This sword is a double-edged sword. If it can cut the opponent, everyone will be happy. If you can't win, then you lose all the game. Jian Wushuang in a weak state, the strength of the decline is too serious. It is estimated that a fifth-order emperor is not an opponent. But since Jian Wushuang insisted, as a guard, he didn't have much to say. He could only be ready to go to rescue at any time. Jian Wushuang, who was standing in the air, didn't rush to do it. It would be great if the Beast King could solve Brolina. He doesn't need to do it anymore. Snipe and clam fight. He gains. Broly had no physical body, and the terrifying power faced the divine body, and then the source. Now at stake. The Guiling Island Master and others set off one after another, ready to help. When they saw Jian Wushuang, they thought Jian Wushuang would also help, and they were still praising Jian Wushuang for his unique vision. At this time, helping Lord Broly would be indispensable in the future. After all, Broly is now in the sacred mountain of the tomb, and there is a faint figure of the Emperor in the land boundary. If Broly goes one step further, the unification of the entire boundary in the future may not be true. Such a promising super inheritor is an individual willing to invest. Whether it is a strong man in the realm or the inheritors, they will do this. But Jian Wushuang's thoughts, they will know about it. Seeing the figures gathered next to him, Jian Wushuang's dark red eyes at the center of his eyebrows slowly opened, and then a light burst out. Just a glance, instantly severely injured several sixth-order emperors. Even the Guiling Island owner retreated thousands of miles, a turbulent force surging in his chest, and then spit out a mouthful of blood. You, the master of Guiling Island, pointed to Jian Wushuang angrily, unable to speak when he wanted to speak. Jian Wushuang leaned on the crowd with his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Imo Luo, kill them. These monster clan powerhouses die as soon as they die, and there is nothing soft about them." At the beginning of the Three Kings' Court, after the fall of King Bai, he had not forgotten the feeling of surreptitious life. Although Imo Luo was a little surprised at Jian Wushuang's position at this time, he didn't hesitate to shoot directly. Several sixth-order emperors were like little chickens in Imo Luo's hands. Chapter 55-93. The cunning Emperor Tian Shan turned into his body and wanted to rush into the sea, but was caught by Imo Luo's giant hand directly in the palm of his hand, and he tore it to pieces. The owner of Guiling Island was dumbfounded, and the rest of the people did not dare to breathe. It is impossible to escape at all. There is no hope of fighting. Can only beg for mercy. Senior, spare my life. We have already taken refuge in the temple, and we hope that the predecessors will see the face of the temple and take our lives. We should not have seen what happened today. As for those temple powerhouses, they backed off one after another, fearing that they would be implicated, and everyone dared to intercede. Imo Luo shook his fist at random, without a word of nonsense, and shot again. Everything went smoothly and cleanly. The corpses of tens of thousands of monster beasts fell from the air, and their bodies also exuded the breath of death. The main body of the island master of the turtle spirit, a huge, snapping turtle, has soared to its peak in strength and is about to spy on the ultimate realm, just one step away. As long as he creates a secret method, he can become an absolute top. At the beginning of the Three Kings' Court, the Turtle Spirit Island Master received a lot of goods. Not only did his soul level improve a lot, he also got some ancient secrets. Now, with his full use, the divine body can actually skyrocket to 58,000 times. In terms of divine body, the Turtle Spirit Island Master is already a newcomer to the ultimate powerhouse. The extreme realm is actually very similar to the realm of Dao Jun in the Dian Immortal. It can be regarded as a qualitative change from the realm. It's like Dianxian got the recognition of the origin of the space and slightly controlled some space. The Absolute Peak realm was originally divided for those emperors who reached the universe realm from space, but it was later discovered that entering Absolute Peak is not the only way to enter the universe realm. In addition to cosmic space, there are pinnacle secrets and divine bodies. This turtle spirit island owner has a lot to ask for. Elevated the soul realm, and wanted to create the pinnacle secret method to enter the pinnacle, but he did not stay in the divine body, relying on the many treasures obtained in the Three Kings' court and the battle with Broly all the way over the years. In particular, Broly was a lunatic. He only knew about fighting and had no interest in treasures, so he was interested in some inheritance. This can be seen from Jin Wushuang in the Shangqing Palace. And Broly has a high status in the Tomb Mountain, and there is no shortage of treasures. This is all cheap to the Guiling Island owner. This allowed him to increase the divine body to 58,000 times. Jin Wushuang was a little envious. His divine body is only 50,000 times, and now it has exceeded the limit of Daojun, and it is impossible to improve it anymore. It doesn't mean that he can't be promoted after becoming the emperor. After becoming the emperor, he can promote unscrupulously, and the beast can also increase the divine body. However, he didn't want to waste this opportunity right now. Just as Imo Luo captured Guiling Island, Jin Wushuang raised Candle Dragon's arm, opened his eyes in the palm of his hand, swallowed directly, and rolled directly towards Guiling Island. Host. Upon seeing this, Imo Luo punched through the Guiling Island master again, letting his breath drop again, and stopped doing it. Jin Wushuang grabbed the giant tortoise that was originally majestic. The huge turtle spirit island owner turned into only an inch long. The breath gathered all the way. Jin Wushuang played with it in his hand and whispered softly, "Get your turtle shell back. I can give you a way to survive." 58,000 times the divine body is almost all condensed on this turtle shell. If he can take the complete tortoise shell, after he becomes the emperor, he can directly swallow the divine body on the turtle shell. At least it can improve his basic divine body. Thousands of times. This is an inestimable wealth. Upgrading the divine body, the more the later stage, the greater the cost required. As long as you can help yourself, you can't waste it. The thought of becoming an emperor, the resources needed are almost endless. Jin Wushuang feels a little headache. The power of devouring cannot be used unscrupulously. He can only get some treasures to improve himself. But these expenses brought him endless power. After he became the emperor, his beasts and gods were able to use their full strength, and by that time he could surpass 60,000 times the increase of the body. The secret method of the starry sky directly allowed him to achieve the ultimate realm. Not only these, there are also some treasures that he can fully grasp after becoming an emperor. For example, the Guantian chessboard he currently holds, it is the treasure of time and space. Once he became an emperor, he could copy more origins. At that time, all he copied was the origin of the universe, and it was still an extremely powerful origin of the universe. There is also the chess record left to him by the first true king. With the blessing of many treasures, after he becomes the emperor, he will completely transform into a dragon and jump out of this world. Hadao. Imminent. Now the only thing that stood in front of him was the causal calamity. This causal killing and calamity was originally very weak. After he entered the temple of the Qishan, his strength continued to skyrocket, and he had already reached a negligible state. At the beginning, he was still thinking, just solve it casually. There is no need for Hui Qing to take action. He only needs to go to the world of Tongtian Buddhism and find a few monk heads to help him resolve it. But now it can grow into a catastrophe, Ukanshu. Calm makes him feel a headache. Since knowing the Lord of the Universe, it is divided into 9 calamities. He felt more and more that this causal catastrophe, whether it was the catastrophe of his universe, had come early. It's not waiting. Jin Wushuang put the Guiling Island master away and waited until the heaven realm to solve it. Now it is important to solve Broly and the wild beast first. Broly at this time could still hold on for some reason. According to Jin Wushuang's speculation, the 8-clawed beast emperor should have pinched the opponent to death. Not only was he puzzled, but even the 8-clawed beast king was puzzled. Obviously awakened the blood of the beast god, and his strength skyrocketed to the pinnacle in the extreme realm. How could it be so difficult to kill a 6th-order emperor? Zhu Dian's level analysis is very clear. They are the threshold, the first entry, the top, the pinnacle, and the perfection. These indigenous people think they have peak combat power, but in fact they are at best. Luo is also at this level, barely reaching the top. This eight-clawed beast emperor was a little different, because he had awakened the blood of the beast god, and now he was standing at the top, and he was stronger than Luo. And Broly's strength, although the stronger it became after the war, it was just about the same as Luo. According to the strength of the octopus beast emperor, it should have killed the opponent long ago. But Broly's breath was still declining, and he was able to hold it for so long. There is something strange in this. Although Jin Wushuang knew something about Change Dao, he didn't know much. The octopus beast emperor also had fear in his heart, and he didn't take it seriously when he started to fight Broly, but now he was a little scared. The huge eyes turned his head. Knowing that Jin Wushuang had something to ask, he took the lead and said, "Strong human race, I know you have a feast with this person. This is the best opportunity to eradicate him. You still don't do it." "Thanks, Tusk." Jin Wushuang shook his head. Chapter 55-94. Although he was worried, he had not yet reached the point of cooperating with a wild beast. Even if the opponent can't kill Broly, he will wait for the two to decide the winner before taking the shot. Relying on external forces is ultimately uncontrollable. The White King was an example. The sudden fall left him unaccompanied by himself, and he was completely blinded in the Three Kings' court. "Today, either you killed him or I killed you." Jin Wushuang's eyes changed and stared at the octopus beast emperor. His tone was cold, and the aura on his body began to rise. When the octopus beast king heard this, he was taken aback for a while, and after Jin Wushuang raised his aura to the peak, he couldn't help laughing and mocking. "It's up to you?" Originally, he thought how strong Jin Wushuang was. Even he couldn't tell the details. Now that Jin Wushuang took the initiative to release his breath, he realized that he was just entering the extreme, and it was not enough to be afraid. "Yes." Jin Wushuang nodded slightly, pulled out the Juyin sword behind his right hand, and said, "Give you time for the last incense stick. If you can't solve it, I will solve you first." The moment the Juyin sword was pulled out, the sword aura suddenly descended on the West Sea, and the entire West Sea was filled with that terrifying sword aura. It seems that this world is born for the sword. Dominate this world. Jin Wushuang's state at this moment is super strong. Actually stepped into the ultimate realm by virtue of the starry sky sword intent. He has crossed a realm now. From Dao Jun to the top. Star Catalog. A wonderful picture scroll. He needs to hold the sword to describe it. Just drew out the Juyin sword. The surrounding heaven and earth became frozen. The space was condensed, and the flow of time slowed down. This scene made Luo leak his respect again. But the eight-claw beast emperor was originally a wild beast, and had a very low understanding of its origin. He couldn't see what the sword intent meant, and he didn't care at all. The only thing he worried about was Luo, the black-robed old man who has been on the coast. Luo's strength is not simple. If the three of them besieged him, it would be really dangerous. And he also saw that the black-robed old man obeyed the mysterious sword-wielding words in front of him. He was not afraid of Jin Wushuang's shot, but he was afraid that the other party would let Luo shot. Thinking of this, he once again mobilized the power of the blood in his body and increased his strength. "Want to smash Broly completely? Die to me." The eight-clawed Beast King's thousands of eyes are expanding, obviously using all his strength to trap Broly to death in one fell swoop. Broly, who was bound, only leaked ahead. At this moment, his hair was scattered, and the golden collar on his neck began to produce cracks. The weakness of his body is constantly declining, and there is no trace of color in his eyes, like white wax. Discovering that Broly's breath was weak again, the eight-clawed beast emperor used force again, preparing to kill Broly in one fell swoop. After exerting his full strength again, Broly's divine body also shattered. Once the divine body breaks, what remains is the origin. Although the origin is strong, it is very fragile without the defense of the divine body. At stake, the emperors of those temples are already thinking about running away. Once Broly fell, they couldn't stop the Shihai overlord at all. "Let's go." "There is no chance. Go back and inform the other powerful people in the temple." The temple is not the only one in the realm of Broly. Since the gods left, the temple of the realm has gathered more than 10 superpowers. It is bound to take the entire land boundary in one fell swoop. When Broly fell, there were other people who would come to clean up the eight-clawed Beast King. They were not worried about that. The difficulty is that I don't know how to deal with it. Jian Wushuang stabbed a knife in the middle. What are they going to say? They have already learned from the temple that Jian Wushuang is different from the past, both in strength and status. It is impossible to offend, and it is extremely stupid to offend Jian Wushuang for a dead person. And Broly has a violent personality, and he doesn't have any kindness to them. The only advantage is that Broly doesn't interfere when he divides the treasures, but it doesn't mean that no one squeezes them. Every time the treasure is distributed, the owner of Turtle Spirit Island takes the big head. With the relationship with Broly, they dare not say anything. For this, they all blamed Broly. Just when these people were about to leave, the world began to change. The original freeze-frame color gradually became a little unstable. This was Jian Wushuang's own aura, but it was invisibly disrupted. Not only did they feel puzzled, even Jian Wushuang also leaked a surprised expression. And Jian Wushuang suddenly turned his head and looked at Broly. Obviously, there is no chance of a comeback, and God seems to have given Broly another chance. Around Broly's neck, the collar burst completely. A fierce force erupted from Broly's body. That is the power from the ancient beast. This collar was born with Broly. No matter how he took it, he couldn't take it away, but today it was crushed by the eight-claw Beast King. Originally, Jian Wushuang didn't care about the collar at all. He thought it was just an ordinary treasure. But at the moment of breaking, Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed, and suddenly he thought of something. That mask? Jian Wu's face changed. When fleeing in the heavens, had such a breath in the mysterious masks obtained from the two demon Dao emperors. The same as Broly's shattered collar. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang shuddered. Things seemed not as simple as he thought. If Jiangshang's strength is destined to be touched by him, then he has nothing to say. Just treat yourself as unlucky. Anyway, he didn't encounter any unlucky things. But Broly's rise made him a little skeptical, especially the emergence of extinction. A mysterious strong man who controls the power of death can appear in the temple of the god, either stronger than the god of God, or has a relationship with the god of God. Invisibly, Jian Wushuang felt that he had fallen into a deep hollow again. This time it was stronger than the fear brought by the gods. As if he had entered this game of chess since countless epochs. Everything is so coincidental. With a flip of his hand, he took out the mask from the mustard seed and grasped the black and white mask. Jian Wushuang settled down, staring deeply at Broly, whose breath was soaring, and said to himself, "No matter how you arrange it, after all, I am not as fast as I can improve. After the harmony, I see if you can predict how strong I will be after the harmony." He knew the path to the Tribulation Realm clearly. Secret Mahayana, space and universe. As long as these two things are done, he will be able to attack the robbery. Although he hasn't been in harmony, it's just a Taoist monarch. There is a lot of fantasy about the robbery realm. If he is known by others, I am afraid he will laugh at him as arrogant. But only he himself knows that once you and he succeed in harmony and follow the Starry Sky catalog, his secret method will soon be able to Mahayana. The first sword of the Star catalog can kill the top powerhouse, which is many times stronger than those ordinary peak secret methods. Chapter 5595. Maybe it was already in the Mahayana realm, but he couldn't feel it now. After all, it is a horrible secret that contains time. As for the cosmic space, he has a chessboard for viewing the sky, and his cultivation speed is many times faster than others do not know. President Qi's origin of the universe is probably more than the origin of the universe in the Temple of Qishan. This is the treasure of time and space that Xianyi left for him. Even the first true king didn't understand it. It's far more than what the first true king said. With such a treasure, it would be too simple for him to achieve cosmic space. When he was in Daojun, he was able to condense 99% of the black holes in the space across the realm. Once the harmony is successful, he may reach the realm of the black hole directly. If the harmony is successful, everything in the body will skyrocket. The emperor is just too much. He intends to robbery. Seeing a lot, listening a lot. His vision is high. He had witnessed the power of the Six Tribulations realm, and that was his goal. Those gods and generals who were envious in the past are just a passing moment. After Fuego returned to his peak, he consulted the power of the opponent's Jia realm. That's what he wants to pursue. No matter how powerful Miexing is, there are real spirits that can contain the opponent, and Miexing has now left the Temple of Qixin. He has time to practice and transcend. In this game of chess, not only the two players are playing, but he is also gradually becoming a player from a pawn. Even in the future, he will have the power to overturn the chessboard. Wait. Jin Wushuang's eyes have never been so firm. Staring at Broly below and discovering the changing strength of the opponent, he didn't have any surprises or a sense of oppression. The Octopus Beast Emperor was a little panicked. Broly's breath began to rise gradually, and the force of that fierce beast broke through the cage and instantly entered Broly's body. Broly raised his head slowly, and the hair rose instantly. The hair that was originally dangling turned white and exploded directly. Broly, with white hair, his divine body suddenly condensed, and his physical body also recovered, then gritted his teeth and roared, directly shattering the restraint of the eight-clawed Beast Emperor. Broly, who was standing diagonally in the air, leaked a wicked smile. This scene trembles the temple powerhouses who want to withdraw. The eight-claw Beast Emperor only felt that his 8 tentacles were numb, and that breath was too strong. Broly moved his wrist slightly, as if feeling the strength in his body now. Jin Wushuang saw something and roared immediately, "Hurry up, you idiot!" Now Broly has not completely mastered the power in the body. The 8-clawed Beast Emperor still has a chance. Once Broly has mastered the power in the body, the 8-clawed Beast Emperor will undoubtedly die. After hearing the reminder, no matter how stupid the Octopus Beast Emperor was, he understood that there should be some restriction hidden in Broly's body. Now the restriction has been broken. His strength has skyrocketed, and he has not completely absorbed control. If he doesn't read the book, there will be no chance. When Broly slowly raised his hand, Jin Wushuang understood that there was no chance. A grip of the void. An incomparably huge black ball power gathered in the palm of Broly's palm. That power made the world retreat, and the breath directly shook the emperors who were watching the game back countless miles. Dead. A simple word reveals extremely crazy domineering. Boom. A huge beam of light swept across the west coast indiscriminately. The mundane world instantly turned into dust. Countless famous mountains and rivers turned into ashes. Jin Wushuang now understood how that ruin in the human world had formed. At the moment the beam of light broke out, he had long since pulled away and dodged. The 8-clawed Beast Emperor's body was so big that it was already difficult to move, and could not hide at all, so he could only resist. In the beam of light, the 8 shots of the 8-clawed Beast Emperor broke and turned into powder. Seeing that he was about to fall completely, Jin Wushuang was also a little panicked. The 8-clawed Beast Emperor still has the blood of the beast he needs, so it can't be wasted. The Jueyun sword held upside down in his hand was chopped out in one piece, unremarkable. Although it is not the first sword in the Star Catalog, but with his current strength, this sword is enough for the moment. The killing of Kendo is so wonderful. His own realm is obviously only the first to reach the top, but his combat power can stop Broly, an absolute powerhouse who has stepped into the top. The beam of light instantly turned into 2 halves. At this time, only half of the beam of light hit the 8-claw Beast Emperor half to death, his body trembling constantly, 8 tentacles, cut off. He never expected that Broly would be so strong. Never thought that Jin Wushuang would save him. Practitioner, I'm with you. Seeing Jin Wushuang's action, the Octopus Beast Emperor thought he was going to join forces against Broly, but he didn't expect Jin Wushuang to cut another sword. Although the power of this sword is not comparable to that of Broly, the power of the sword is purer, and it did not destroy it with great fanfare like Broly. The 8-clawed Beast Emperor just turned into 2 halves. When he died, the 8-clawed Beast Emperor didn't understand why Jin Wushuang had to kill him first. Plop, plop. A huge heart is still beating. But the demon core of the Octopus Beast Emperor has dimmed. Ukanshu. Kam Jin Wu's hands are sharp and fast, and he grabs the heart of the Beast Emperor with one hand, and directly swallows it, absorbing all the blood power in it. Then a group of trembling blood appeared in his origin. He just swallowed the essence and blood into his body. As for the effort of refining to become a beast god, it is far from enough. Now in the Qishan temple, there is only one strong person who can help him refine his blood. Xuanwu Palace Master, the one with the same name as his master Xian Yi. The opponent is not only a master puppet, but also a great power in refining the Tao. It is countless times stronger than Qiu Huang's kind of caste god. Even the Frosa can't match it. But this is something to prepare for in the future, and he has to solve Broly now. This enemy is likely to be a chess piece in the layout of extinction. He had already transmitted Wuzhua and asked him to find the true spirit for verification. If it is really an extinction layout, he will have to kill even more. Broly stared at some familiar figures in front of him, and his fighting spirit rose. In his eyes, there are no companions at all. Except for his father Bukuin, there are only strong men who can fight against him. Warlike blood boiled in him. In the past, he was able to suppress one or two. But now that the ban is widened, it is difficult for him to stop the monstrous fighting spirit. You have to be my enemy. Broly is a war mad, with a keen sense of fighting. He also found the same aura on Jian Wushuang's body. This makes him happy. War. Born for war. To the dead. Jian Wushuang stared at Broly and looked at it carefully. The other party's changes were great, and his flesh became even more burly, with his white hair standing upright as if he had blown out his hair. His body was wrapped in white arrogance. He has witnessed the power of change Dao with his own eyes. Chapter 55-96. It is indeed not weaker than the ultimate knowing. It's a pity that he not only masters the ultimate Kendo, but also the extreme Dao that is even more against the sky. One thought of the universe. Jian Wushuang didn't have any reservations. As soon as he came up, his firepower was full. Directly exert a thought on the universe, and the power of life will also cover the whole body. Broly's power is very powerful. If he can't dodge, he may fall in an instant. Fortunately, he has the power of life. As long as there is a trace of energy, he can instantly restore his peak. Interesting. Broly didn't know why Jian Wushuang wanted to fight him, but he didn't care either, because he liked fighting. He stepped forward and directly entered Yin universe, and found that his power was instantly suppressed. He did not shrink back, and rushed directly to Jian Wushuang's side. Jian Wushuang was shocked. He didn't expect that the impact of the universe on Broly would be so small. When dealing with Zhu Dian, he was able to suppress 30% of the combat power, but now he has only suppressed Broly's strength by 10%. The speed of dealing with it was not as slow as he thought, but it was surprisingly fast. Fortunately, under the blessing of Yin universe, he teleported and dodged, and did not choose to head on. Broly missed a punch and froze for a while, then turned to look at Jian Wushuang behind him, tilted his head and said, "Are you only hiding?" Jian Wushuang stared at Broly, or at the back of Broly. A dark hole appeared where he was just standing. It was brought out by Broly with a punch. It was the first time that he could smash the universe of his thoughts. This is really a strong enemy. In the universe, outsiders can't see the fight between the two at all. They can only vaguely hear the sound of bursting void. And the one-minded universe now riddled with holes. A huge circular universe has been smashed out of numerous large holes. Mo Luo was a little anxious in the outside world, wanted to enter, but found that he couldn't get in at all. He had seen Yin universe, and it was the first time he had seen it if he could be labeled as such. This shows that Broly's strength is far beyond Jian Wushuang. He kept spreading the sound of Jian Wushuang, fearing that Jian Wushuang would have fallen, and now he has finally managed to keep up with a patron. If he had fallen like this, he would have no meaning to live. "Are you afraid that I won't die fast enough?" Boom. After hearing Jian Wushuang's reply, Mo Luo breathed a sigh of relief, but in the next moment the circular universe burst completely. Jian Wushuang's figure also appeared in front of everyone. The emperors who were onlookers watched from a distance, not daring to move forward. Mo Luo rushed over and said anxiously, "Young master." Thousands of words, but I don't know where to say it. Can't persuade Jian Wushuang to escape. Don't talk about it. As long as you walk with those wastes, this place will soon disappear. Jian Wushuang held the Jueyun sword upside down, turned and looked at the collapsed and contracted Yin universe, his eyes condensed. The clothes on his body were already in tatters, leaking out the candle dragon's armor. The scarlet arm protruded from the candle dragon's wings, and a group of the power of all things that had been condensed long ago was thrown out again, thrown into the collapsed universe. Then he turned his head and yelled at Mo Luo, "Go!" Mo Luo was at a loss, took 2 steps back, with mixed feelings in his heart, and finally turned and fled. At the same time, shouted at the temple emperors who were still watching the battle, "Leave quickly, don't be conceited." Jian Wushuang was right that this place was about to be destroyed, because after the collapse of the universe, after turning into a pole, it will burst completely. By then, the west coast will be turned into ruins, just like the ruins of the human world. This kind of battlefield ruins are not ordinary ruins. They will form the void like the great wilderness, and even the power will disappear together. Without power, this place is not suitable for cultivation, and even mortals cannot survive. If it were an ordinary collapse and burst, I am afraid that it would not form a middle ruin, but Jian Wushuang added a group of extremely terrifying power of all things. That group of power of all things will destroy all the power of all things here. And Broly is still trapped in the collapsed universe. Jian Wushuang was waiting for the explosion of the universe outside. If none of this can kill you, then which sword is the only one left? Jian Wushuang's eyes kept fighting. In this battle, he constantly surpassed the limit. Although he failed to suppress Broly, he was able to fight the opponent for so long without falling below. His combat power is also rising. Fighting with the natural of war, he does not have the oppression of those people, and some are just hardy. Happy. After becoming the strong, that's how it should be. If there is no opponent, wouldn't it be boring? The collapsing universe quickly turned into a pole. After Jian Wushuang saw it, a thought force burst out, and the candle dragon wings also enveloped him. A force that extinguished the universe burst instantly, spread out, and faded away. The high tide of the sea wiped away the heaven and the earth. Everything in the world began to die at this moment. Although he was wrapped in the wings of a candle dragon, Jian Wushuang was still shaken back tens of thousands of miles before slowly taking hold of his figure. In this dead space, let alone fighting, it is difficult to survive. Jian Wushuang has the power of all things, so naturally it doesn't matter. He wanted to see how he could change the way of change. At the core of the burst, he could clearly feel a force. It was Broly. Sure enough, the other party was not dead, but he was also seriously injured. Originally, there was the universe of one mind, and he was able to fight against Broly without losing the wind, but gradually he discovered that Broly's changing way was adapting to the universe of one mind. In other words, once he fully adapts, Broly will no longer be suppressed by the universe of one mind, but can still be blessed by the universe of one mind, so he will choose to blue the universe of one mind. Not only can this situation be stopped, but Broly can be seriously injured, and he himself is still at his peak. Change everything. This move made his chassis all useless, and Jian Wushuang was still a little shocked by this. Silence. Amidst the countless smoke and dust, a burly figure stood in the void. It's Broly. Numerous wounds on his body are slowly healing. Although Jian Wushuang does not have the abnormal recovery speed, it is not too slow. Jian Wushuang didn't care about this, but he found that Broly's breath didn't seem to weaken much. On the contrary, there was still a tendency to rise. The original white arrogance has now been added with a white arc. Your move is very interesting. Broly walked out slowly. He didn't feel any sense of the burst of the universe just now. Instead, he became very interested in Jian Wushuang's Yin universe just now. Raise your hand a little. A pole appears from the tip of your finger, and a terrifying power follows. Jian Wu was shocked and quickly backed away, surprised. How is it possible? That extreme point is clearly the extreme point after the collapse of the universe. Chapter 55-97. Fortunately, he is more familiar with it and backs away fast enough. Otherwise, no matter how strong his physical body is, he will fall. Broly is stronger than he thought. or the defense is beyond his imagination. Not only can it resist the self-detonation of the universe, but can also imitate the universe that has collapsed to the extreme. The extreme explosion, although not as powerful as his one thought when the universe exploded, it was similar to 7 or 8. Jian Wushuang put away the package of candle dragon's wings, and the broken flesh in his chest recovered, and a blood shed from the corner of his mouth, slowly dripping from the sky. He gathered his strength again and wanted to reach the peak state. Otherwise, he was not Broly's opponent at all, but this time he had not succeeded in gathering his energy, and the opponent punched him straight to the door. It's faster. Jian Wushuang was not in a hurry to dodge. He could only raise his hand to resist. Boom. The whole body was shaken back and fell directly on the land like coke below. When he got up again, Broly was already in front of him, and the terrifying pressure made him breathless. After being passively beaten one after another, although he recovered quickly, he could not maintain that peak state. Under normal circumstances, he was simply not enough for the opponent Broly. That repressive force is stronger than any opponent he has encountered. A little distraction is about to fall. Wow! The void was torn through countless cracks by the white arc. Jian Wushuang took the opportunity to jump into the crack, and when he reappeared, he was already in the void. A large group of life force poured into the whole body. You also have an immortal body? Broly closed his fists and turned to look at Jian Wushuang in the void, a little surprised. Immortal? Jian Wushuang raised his jaw and said, "What do you think is the immortal body?" Until now, he understood why Broly's feeling of oppression was so strong. His defensive power is simply a metamorphosis level, and he can't kill it at all. And the power is terribly powerful. Apparently, he has realized the secret of the pinnacle. Otherwise, it's impossible to force it like this. Fighting again and again, constantly transforming, constantly surpassing. From Broly when he started with the 8-clawed Beast King, his strength has now been doubled. To deal with the strong of this kind of change, you need to be at least one level stronger than the opponent, otherwise you will not be able to win at all, because the opponent will become stronger as the battle becomes stronger. Call. Broly's figure flashed, and he was also standing in the void, his pewter eyes staring at Jian Wushuang, his voice hoarse. "I haven't lost. Naturally, I am immortal." This is quite domineering. Haven't lost? Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank, and he asked himself. He came from a weak point. Although he has won many times, he hasn't lost so much. Perhaps the opponent he met was too strong every time, and every time he was better than him by several levels. Just say that when he first met King Bai, he was a Taoist. What could he do to face the most powerful? Broly even said such words. It seems that he has not been hit. Song. He drew out the Jueyun sword again, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, "I have never lost this sword before. Today, I will share the victory or defeat with you, as well as life and death." Star Catalog. The first sword. He did not lose. After all, it hadn't been long since he was created. He did not lose in the battle and extinction, but it was a pity that the opponent's deity appeared, and he could not help it. Broly looked at him, but was stunned for a while, playing with the taste. "I just want to win. I didn't want to kill you. It can be seen that you are just a Taoist." Jie. Jian Wushuang looked up to the sky and let out a weird laugh. He had thought that some people disdained to kill him, just want to win. Is this a Taoist looking down on him? This kind of disdain is the only way he treats others from time to time. The kind of mercy that doesn't kill. Has anyone ever offered him alms? If the other party says that he will be broken into pieces, this is the greatest respect. Jian Wushuang slowly lowered his head, then glanced at it, staring at the invincible Broly, and said with a trembling voice, "Broly, do you know who killed your father?" Bukuin. When Broly heard his father, he obviously paused, his body trembling slightly. His father is more like a yoke that binds him, and his violent nature tends to restrain him a little bit. The feeling of treating his father made him very comfortable, although he came to the realm for the purpose of looking for his father's enemy. But he valued the battle again and again. Now when he heard his father again, his body was trembling, and his breath was declining. Broly raised his finger to Jian Wushuang, and the arc on his body disappeared, degenerating into a white arrogance. Yes, I killed your father, and Bukuan died in my hands. Jian Wushuang leaked a satisfied smile. He disdained to use this method to reduce the opponent's strength, just to make Broly angry. Let him understand that one of the two must have fallen today. Since the battle, he has also fallen into a frenzy of fighting. Ah! Broly suddenly hugged his head, arched his body and roared, as if there was a fierce beast raging in his body. Jian Wushuang was very excited about this, but Khonshu. Calm seemed that Broly was going crazy this time. Bukin's strength is too weak. When I killed him, I couldn't bear even one move. Jian Wushuang shook his head, his tone of disdain. Just like killing a trash, there is nothing worth talking about. Not a proud record. An ordinary fifth-order emperor can kill him by blowing his breath. Of course, all of this was fabricated by him, and Bukuan did die because of him, but he didn't kill him. He didn't take the other party seriously at all, but the situation had changed at that time. He didn't want his back path to be controlled by outsiders, and he had to kill the prince of the Maluo kingdom. Killing Bukuan was just incidental. Unexpectedly, today he attracted an extremely powerful opponent. Jian Wushuang really didn't regret it. No matter how powerful it is a pawn. Broly, who was struggling, gradually recovered. Although his hands were drooping and his head could not be lifted, the breath on his body was restored, and the white arc surrounding his body became more vigorous. A fierce beast phantom flew out of his body. This time it completely disappeared. Broly in full body. The pinnacle of change. At this moment, Broly's strength is comparable to Wuzhua, even stronger than those messengers in the Temple of Forbidding God. Jian Wushuang. Broly slowly raised his head, not knowing if he was mad or why. He actually smiled with his mouth raised. Jian Wushuang. He clenched fists with both hands, leaned back, and his breath exploded again. Jian Wushuang couldn't open his eyes, with his hands in front of him. Finally, do you want to take it seriously? Jian Wushuang endured the storm and put down his hands to face Broly. Chapter 55-98. He is very confident in the first sword in the Star Catalog. No matter how powerful Broly is, as long as this sword is born, everything will be destroyed. Let this emptiness turn into a starry sky portrait. Space and time must be squeezed into a painting. This sword is his greatest reliance. Are you ready? Jian Wushuang held the sword in one hand and slowly closed his eyes. He was feeling the power from the stars. There should be an end to the battle between the two. In a chaotic area extremely far away from the West Sea, Mo Luo and the others stood here, but the direction of the West Sea was a piece of scorched earth, which became the ruins of the battlefield. The strong man in the headquarters of the Earth Temple had already felt the strong aura of the fight, but no one came to watch or stop it. Bai's clone was sitting on the temple, still holding a token in his hand. When Jian Wushuang and Broly had just fought, he received the news. Before he could go, Zhenling personally stopped him. At this time, a very subtle scene appeared in front of him. Bai Duan sat on the hall, but the true spirit was like a withered old man, standing at the door of the hall, looking into the distance. Master True Spirit, really want to give up Broly? Bai was still a little bit reluctant, and his tone was also unwilling. After all, he is a powerhouse of Change Dao, and he has grown to this point now. Zhenling didn't answer, just shook his head, which is also an attitude. Obviously, Bai didn't know the truth. The truth of the extinction may not be known to the four main hall masters. It turns out that you are going to destroy the Temple of Qixin, Zhenling said to himself. At the beginning, he guessed and guessed, constantly flipping through the timeline. No one could be found. Originally thought it was Jian Wushuang, but later felt that it was not. He shot Huiqing and found the clues, starting with Zhang Shang. In the end, the extinction came, and he understood everything. It is not that others want to destroy the Temple of Qixin, but he himself wants to destroy the Temple of Qixin. Since the catastrophe was set at the beginning, why bother to create the Temple of Qixin and create him? He is also a pawn. You shouldn't believe him. Zhenling gritted his teeth and roared from the bottom of his heart. He has very little information on extinction, But it can also be found that the other party is not simple at all. At first, he was the second strongest in Morwa time and space, a half-step 7 tribulations realm strong. Morwa time and space is a long river of medium time and space. It is very good to have a 7 tribulation realm powerhouse in countless times. With the appearance of the gods, many people originally thought that Morwa's time and space would expand and become a dazzling river of time and space in the starry sky. The result eventually died. Behind all this, I am afraid that there is a plan for extinction. Although I don't know what the other party promised to the original god, but looking at it now, the of the time clearly believe the other person. And the few people taken away by extinction are also very subtle. Among the 3 true kings that the Chishan abandoned the way of devouring, 2 of them are still alive, or from another perspective, both are still alive. Mountain King, Ancient King, Demon King. Shanjun's body was decomposed at the beginning, and besides Shanjun, 4 demon masters were separated. There were only 2 people who knew of the true spirit, and both were taken away by extinction. And Jiangshang, this heaven-defying practitioner, appeared in the temple of Chishan. He had been on guard since Jiangshang appeared. It didn't appear early, it didn't appear late, but it appeared now. Since Jiangshang was also on the chessboard, Broly was probably the one who died. Among the 4 great secret realms, it is impossible to give birth to a strong robbery realm. The practitioners in the secret realm all have defects, and this cannot be changed, unless it was he who took the initiative to transform the other party's origin. Neither Jiangshang nor Brolita had ever been reformed. This is obviously a place by extinction. Even if Jian Wushuang didn't make a move, he would personally get rid of Broly. But now that Jian Wushuang is taking action, some gossip can be subtracted. He didn't care about this in the past. Today is different from the past. The appearance of extinction is also good and evil. Not only will it threaten the current temple of Chishan, it may also threaten his status. What if the opponent has something to kick him out of the game? When the time comes, it will be unreasonable. Fortunately, he had the foresight and created the Palace of the Elders, holding the inheritors firmly in his own hands. Now the 4 halls, he didn't believe it anymore. Mieshing cooperated with the deity back then. If Bai Yi and the people knew about this, I'm afraid they would really rebel and switch to Mieshing. He has to wait now, wait for the extinction to come true. I am afraid that after the other party leaves, there is no movement, and it is him who is passive. If there is an accident, I will run away. Take the Temple of Chishan to other time and space rivers, exploring the 4 secret realms over and over again, as well as the entire interior of the Chishan Temple. Jinling never rests assured. On the battlefield of the West Coast, there is going to be a peak showdown. Jian Wushuang versus Broly. Now Jian Wushuang is standing at his peak again. His strength is comparable to that of an absolute powerhouse, which sword in his hand can kill the absolute peak. Broly has also reached the perfect body. The potential in the body is fully stimulated, and the change path is displayed to the peak. The combat power has reached the pinnacle of horror, comparable to the ancient powerhouse like Wuzhua, who has practiced for countless years. Jian Wushuang's figure began to flicker, and the speed was beyond imagination. The figure is obviously still in place, but the breath has reached the deepest part of the void. Starry Sky Catalog. Jian Wushuang shouted angrily, and Julian's sword lay in front of him, and the next moment he dived directly into Broly. The first sword. The sword's spirit is vast, and it tilts abruptly. Countless thoughts are trembling. Space changes, time freezes. Broly clenched his fists with both hands and placed it on his waist. With his toes abruptly, he directly smashed the condensed space under his feet and rushed towards Jian Wushuang without any advance. Numerous waves of energy were condensed in his hands, and he kept throwing towards Jian Wushuang. It's just that the speed of the power condensed by these breaths is reduced, which is too slow for Jian Wushuang. Countless huge circular energies are frozen in the void, hanging like the sun and the moon. At the tip of the Jueyun sword, a little starry sky exploded, and the space began to twist from the tremor. Time completely freezes, and it freezes Broly's body. He still has too little control of time, and he can only comprehend some of the profound meanings in the first sword of the starry sky. All he can do is to freeze Broly in the void, and he cannot freeze the opponent's consciousness. so Broly can feel that his speed has slowed down, but his consciousness and thoughts are still moving fast. After being frozen, he burst out with a powerful aura again, trying to break the cage. The body is frozen, but the mind is still there. He escaped from the physical body, and the divine body rushed out with the original source. This scene shocked Jian Wushuang. Two Broly appeared in the frozen void. One is a dim body, who has been abandoned by Broly, and the opponent is very decisive when he arrives. Chapter 55-99. But it is the same now. Without the physical body, it is impossible to stop him by virtue of the divine body. Cut. Jian Wushuang once again exhausted his whole body strength, turning the direction and rushing towards Broly's divine body. The majestic divine body is not constrained by time. Broly also knows that there is no physical presence. He is very fragile now and must break the prohibition here as soon as possible. Although only the divine body is left, the power of each punch still has the highest strength, and it is smashed with one punch, and the void is constantly shattered. In front of Broly, the frozen void was like mirrors. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank, and if this continued, he couldn't attack Broly at all. In addition, the power consumed by this sword was too great, and he couldn't drag the opponent down. Broly, can you only hide? Jian Wushuang was furious, and could only anger the opponent with words, and yelled, "You are not worthy of being a monk or a qualified warrior. You have forgotten Bukun's teachings. Take out all your strength and fight me head-on." Confrontation. He is invincible. This sword is invincible. Broly's eyes changed from white wax to blood red, and the white arc on his body also turned blood. The breath is advancing by leaps and bounds again. This breath made Jian Wushuang feel familiar and terrified. He knows a lot about the powers of the Tribulation Realm, and he has also looked at several powers of the Tribulation Realm, such as Fuigon and other superpowers in the Six Tribulations Realm. He was so familiar with that breath. Broly could still explode, which he did not expect. This time the aura was already comparable to Tribulation Realm. With the sword on the string, he couldn't control that much anymore. Now, even if the leaned over Broly, he would rush over and cut the opponent. This is the only chance. Every time there is only one chance left, he will ask himself in his heart, if this is the last chance in his life, how he can exert his strength beyond his own and win the opponent. If it can't be taken, he will fall. So he must win. Jianjian freezes the void, freezes the time. Now in this void, only the gods of him and Broly can move. Broly transformed again, and after stepping into another realm, there was no violent anger, but a trace of calmness. Facing his strongest sword, he didn't dodge to hide, but faced each other. This is in his arms. The Jueyun sword came in an instant, turning into hundreds of millions of miles in size, facing Broly. The other party wanted to hide now. There was no chance. Jian Wushuang seemed to have seen Broly's fall through time. But at this moment, in the headquarters of the Earth Realm Temple, the true spirit suddenly confused the gods, yelling badly, and rushed towards Jian Wushuang in a hurry. The true spirit shuttles at will in the four great secret realms, and it only takes one breath to reach Jian Wushuang's position. But for the peak power, a breath is still a bit slow. The first sword. Become. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed. This time, he had a lot of insights into the complete display, and the first sword was truly perfected to a perfect state. The space within 1,000,000 miles around turned into a portrait, leaving only a fresh life for him. Broly's breath can no longer be felt. In the portrait, Broly has red hair and a red arc flashing on his body. He stretched out in one hand to pinch Jian Wushuang's Jueyun sword. Really arrogant. Jian Wushuang looked at this scene with disdain in his heart. It's too much to underestimate the power of the starry sky if he tried to block him with in vain. Looking down at his masterpiece, Jian Wushuang was very satisfied. It's just that his Jueyun sword also fell into the portrait this time, becoming a dead thing. But it's not a big deal. He can use the power of life to take it out. It's not difficult. Just as he was about to divide the picture scroll and prepare to accept it, the space that was frozen in the picture scroll began to tremble. And? Jian Wushuang glanced around in surprise. The next moment, his chest burst, and a big hand appeared in front of him at some unknown time. When he reacted and wanted to mobilize the power of life to replenish himself, death had already come, and his power of life was firmly suppressed in the source. That crazy force of death is still devouring his life force. Jian Wushuang opened his mouth and his eyes widened. Life is constantly losing. It's Broly. In other words, it is extinction. Miexing took control of Broly, suddenly shattered his Starry Sky catalog, took the opportunity to sneak attack, and penetrated his chest in one fell swoop. The Candle Dragon's inner armor was completely shattered and turned into fragments. Without a complete source of the Beast God, the Beast God weapon can easily be crushed by a strong robbery. It's easy to resist the extremity, but his face is extinction, the super existence that can confront the true spirit deity head-on. He wanted to transmit the true spirit, but he couldn't do it. This time it was his turn to despair completely. That touch of death power madly swallowed his life. In a trance, he also understood. No wonder, he will evolve from the power of all things to the power of life. And it turns out that he has relative power. You reading www.ukanshu.com. I have now become a stepping stone for others. Space can be combined with time to form space and time. Life combined with death can also form reincarnation. This is not a simple reincarnation. Just like Hui Qing has mastered the Zen machine, it is reincarnation. Now he has caught a glimpse of the true meaning of reincarnation. That is a complete reincarnation. One level with time and space. That is the power beyond the tribulation realm. Is a shortcut to a higher level. Jian Wushuang understood at this moment. However, he discovered that even though the power of death could suppress him, the power contained in it was not as powerful as the extinct deity. Relatively, it is also mutual. If the power of death in the six tribulations realm erodes the power of life, I am afraid that it will be empty, and the opponent is just a group of death power of the highest level. He still has hope. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang used the last thought, went to the sea of his own origin, and condensed into an incarnation. At this time, the sea of his origin, the waves rolled. When his avatar appeared, he happened to see the force of death. The condensed avatar of the life force is the same as the deity's appearance, except that the body exudes a green aura. After the force of death discovered Jian Wushuang's incarnation, he twisted for a while and turned into Jian Wushuang's appearance, only black. Jejia, you can't stop me. Black Jian Wushuang sneered. Jian Wushuang shot directly. This place is the sea of his origin. Can he be threatened by an outsider? You are trying to swallow me in vain. Jian Wushuang shouted angrily and started directly. The two only used their pure power to fight, and they didn't want to fight to the death like the deity, and the secret method was rampant. Chapter 5600. The Purest Death and the Purest Life. This time Jian Wushuang became stronger in Vietnam. It was the fear of death and the desire to treat life. The power of death is different. Can you hear that it's better to die than to live? Jian Wushuang didn't forget his words when he was free. Although death is terrible, it brings fear to people. But the resilience of the life force cannot be exerted without facing death. Now that he is dying head-on, the life force has completely exploded. Give it to me, get out. Jian Wushuang smashed the force of death with a fist, then a flash appeared behind the opponent and another upper knee, directly condensing the force of death to the figure, completely dispelling it. Jian Wushuang, who was holding a rough air, slowly turned his head and found that the black aura had turned into his appearance in a blink of an eye. People are mortal, and some people need a little help. This is a response to him. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and sneered, I don't need your help because my helper has arrived. Outside world. The powerful breath of the true spirit suddenly descended. Extinction, you have crossed the line. An invisible giant hand directly pulled the power of death from Jian Wushuang's body directly through Jian Wushuang. NEI Jian Wushuang in the Sea of Origins breathed a sigh of relief. When the force of death was torn away, a small black snake fell into the sea, and no one noticed it. Jian Wushuang's incarnation directly feeds himself back, completely recovering from his injuries. It's just that the inner armor of the Candle Dragon is over, and there are some fragments left. I don't know if it can be repaired. Having just finished using the Starry Sky catalog, he is now the weakest. Although there is no injury on his body, he cannot mobilize the power of the Starry Sky and cannot enter the strongest state. Now he has only barely reached the fighting power of the Fifth Order Emperor. If there is no power from the Starry Sky, I am afraid that he will have the same combat power, so he can fight for the Sixth Order Emperor with the help of his divine body. Nie Yuan really gave him a piece of Kuei Bao. Zhenling turned his head and glanced at Jian Wushuang, completely shattering the power of death in his hand. Take this person and get out. The true spirit has never been so angry. Because of the extinction, it has seriously interfered with the inside of the Qixin Temple. Moreover, the power in Jian Wushuang's body is the opposite of mission, which is probably part of the plan. The extinct deity did not completely come, but the power of death remaining in Broly's body was at work. Wow! From Broly's origin, a dark shadow appeared. It is extinction. You found all of this. Mie Sheng leaked a smile, and then a black halo covered Broly with a wave of his hand. Broly's divine body and physical body reunited, but now he fell into a deep sleep. Zhenling stood in front of Jian Wushuang, staring at all this without saying anything. Jian Wushuang was a little unwilling and said, "My lord, you can't let them go. It's better to kill the Dharmakaya of Broly and Miesheng. Wouldn't it be a pity to let him go like this? Little guy, a Broly will scare you." Miesheng cast a bad look. Broly's change really scared Jian Wushuang to pick it up. Jiang Shang was abnormal enough and couldn't let go of another enemy. Zhenling shook his head and said, "Before I don't regret it, let's go quickly." It's not that the true spirit is soft-hearted, but he can't make the move first. A will in my heart firmly suppressed him. It was a huge fragment of memory, a fragment of the goddess. This has not yet merged that piece of fragment. It can interfere with his consciousness. If it is merged, I am afraid that the current temple of the gods is already in charge. Miesheng also saw the true face of the true spirit entangled and reminded, "You are the true spirit of the Salvo Hall, and part of the gods, don't forget." This can be regarded as a mistake in the original plan between him and the god. Unexpectedly, when the true spirit appears, there will be independent consciousness. Otherwise, the plan will be even smoother than it is now. It is precisely because of the independent consciousness that the true spirit really hated the way of swallowing and hated Jian Wushuang at the beginning. Miesheng took Broly and walked away in the channel opened by the true spirit. The channel eventually healed again. The extinction that left the temple of Qixin appeared on the top of the universe. At the foot is a circular universe, standing on a huge celestial body, the extinct law body cursed. Because this place is not a primitive universe, and even the temple of Qixin is not a long river of time and space. The two of them had just appeared, and a team of foreign powerhouses wearing strange armors moved in this direction. This time and space can be more powerful than the long river of time and space where the original universe is located. Even more powerful than the original Morwa time and space several times. Wait, fellow Dao. The extinct law body has a back, instantly raising its power to the tribulation realm, and I want to talk to this team of experts. The leading scorpion woman wearing a purple armor swayed her tail. She was a superb scorpion race. After discovering that extinction is a realm, there is no trace of fear, but a bit of fun. You dare to break into my scorpion human race's nest-covering universe. You are so bold. These powerful patrols of them are all emperors. It doesn't mean that there are no strong people in the robbery realm, and they are here. When the extinction was just discovered, there was a strong man who exceeded the 5 tribulations realm, and he began to descend. A huge shadow enveloped everyone. Subordinates pay homage to the general. After sending away the extinction, Zhenling's complexion eased a bit. It was not all because of the memory fragments in his body interfering with him just now, but the backlash that he opened up a channel to other time and space, which brought him back. This was also an experiment, so I took Broly to practice with Miesheng. There shouldn't be any problems with maintaining the channel between two people. But this is not enough. It is impossible to send away the Temple of Fortune God, but he can send away several trusted inheritors in the Temple of Fortune God, and he can still do it. For example, Jian Wushuang right now. Jian Wushuang, Have you ever thought of leaving here? Zhenling's sudden words shocked Jian Wushuang. Thinking that Zhenling didn't want him anymore, he hurriedly bowed to show his loyalty. Okay, I didn't mean that. Right now you have also seen that the extinction is for you, and the Temple of Qixin is not important anymore. Zhenling told the truth. Jian Wushuang could also feel it. After all, it was the road of reincarnation, comparable to the road of time and space. If this is to allow extinction to succeed, Qixin Temple, it really doesn't matter. No one knows what will become of the strength of extinction at that time. After Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief, he respectfully said, "It's all up to the adults to decide. After joining the Tao, I will give you a chance after joining the Tao, and then I will leave the Temple of Qixin for a while," Zhenling said slowly with his hands behind his back. Now Jian Wushuang's strength, although he has the ability to protect himself when traveling to other time and space, it is still too weak. At least you must go out after the success of the harmony. Chapter 5601. Jian Wushuang knew in his heart that after he joined forces, the true spirit of the calculation would not let him out. He wanted to go out for a while. Now it is to his liking. After making the plan, Jian Wushuang asked again with doubts, "My lord, if you go out, wouldn't it be right to meet extinction? The current extinction is in the primitive universe. Even if he travels to the long river of time and space, he may not be able to escape the palm of his hand. Unless you leave this long river of time and space, I will send you to other time and space rivers, but the more powerful time and space rivers. When you go there, you don't need to have any worries. Strive to enter some powerful forces. The stronger the better. With your talent, it should be no problem. It's to explore the way for the Temple of Qixin." After understanding the layout of the extinction, the true spirit no longer dared to plunder the tester from the outside world. If he cultivated a few more chess pieces, he would just lose his wife and break down. Jian Wushuang nodded when he heard it. There was no problem with this. Going to a stronger time and space. Maybe if you are lucky, you can still reach the time and space of Teacher Xianyi. Work hard. There is not much help that Qixin Temple can give. You will need to work hard in the future. Zhenling left after a few words of encouragement. Jian Wushuang was left standing alone. Zhenling's last words were humble. The treasures of the Qixin Temple are far more than these. He just got a source of everything. After Mo Luo found that there was no movement, he rushed to this side for the first time and found Jian Wushuang still alive, and he was relieved. "Young master." Mo Luo respectfully stood aside. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and said, "Get a flying treasure, go to the nearest teleportation formation, and return to the heavens. The boundary is considered complete. I am afraid there will be nothing to miss in the future. Going back to the heavens early to prepare for harmony is the key. With the origin of all things, he can raise the power of life to a new level, and the realm of black holes can also break through in one fell swoop." The two went to the boundary in a high-key manner, and finally left in a low-key manner. The outside world also left a seed for Jian Wushuang. The mighty long river of time and space. The vast starry sky. Hidden too many secrets, he wants to explore one by one. Looking for Teacher Xuanyi to solve the unsolved mystery. Before embarking on a new journey, he still needs a lot of preparation. After returning to the heavens, without any hesitation, he went straight to the Senate Palace. The last time he left the Senate Palace, he was beaten away by Wuzhua. This time Wuzhua and the three palace owners personally greeted him. And Wuzhua was at the forefront because of his closest relationship. Although the two hadn't met for a few days, the other party still showed a look they hadn't seen in many years, and excitedly welcomed Jian Wushuang's return. The three palace masters even put their stature to the lowest. Even Changfeng's sword god was all smiles, knowing that Jian Wushuang killed his own brother. Forgot after so little time? But it's right to think about it, since the plan for that time has been fully revealed. The sword Changfeng hates Wuzhua as well, and will never resent Jian Wushuang. And he didn't believe that Jian Wushuang could kill Tai San. I'm afraid that Wuzhua shot secretly. Now he is very passive. Among the three palace masters, Qingyo still made money as before. He didn't lose, and when others lost, he still didn't lose. Always stand in a neutral position. Palace Master Lu Hua was the right treasure, This time he was the most happy. On the first day of return, entertainment is inevitable. Some acquaintances in the Senate also came to congratulate Qiu Huang, the old man with horns, and those ancient Fifth Order emperors of the primitive universe. But now it's not as simple as the Fifth Order emperor. Following Wan Yin, Dongsheng, and him, there are also several Fifth Order emperors who have also entered under the three bridges where the demon god general is seated, and have received quite a lot of goods. Many have entered the Sixth Order emperor. Wan Yin and Dongsheng, who were the first to enter, entered the Sixth Order emperor even earlier. However, these people all admire Jin Wushuang. A Taoist monarch can kill Tai San. As for the battle between the human realm and the earth realm, it had been blocked long ago, and they didn't even know it. It still stays at the level of Jin Wushuang beheading the Sixth Order emperor. If they knew that Jin Wushuang could kill even Zhu Dian now, he didn't know what he would think. Everyone, I'm sorry everyone, the origin of everything in the North Watchtower. Jin Wushuang also rarely pretended to be confused for a while, and talked about this matter. The North Tower was originally a holy place for all practitioners, because he is about to stop now. After Dong Sheng heard it, he stood up and said, Wushuang Taoist friends do not want to say, the strong is respected. This is what you deserve, and you also personally committed the risk, completely eradicating that. The base camp of the Shadow Sect, so much credit plus your strength. All of this is what you should have got. There is nothing right or wrong. Dong Sheng is right, brother Wushuang. I stand by you. Wan Yin also followed. Those veterans who had a good relationship with Jin Wushuang also spoke. In fact, the origin of everything, he doesn't need to swallow all of it. Only half is needed, but the remaining half is useless. The North Watchtower had to stop. Seeing the sincerity of these people, Jin Wushuang waved his big hand, said, Everyone, I would like to take out 1/3 of the origin of everything and reward everyone. Since pretending to be confused, simply be generous for a while. He ate meat and let these people drink some soup. After everyone heard it, naturally they were not hypocritical, and they were overjoyed. 1/3 of the origin of everything, that's a lot. It is distributed to everyone, which is more than what you can get by breaking through a dozen or so floors of the North Watchtower. Jin Wushuang got up and said, Now I'm going to divide it. He is so selfless this time, and he has some selfishness in his heart. After he got together, he was leaving. Leave the universe that protects him. Leave the Temple of Qishan. In the outside world now, apart from the true monarch who was suppressed, there is also extinction. I don't know if the original universe can survive. According to his guess, the passage of Dayanhuan is in the Daisai domain. If extinction follows the passage and enters the divine power universe, I am afraid that the home world will be over. Even if Mieshing disdained to do this, I am afraid that after the true monarch breaks free from the restriction, he will swallow the primitive universe wildly, and it will be finished by then. In the future, these people will have to guard the primitive universe. Now it's okay to take advantage of it and treat it a bit. Speaking of Zhengnong, Jin Wushuang led everyone directly to the North Tower. There will be no chance in the future. Everyone has no confidence to break through. You can go and try. Jin Wushuang was not in a hurry, and there was nothing to do a few years later. After everyone heard it, their hands were really itchy, and they entered the North Watchtower one after another. Even if there is no number of times, Jin Wushuang also gave the opponent the number of times to break through the level and enter at will. Anyway, the origin of everything is his, and the three palace masters naturally have no opinion. The veteran who guarded this place sighed in his heart when he looked at Jin Wushuang, who was full of spirits. Chapter 5602. Once an ordinary to no more ordinary tester, from the end to the peak. Thinking back to the meeting when he had just entered the Temple of Qishan, he was only the third-ranked Dayan immortal, and now he has become a peerless Daojun. Compared with other Taoists who are more against the sky, his advancement speed may not be too fast, but the increase in combat power can definitely be ranked in the forefront. Now his true combat power can be cut with a single sword. Among the inheritors, only Shang can be compared with him. When Shang entered the Temple of Qishan, he was already the Fifth Order Ultimate Emperor. After Jin Wushuang joins the Tao, he will become the true number 1 inheritor, the undisputed number 1 regardless of potential or strength. Familiar figures entered the North Tower. Most of the inheritors here are powerhouses above Tier 4 monarchs. After those Fifth-Order emperors entered the Temple of Chishan, many people now go to the Tomb God Mountain. They go quickly and come back quickly. After all, the resources of the Tomb Mountain are limited, and it is impossible to leave so many inheritors at the same time. Survival of the fittest. Wu's figure walked out of the North Tower, with some smiles leaking out of his face. 75 floor. Over. Congratulations, Brother Wuzwa. Jin Wushuang nodded. Wuzwa didn't change his face and said loudly, compared with you, it's still a little far behind. I only broke through the 5th floor. No one can break your record so far. I'm lucky too, Jin Wushuang said modestly. Now he is facing harmony and gradually begins to calm down. In the past fierce, now introverted. This is also the performance of accumulating. Don't you try? Wuzwa asked curiously. He knew that Jin Wushuang's strength was not that simple. When he killed Taisan, Jin Wushuang already had the power of a Tier 6 top emperor. Now that so many years have passed, I am afraid that the combat power has reached the 6th order peak. In the North Tower, it is possible to reach the 60th floor. Don't worry, let them play first. Jin Wushuang didn't care. It may be helpful for others to rush to the North Tower, but for him, it has no effect. The origin of everything belongs to him. Now his demand for the origin of all things is not so great. After he becomes the emperor, the condensed origin of all things will probably be no weaker than all things in the universe. More importantly, he holds the power of life, which is stronger than the origin of all things. Swish. The ranking of the North Watchtower is constantly changing. Because it was the last time the North Watchtower was opened, everyone worked hard, and many people successfully broke through. There is also an acquaintance of Jin Wushuang, who even broke through the 3 levels, refreshed his own record, and also refreshed the record of the 5th Order Emperor. Ji Chaoyang. The proud young man who met on the primordial star is now a powerful 5th Order Ultimate Emperor. Although he is not the ultimate way to perfection, he is also the ultimate emperor who succeeded in joining the Tao when he reached the 8th floor. He is the same as Shang level. The least achievement in the future is also an absolute strong. Moreover, he really got the inheritance of the gods on the Tomb Mountain, and he is now a candidate for the gods. Haha, my son is extremely talented. A middle-aged man who looks very similar to Ji Chaoyang. He said nothing, boasting about Ji Chaoyang's performance in the North Tower with his friends next to him. This person is the original universe, the emperor of the Ji family dynasty. Originally just a 4th Order Emperor, now he is the 5th Order Peak Emperor. Ji-san, you gave birth to a good son. Many people came forward to congratulate. Someone sighed in the corner. Jin Wushuang spotted the sighing 5th Order Peak Emperor at a glance. The father of God Emperor Mo Long? In Primordial Star, Jin Wushuang faced his strongest opponent, Mo Long, at that time. The opponent was absolutely powerful and treasure, beyond imagination. It's a pity that he fell in the battle of the Devouring Demon Siege. Otherwise, it is also a 4th Order Emperor, or even a 5th Order Emperor. Fight. Chance. All will fall, no one can blame this. Jin Wushuang also stepped forward, congratulating Ji Chaoyang. The relationship between the two is pretty good. Brother Wushuang. Ji Chaoyang was also very excited. The 5th Order Emperor had reached the 57th floor. Already have Tier 6 top combat power. Jin Wushuang patted the opponent on the shoulder and said, "Step into the 6th Order Emperor early, and you will have the opportunity to go to the secret realm together in the future. Well, when the time comes, pull Huiqing up, let's be together." Ji Chaoyang just said, thinking of something. The joy on his face also pulled down. Huiqing is now sent to the Tomb Mountain by Zhenling. Still asleep, it is not so easy to wake up. The injury was too serious. After all, it is not bad to resist the Palace Master Qinglong. It will be good to be alive. It will take a while to recover, but I don't know if True Spirit has that kind of grudge against Huiqing. Ji Chaoyang's father was even more delighted to see that his son had a very good relationship with Jin Wushuang, the man of the day. Now Jin Wushuang is in control of the origin of everything, and he is willing to give them 1/3 of the old guys. Of course, he has to flatter himself. Jin Wushuang nodded, replied, "It will." As for the origin of everything, of course it is equally divided. Since it is wooing people, it must be fair. Otherwise, it will be counterproductive. In the future, the original universe will change, and those who are less powerful will have complaints even if they let them desperately. In one day, millions of inheritors and indigenous emperors all made it through, and they were all promoted to the extreme. Some people even made it several times in a row, completely squeezing their own potential. Everyone is waiting for Jian Wushuang in a tacit understanding. One is to wait for Jian Wushuang to divide the origin of everything, and the other is to see Jian Wushuang make another breakthrough. Back then, it was rumored that Jian Wushuang had cut triathlon, and they all assumed that Wu Zhuo was secretly engaged in the ghost, but now it is the best verification. It was the sword Changfeng who was most embarrassed. Regardless of whether Jian Wushuang broke through or not, he was extremely embarrassed. He broke through, proving that Jian Wushuang did kill Tai San by his own hands. Everyone, give me a quarter of an hour. Jian Wushuang's breath suddenly rose, and his robe flew like a devil. This is the last time I rushed to the North Tower. When he first rushed in, he realized the power of life. He still values the North Watchtower. Maybe there will be some surprises this time. I wish Wushuang brother another success. Everyone watched Jian Wushuang enter the teleportation formation of the North Tower, and they were all waiting. Dongxing even made a huge case out of thin air, flipped his hand and took out 100 squares of universe crystal and patted it on the case, saying loudly, "Everyone, I can beat Wushuang brother. I can break 10 more layers." He said this, although some people were taken aback first, but fortunately, Wanyan cooperated well and immediately jumped out. "Then I will beat brother Wushuang. No more than 10 floors." After speaking, he also took out 100 square cosmic crystals. Chapter 5603. The eyes of everyone watching this scene are enthusiastic. That is the universe crystal. The ordinary 6th Order Emperor can't take it out at all. Only Zhu Dian has it. Only some 6th Order Emperors among the inheritors took the shot. Upon seeing this, Wu Zhuo directly took out 1,000 square cosmic crystals, attracting countless enviable eyes. "I will play with you too." The 3 palace masters all ended. Some powerful 6th Order Emperors didn't hesitate to take out universe crystals one after another to play with them. After all, it's a lifetime. Haha, there is still something to be pressed. Now it is over 10 layers, but there are twice the odds. Dongshang was very happy. After so many cosmic crystals, how could he not prepare? I've asked Jian Wushuang privately if he can exceed 10 floors. Jian Wushuang had already traversed more than 50 floors and added 10 more, but it was more than 60, and he had absolute strength. In the eyes of some people, this is simply impossible. In addition to Dongxing, these 6th Order Peak Emperors in the absolute top. On the other side, for the weaker 5th Order Emperors, they also opened a handicap. This move is so lively. Compared with the outside world, there is deathly tranquility in the North Tower. The black-robed man with 6 sharp knives in his hand could not move and was frozen again. This time, Jian Wushuang carefully observed the all-thing star and finally killed the opponent's soul with a sword. 55 floors, 56 floors, 57 floors. Except for the number 1, everyone just blinked. Only one sword can solve the opponent. How could you? After several breaths, Jian Wushuang had already stepped into the 60th floor. It has already represented the ultimate combat power. The current Jian Wushuang, under normal circumstances, can burst out of the first to the top of the battle power. With the help of the power of the starry sky, it can reach the top of the top for a short time. In the normal state, Jian Wushuang could reach the 63rd floor. Outside world. From noisy to deposition. Everyone held their breath. After another level, the emperors who could not break through 10 levels with Jian Wushuang were about to go bankrupt. Ding! The number next to Jian Wushuang's name changed again. 64th floor passed. Jian Wushuang's strongest combat power under normal conditions could only barely reach this level. But this is not the end. Clenched fists with both hands, and thought to touch the mysterious starry sky. A vast force came in an instant, lifting his breath to the extreme. This is based on Broly's changes and improved. There are also secrets contained in the eternal changes. He created a starry sky catalog, so he can't just do it with a sword. So use this trick to improve yourself through the power in the star catalog. Although it was short, it was able to increase his strength several times. In the light blue starry sky, extremely powerful, and the superficial power surrounding Jian Wushuang's body can produce an electric arc that extinguishes the void. Now Jian Wushuang is no longer as simple as an absolute top. If you use the universe, I'm afraid you will be able to enter the peak state for a short time. You still have a backhand. The Guardian was about to collapse. When he met Jian Wushuang for the first time, he was ravaged. He wanted to get it back later, but Jian Wushuang didn't give him a chance at all. After such a long time, I finally waited until Jian Wushuang entered the North Tower again, but it turned out to be continuously crushed just after he entered. And this time, Jian Wushuang's realm remained unchanged. He was still a Taoist. Exit, Jian Wushuang pointed out, and an aurora shot directly killed the opponent. Only 6 sharp knives fell to the ground. The space changes again. To maintain this peak state, there is probably only a stick of incense time. These times are enough for him to reach the 70th floor. At this time, the outside spectators were already surprised and couldn't close their mouths from ear to ear. Is this Tao Monarch? Dongsheng himself felt incredible. Although he knew that Jian Wushuang could enter the 60th floor, he did not expect Jian Wushuang to be so perverted that he broke through to the 70th floor in one fell swoop. He suddenly regretted that he had long known whether Jian Wushuang would be able to break through the 15th floor. The 3 palace owners felt incredible. A Taoist monarch can actually be comparable to the best. This is the real leap. It's a big step. In ancient times, I have never heard of such a peerless figure. If the great Emperor Jueyan was a mountain that couldn't be crossed in the top of the mountain, then Jian Wushuang was a mountain in the eyes of Dao Jun. At present, the most heaven-defying ultimate Taoist of the Tomb Mountain, it is not bad to be comparable to the 5th Order Emperor, but Jian Wushuang can be comparable to the absolute peak, and even has the ultimate peak of combat power. Iron Sword is even more frizzy. Fortunately, he is more aware of current affairs. Not to mention how strong Jian Wushuang will be after he Dao, I am afraid that he can be killed now. Among the 3 palace masters, the only one who can compare with Jian Wushuang is Qingyou. Although Palace Master Lu Hua's strength is not bad, it may be a problem that he can't reach the 70th floor. If you can say that Jian Wushuang can stabilize the pressure, it will be nothing. It's still going on. Ji Chaoyang was even more excited, and couldn't help but reminded, Brother Wushuang, still rushing? 71 floor. This time, it's not that easy. Jian Wushuang's breath continued to decrease, and the time to maintain his peak state was approaching. When he was not a last resort, he didn't want to use any sword. I thought you could not use up your power. The Guardian of the Black Robe, the 6 sharp knives used without flaws, directly suppressed Jian Wushuang. Although ridiculed, he had to admit that this was the greatest Taoist he had ever seen. It was even more against the sky than the great Emperor Jueyan back then. The Emperor, at any rate, has mastered the origin of space. If it was recognized by the origin of time in advance, it would indeed be against the sky. But Jian Wushuang, a Taoist monarch, could achieve this level. No one can guarantee that he is not the next Jueyan Great Emperor. Perhaps, the next time Jian Wushuang came, he would really be able to keep going. The 99th floor will be cleared sooner or later. Broken! Jian Wushuang roared, and directly drew out the Jueyan sword, pierced 6 sharp knives with one sword, and directly shook the opponent apart. He was panting at the same time. In fact, according to his combat power, he could reach the 73rd or even the 74th floor. However, there is too little time to maintain this peak state. Every time you pass the level, there will be a short stay time, which wastes a lot of energy. On the 71st floor, the journey was a bit unsuccessful, even a little reluctant. But on the 72nd floor, Jian Wushuang had absolute confidence, and one sword would pass. One trick, eat all over the sky. He really never lost this sword. The time he dealt with Broly, if it hadn't been extinct, he would have cut Broly a long time ago. Call. The space on the 73rd floor hadn't arrived yet. Jian Wushuang directly chose to admit defeat. Time to leave. After using which sword, he no longer has any backhand. As for Enyan Universe, It is still useful in the first few layers, and the follow-up help is not big. After Jian Wushuang left, the Guardian was shocked. At the Sword of 72, he didn't have any power to fight back and was completely crushed. Chapter 5604. Even at the 7th or 5th floor, he might not be able to take any sword. The first sword of the Star Catalog, after all, was able to slay a strong man like Broly. At that time, Broly was already able to rival Wuzhua. After 72 floors, there is no problem naturally. After returning to the main hall, countless people looked at them, shocked and incredible in their eyes. From now on, no one would dare to question Jian Wushuang. If you add a time limit, I am afraid that after countless epochs, or in another era, someone will remember Jian Wushuang's name. Invincible Dao Jun. The origin of all things has been divided into millions of shares, and he has also achieved everyone's share, distributing to those strong, although some are not enough. But for the 5th Order Emperor and the 4th Order Emperor, it is a great opportunity. While grateful to Jian Wushuang in their hearts, they are also working hard towards Jian Wushuang. Before Jian Wushuang retreats, he also talked a lot with Dongshang's veteran powerhouses and talked about the current situation in the primitive universe. Let them always pay attention. He knows a lot, but he can say very little. He just threatened the Demon Lord to say it again. In case the other party really unlocked the restriction ahead of time, then there would be no Tribulation Realm in the Qixin Temple, but it would be embarrassing, and could only watch the Demon Lord go to slaughter and devour it. But according to the true spirit, among the 3 true kings, the Mountain King disintegrated, and the Demon King was suppressed. The strength has dropped a lot, and the strongest is the ancient monarch who was suppressed in the depths of the first prison. His strength is preserved intact, at least 6 Calamity Realm combat power. Even if the demon ruler releases the restriction, I am afraid that the 3 Tribulations Realm would be considered good. But even so, no one is an opponent in the Temple of Qixin now. The true spirit couldn't get out at all, and the law body that got out was too weak. The Zhuangzhong who took refuge in the true spirit was only in a catastrophe state, and his strength was not enough. They have to rely on these inheritors. In addition to the threat on the surface, there is also the extinction. The opponent came for his life force. The collision of death and life, the plans of countless epochs, are all for him. He has to be more careful. After returning to the familiar Dongfu, it was empty. Jian Wushuang crossed his knees on the futon at random and began to count the treasures available to him. There are many treasures that can quickly improve his strength, and all of these can be used. The stronger the strength, the more sure. Universe Crystal, 300,000 square meters. Jian Wushuang nodded. In front of him, a high mountain appeared, and the whole body was cosmic crystal. Originally intended to swallow these cosmic crystals, but after having the origin of all things, it would be faster to swallow the origin. These cosmic crystals are hard-won, and it will not be too late to wait for him to become the emperor. 2/3 of the origin of everything. A magnificent source, the source of the original of all things. The origin of the 6 Tribulations Realm powerhouse. It's his now. He is very close to the realm of the black hole, and swallowing these origins is enough for him to break through. He stretched out one hand and gently touched the origin of all things. His spiritual knowledge opened up, and the vastness of all things went directly into the body. In just an instant, his body swelled in a circle. This source is too pure. Jian Wushuang couldn't take it anymore, and stopped quickly. The origin of all things was moved directly into the sea of his origin. It would take a long time to swallow the origin, and he couldn't waste this time. It would be nice to be responsible for devouring a clone. He has more important things to do. The chess record, the Guantian chessboard, and the inheritance of the first true king need to wait for him to practice after he arrives at the emperor, but this is not in a hurry. Right now, he needs to comprehend the power given to him by the Starry Sky Atlas. The power of the stars. This is not the power of Jidao, but the power of Kendo. Star Kendo. This can be regarded as Nye Yuan's inheritance. In other words, Nye Yuan got the Starry Sky inheritance and gave it to him. It's just a pity that Nye Yuan's strength and potential are too weak, which sword directly caused Nye Yuan to die. If he had his strength, I am afraid it would not fall. Even if he can use which sword he can use now, The backlash that it can bring requires him to stop for an hour, not only to replenish his life force. This was because he had mastered the power of life. If he didn't have the power of life, I am afraid that he would die just like Nye Yuan's fate. He didn't grasp the power of the starry sky at all, just borrowed it, or even used it stealthily. Naturally, it will be backlashed. Moreover, the power of the starry sky, with its own origin of time and space, is very difficult for him to bear, let alone the two together. The first sword. Jian Wushuang used his swordsmanship in mind, and with a sword out, his whole body languished. Puff. This time, he was directly backlashed and seriously injured. The power of mind alone cannot mobilize this power at all. No, the realm is still too bad. Let's try again after the black hole realm. Jian Wushuang shook his head. His current realm is indeed too low. The power of the starry sky is simply not understood. Simply creating a sword is only with a little power. The power of the starry sky when upgrading oneself is even more crude. Kendo still needs to be released. Otherwise, he will fall into his own hands no matter how he plays. It is better to study first how to use the power of the starry sky in oneself. You read the book www.ukanshu.com and then go dedicated to Kendo. Previously, he had done it the other way around. First, he used the power of the starry sky on the sword, and then used it on himself. Mind force moved. A group of weak starry sky power appeared at the fingertips, and at a glance, there was no boundary in sight. With his eyes now, he can see space carefully, and even his thoughts can perceive time. But he couldn't see through the power of the starry sky. Although it is only a trace, a small group of cohesion. Jian Wushuang saw a huge universe from it. Looking closer, the universe continues to disperse. He didn't stop until he was groggy. Can't see through. Only one universe can be seen. Who would have thought that just such a little power of the starry sky contained a universe, even more than one universe? The mystery of the starry sky is not what he can imagine. In the subsequent time, Jian Wushuang has been obsessed with it. He Dao is not a day or two. He needs to be fully prepared. He got the Dao from the starry sky, and perhaps the chance of being in harmony is also in the starry sky. Everything is possible. In the cave, the eternal unchanging. Outside the cave, there was a change every day. The number of testers gradually decreased, and the number of inheritors began to stabilize. The number of people remains the same, and the resources of the tomb mountain remain the same. This is good news for those who inherit it. It's terribly bad news for the real spirit. In the long river of time and space outside the original universe, I don't know when it started, and there appeared a hall exactly like the Temple of Qishan. That great hall stood in the long river of time and space, and the movement made was bigger than that of the Qishan temple. It is directly open to the strong in the long river of time and space. Obviously, it was made by extinction. Chapter 5605. Temple of Destruction. After realizing the discovery, the true spirit directly issued the death order, and all the emperors who entered the Temple of Destroying the World were killed. The Temple of Destruction and the Temple of Qishan are also enemies of life and death. Although the inheritors didn't know much, they didn't think it was a bad thing. Especially Shang. He rose up and went directly to the long river of time and space to provoke the Temple of Destruction. In just one epoch, the strong who appeared in the Temple of Destruction were no weaker than the inheritors cultivated in the Temple of Qishan. A large number of ultimate emperors have appeared. The momentum of opposition to the Temple of Qishan is unstoppable. And all this has nothing to do with Jian Wushuang. He has been unable to retreat, but the outside world has not changed his legend. Even many people think that he has succeeded in harmony. Jian Wushuang thinks too. It's just that when he comprehended the power of the starry sky, he just didn't pay attention and passed an era. There is no trace of time, but a long time has passed. The four secret realms are completely unified, without any resistance. Most of today's inheritors have entered the primitive universe. Although the Temple of Qishan no longer absorbs trialers, those inheritors go to the primitive universe and even go to other universes, opening the mountain gates, as if they were opening a mountain and establishing a sect. These inheritors of them can be regarded as a generation of disciples. The second generation disciples are the strong ones taught by the inheritors. This is also something that true spirit acquiesces. The appearance of the Temple of Destruction has disrupted the plan of the gods and can only be changed temporarily, but the effect is not bad. This long river of time and space has entered the era of great explosions. The first era is the first glimpse of the universe. The second era is the era of the appearance of the Temple of Fortune. This era is very short and very glorious. The third era is the era when the two palaces compete. Both parties have continuously invested a lot of resources, which has thoroughly stimulated the potential of this long river of time and space. In the past, the era when the Fifth Order emperors were all strong men had already retreated. Now traversing the long river of time and space, you are not a Sixth Order emperor. You are embarrassed to say that you are a strong man. It can already be seen that in the future, there will be some strong men who are against the sky in this long river of time and space. The time for an epic is not enough. There were many superpowers in the first era, but there was still not one in the tribulation realm. Originally, everyone was most optimistic about Shang. After all, the first ultimate emperor, in the end, there was no movement after an era, has been looking for the absolute top of the temple of destroying the world to fight, and there is no sign of breaking through. But the strength is powerful and terrifying, and he has faintly become the number one strong in the long river of time and space. And this long river of time and space has also been crowned by people. Although it is not the name of the strong, it is related to the two halls. Destroying chi time and space. When this name appeared, the true spirit almost went directly to the Temple of Destruction, but the more he thought about it, the more he was afraid. The original prediction was too accurate. Really want to destroy the Temple of Qi. Compared with the outside world, Jin Wushuang's deposition is also very magnificent. In the power of the starry sky, he looked down at the starry sky, uncomfortable. Now he has created two pinnacle secret methods by virtue of the power of the stars. The Starry Sky Catalog, the kendo that contains the power of the starry sky. The Eternal Change contains the change road of the power of the starry sky. In the past, when he was promoted to the peak state, he could only maintain a stick of incense, but now he can maintain it for an hour. This is only the first change in the Eternal Change. After he becomes the emperor, he will continue to walk this way. As for the star catalog, he didn't study much, but continued to perfect the first sword. Now the backlash time brought to him is gradually shortening. He can even rely on the power of life to make up for the backlash, but the price is that he can't use the second sword within an hour. But this is a huge success. In this way, after he casts the first sword of the star catalog, he can still maintain his peak state. It won't be a direct realm drop after finishing the first sword as before. In this era, he received a lot of goods. The space realm has reached the black hole realm. The dream black hole realm finally arrived. Moreover, more than half of the origin of all things is left. After he is in harmony, he can devour it, and he can fight for the peak of the black hole realm. He is not yet in harmony, and he is thinking about how to become a catastrophe. The space is perfect, the peak secret method. He is now considered preliminary. After joining the Tao, relying on the power of the stars, you can practice the pinnacle secret to completion. It is the easiest space to step into the universe. It is also his greatest support to improve his strength. Once he has mastered the universe, his thoughts about the universe will turn into the real universe. Plus the power of life. Jin Wushuang has already begun to yearn for it. If the universe created by his mind can give birth to life, doesn't it mean that he can open up the universe? But one thing is trouble. There is vitality, but there is no origin. This is not good either. Can't let him use the power of all things to evolve the origin of all things. This will reduce his strength instead. Guantian chessboard. Jin Wushuang's eyes lit up, and he thought a little. Many of his origins are in the Guantian chessboard. If the Guantian chessboard is integrated into the universe and cooperates with his life force, can't the chess pieces on it be resurrected? If this were the case, Jin Wushuang could have imagined that when he was at war with people in the future, a group of powerful men would fly out on the Guantian chessboard. After swallowing his saliva, he is not thinking about it. All this is coming soon, Let the strength prove it. Hadao is right in front of you. Exit. Westbound. Wow. He directly tore the space and appeared above Yuanyang Lake. Nianli glanced around, frowning. What about people? Jin Wushuang asked in surprise. He found that the powerhouse in the entire Yuan Elder Palace was at least 99% less, and they are all unfamiliar faces. Just when he was puzzled, a figure came in front of him. The person here was Wuzhua, but it was just a Dharmakaya of Wuzhua. Nowadays, the long river of time and space is opposed to the Temple of Destruction, and there are frequent battles. His deity needs to sit in the outside world. Now the two halls are fighting each other with the universe as the unit. Wushuang, I thought you were going to retreat this time, and you are ready to join the road directly. Wu's was said with a light smile. Jin Wushuang shook his head and replied, before he joins the road, I really need to go to the Mahayana Lingshan in the west. That's right. So I will help you transmit your voice to the ancestors of Mahayana Lingshan. Let them come directly. Wu's was said that he was still so domineering, asking for help, but he had to let the other person come directly. Although Jin Wushuang was a little uncomfortable, he was still very grateful, but this time he was going to go personally. It was a matter of great importance and could not be willful, so he declined Wu's kindness and asked about the current situation. The strong people in the Senate Palace have dropped sharply, and it seems that the strong people in the Senate Palace are all indigenous emperors. After hearing Jin Wushuang's doubts, Wu's were recounted the big and small things that happened in this era. Chapter 5606. Temple of Destroying the World. Jin Wushuang's eyes shrank and his voice trembled. He can be absolutely sure that this is definitely caused by extinction. Now the outside world is indeed chaotic. Fortunately, Jin Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief as the opponent stood in the bright spot. As long as the other party is in the bright spot, he is not afraid. I was afraid that the other party kept hiding, so he didn't dare to go out. Even so, he would not leave the Temple of Qishan. What if extinction is waiting for him? He didn't dare to take risks, so he should follow the instructions of the real spirit. Brother Wuzhua, then I will leave first. Maybe I won't come to the Yuan Lao Palace again for a long time in the future. Everything is cherished. Jin Wushuang clasped his fists. The other party did not help him less. He also remembered the other's kindness. It seemed that Wu's was still failed to become the lord of the palace, and was still the lord of the Hall of Law Enforcement. But now that the outside world is so chaotic, the status of the lord of the Hall of Law Enforcement is probably not much weaker than the lord of the palace. After the success of the harmony, he will go to the Tomb Mountain, and then it is estimated that he will leave this long river of time and space. It may not be easy to meet again. Wu's was seemed to understand, too, holding his fists in the same way. But this time he didn't say much, and said sincerely, the same for you. Then Jin Wushuang pointed his toes, stepped on the void and disappeared in place instantly, heading to the central hall. Standing in the same place, Wuzhua, looking at Jin Wushuang's back, took a while and left like him. During Jin Wushuang's flight, he didn't find the old man with horns. On the contrary, Qiu Huang's law body has been guarding the central hall. After seeing Jin Wushuang, the doppelganger was immediately energetic. Jin Wushuang, Qiu Huang said with a smile, you kid, you are finally out? Jin Wushuang slowly landed, leaking a smile, and walked slowly. The two met, as if they were in Qiu Huangqing for the first time. Sitting on a step indifferently, looking up at Qiu Huang. The other party was already a sixth-order emperor, and I heard that it was a good mix. The deity did not go to the outside world, but went to the realm. After talking for a long time, Jin Wushuang got up to leave. Before entering the teleportation formation, Qiu Huang hesitated and finally stopped Jin Wushuang. Brother Yang fallen? This news comes from half an epoch ago. At that time, the robbing of the universe was the fiercest, and Yang Sanmu was a caster and a sixth-order peak emperor who was transferred from the rear to the front battlefield. This was also his willingness, but it was a pity that he met an extremely strong man. After Jin Wushuang heard the news, he was stunned for a moment. He slowly turned his head and squinted, and saw his Jueyun sword hilt. This was the peerless divine sword that the old man with horns had bought from the Suzaku Palace master at a great price. Who made the hand? Jian Wushuang stood on the spot, leaning back against Qiu Huang, unable to see the expression on his face, but his tone had suddenly dropped to freezing point. Qiu Huang's voice was also a little hoarse. After all, he was an old brother how many years old, and he was also sad. It's Broly, the #1 powerhouse in the Temple of Destruction. Click. Jian Wushuang's footsteps were crisp, and he walked directly onto the teleportation formation, leaving only a short sentence. I will avenge him. This sentence is very decisive and ordinary. It was only when the teleportation array was turned on that Jian Wushuang's complexion in the color channel turned ugly, turned to look at Qiu Huang's position, and roared, I will avenge him. This is cause and effect. At the beginning, he let people kill Broly's father at will, but now Broly kills the sheep 3 Eyes casually. The murderer will always be killed. Can't blame anyone. Only when it happens to someone will there be that anger. Normal world. At the current level, it still cannot be changed. Perhaps they are still just mortals. After understanding the power of the starry sky, he sometimes felt that the universe in which he lived was also a point of condensing in one force. Maybe it is, maybe not. A month later, on the pale yellow mainland in the west, a figure flew without rush or slowness. After entering the Western Territory, Jian Wushuang didn't have trouble riding on the teleportation array, but chose to fly slowly. In the current heaven, too many powerhouses have been drawn. Maybe those strong people also went there voluntarily. Everyone yearns for a bigger world. The true spirit may promise that all the native monarchs who leave the Temple of Qixin can help them repair their roots, but they must make a life oath not to betray the Temple of Qixin. This requirement is not excessive at all. Naturally, countless people go to the outside world one after another. As long as you arrive at the Emperor, you can leave. No matter how weak it is, going out will not help the situation. Most of the strong people in today's world are just a Dharma body. The deity has gone out. It is a great opportunity to be able to repair the origin, and everyone wants to go out. As a result, Jian Wushuang flew all the way without even encountering an emperor. It's all Dharma chaos. If it was in the past, even if the heavens were stable, I am afraid that they would have to meet a few eyesless emperors of the demon Tao. Now it seems that these people have gone to the long river of time and space. It's like a bird with its wings broken, suddenly healed its wings, and was released from the cage. Now Jian Wushuang is the same. He also wants to go out and have a look. West, Mahayana Lingshan. Close in front of you. Ukanshu. See him on a majestic golden mountain. The Buddha's voice is faint and golden light appears. Jian Wushuang stopped before and after reaching the gate. After all, if you want to ask others, you can't be too rude. In Xia Jian Wushuang, come to worship the mountain. Jian Wushuang clasped his fists slightly with kindness on his face. It is only 2 little novices who guard the gate, which is the greatest goodness to the outside world. One of the young novice monks, dust-free, white and flawless, stepped out to the front of Jian Wushuang, folded his hands and bowed slightly, and said, Well, please wait a moment. Thank you. Jian Wushuang folded his hands together and gave a gift. Mahayana Lingshan. In a unique backyard, a few linden trees outline the appearance of the mundane world. A spiritual mountain powerhouse living here sits cross-legged under the linden tree, meditating. When Jian Wushuang arrived, the Bodhi bracelet in his hand suddenly stopped, and outside the door, there was also a voice. Uncle Miaowie, please, master. The bald woman sitting under the linden tree is Gong Miaowie. Since she was released from the Senate Palace, she went to the Mahayana Lingshan and chose to escape into Buddhism, ignoring the outside world. Jian Wushuang has become his demon even more, so that he has not been completely eradicated in the time of an era. Now that Jian Wushuang has arrived, and the mountain lord of Mahayana Lingshan asked her to go again, I am afraid that today is the best opportunity to break. Compared with the harshness of the past, Gong Miaowie is now extraordinary and truly free from earthly grudges. Although he found Jian Wushuang's aura, he was still a little uncomfortable, but he could deal with it with a normal heart. After Nyeyuan's fall, let alone Jian Wushuang's breath, even if she heard Jian Wushuang's name, she would go crazy and want to kill Jian Wushuang. Chapter 5607. The depths of Lingshan. There are many arhats. Each of them is an emperor, and the weakest is the fourth-order pinnacle. In the Mahayana Lingshan, only by achieving the highest level can there be the title of Buddha. There are 3 Buddha masters in Lingshan today. In other words, there are 3 superpowers who are genuine Western hegemony forces. In the Northern Territory, there are 3 superpowers at the same time. None of them. This western border is much stronger than the northern border. Lingshan Hall, above the main seat, the 1,000-star Buddha Lord wearing 1,000-star robes, with kind eyebrows and good eyes, is explaining the wonderful mystery of the 3,000 Buddhas to the Buddha below. The arrival of Jian Wushuang raised his brows slightly. Today, the powerhouses of the 4 great secret realms have almost all gone to the long river of time and space outside. Only the powerhouses of the Mahayana Spirit Mountain, no emperor was born. Everything has its own cause and effect. This is the last word that 1,000-star Buddha said to everyone, and it is also a word to those powerful people who are anxious to enter the long river of time and space. Now that the cause and effect have arrived, their Mahayana Lingshan is about to move into the long river of time and space. Jian Wushuang is that cause and effect. Universal, you pick up that distinguished guest. I'll wait for you under the Gudi tree. The 1,000-star Buddha disappeared after speaking. At the same time, Qinsheng Buddha also notified Gong Miaoi. The meaning of this is self-evident. After taking the order, the universal bodhisattva walked down to the foot of Lingshan without rush or slowness. But Jian Wushuang, at this time, was still waiting honestly. This time I came here. One is for the cause and effect to kill the calamity, and the other is because of the heart of the beast god. Once the causal killing and robbery is lifted, Jian Wushuang can directly unite. After the heart of the beast is obtained, he can even upgrade the beast soldier to the state of full body, and he will be one of the strongest treasures after he becomes the emperor. In the early days of the Taoist monarch, he relied on the beasts and gods to kill the quartet. It can be said that without the beasts, there would be no him today. The beast soldier can not only enhance his divine body, but also enhance his perception of space. And there is also its own domain. Although it is not as good as Yin universe, it consumes very little and can instantly form a small area of the beast god domain, unlocking the power of rage and increasing his combat power in close combat. This treasure must be obtained. Of course he will not it. It is better to return it. There are a lot of treasures in his body now, and there is still 1/3 of the origin of everything, enough to change the heart of the beast god. The heart of the beast alone, although the strongest component of the candle dragon, is not as powerful as the treasure of the universe. At best, it is comparable to the ultimate eternal treasure. If it is possible, he is willing to take out 10 pieces of eternal treasure to exchange. Good person, my Buddha, please. The universal bodhisattva who arrived was very polite and bowed slightly to greet Jian Wushuang. This universal bodhisattva is a genuine 6th-order emperor. When Jian Wushuang heard this, he also slightly returned his respect, followed behind the opponent, and entered the Mahayana Lingshan mountain. After stepping in, the sound of Buddha gave him a sense of relief in his mind, which was very comfortable. This Lingshan is really extraordinary. No wonder, to solve the problem of cause and effect, Buddhism is needed. Jian Wushuang followed the universal bodhisattva and felt that the other party's pace was not rushed or slow. As a guest, he couldn't say anything, so he took this opportunity to ask about Lingshan. According to what Jian Wushuang knew, this Mahayana spirit mountain, also inherited from ancient times, was the dojo of the Lord of the Universe. It's just that the universe of the Lord of the Universe has been shattered, and this Lingshan is placed in the 4 secret realms. The subsequent inheritance, according to the universally speaking, is to cultivate the body in the 4 secret realms, and there is no movement in countless epochs. There are very few strong people born. Has always been low-key. Jian Wushuang nodded, remembering that Gong Miaoi was here, and asked about Gong Miaoi. After hearing Gong Miaoi's name, the world paused for a while, and then replied, Miaoi, a guest of the family teacher, came to Lingshan to cultivate 1 epoch before. How is she now? Jian Wushuang asked. Universal cautiously replied, everything is fine. That's good. Jian Wushuang said indifferently, I and her are also friends. Since I'm training, don't bother. Originally, he still wanted to meet the last time. After all, he took the inheritance of the other party's father, so how could he have to comfort him? But when he arrived, he felt a little sorry for Gong Miaoi, and it was better not to see him, so let's ask someone to send some treasures. The two walked across the spacious Luohan Avenue and entered the depths. The ancient tree is an ancient tree with a long heritage on Lingshan. Only 3 Buddha masters are qualified to practice here. Few people usually come here. Rumor has it that this ancient tree can be used to cultivate a second soul, but it's just a rumor, and no one has really done it yet. However, the 3 major Buddhas have been in control, and little is known about this ancient tree. Jin Wushuang didn't expect that the other party would invite him here, and he also had a sense of confidence in his heart. It seemed that this time would be very smooth. Junior, Jin Wushuang has seen a 1,000-star Buddha master. The other party is a master of Buddhism, and Jin Wushuang naturally has to give a junior gift. Ukanshu. Kam puts his hands together, very respectful. 1,000-star Buddha smiled and said calmly, "A good man is not restrained. Sit down." Raising his hand slightly, the futon flew to the opposite side of the 1,000-star Buddha. Jin Wushuang slowly stepped forward and sat down cross-legged. "Friend Wushuang, it's really extraordinary." Qinsheng Buddha filled Jin Wushuang with tea himself, and then said, "It was only heard before, but when I saw it today, it seems that the strength is stronger than the rumors." Jin Wushuang picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said modestly, "Buddha Lord Miao praised. His current strength is indeed a level stronger than before, but he still needs to have a humble heart." After being polite, Jin Wushuang went straight to the subject and talked about the purpose of coming this time. The 2 purposes are also very simple. Eliminate the cause and effect of killing, in exchange for the heart of the beast god. 1,000-star Buddha put down his teacup, put his hands in his robes, and said, "The causal killing of a good man. I already know, this is not difficult for me, but the good man needs to deal with huge torture. I don't know." "No problem." Jin Wushuang bit down. It was not the first time he encountered the torture, and he really didn't care about it. "Okay, in that case, when the benevolent people kill and tribute through the cause and effect, the heart of the beast will be sent together." The 1,000-star Buddha was very magnificent and directly agreed. Jin Wushuang was also very happy. He didn't expect it to go so smoothly. He was also afraid of making things too ugly. After all, he was asking for help. "Junior, there are 2 treasures, and it is useless to help the younger generation, but the Buddhist teachings used are the best," Jin Wushuang said, taking out 2 wooden boxes from the mustard seeds. The treasures contained here were bought from the temple at a great price. When passing by the temple headquarters, he happened to meet Guangmu Tianzuan, and the other party pointed 1 or 2, and he bought these 2 treasures. Chapter 5608. A full 100,000 square cosmic crystal was spent. Even if the Mahayana Lingshan inherits the ancient times, there are very few cosmic crystals stored on the mountain. Even if there are 100,000 square meters, there is no place to buy such treasures. One is a Bodhi bracelet that Buddhism must use, almost a human hand. But the sword on both hands is not ordinary. That was the ancient times, when under the of Chishan went to other time and space rivers to behead a demon monk and got it. The demon energy contained in it has naturally been eliminated long ago, and now only the power of Buddhism and Taoism is left, and its power is extraordinary, comparable to the treasure of the universe. There is another one, which was separately prepared for the 1,000-star Buddha. It is an example, a relic formed by the Lord of the universe after sitting. The help of this thing to Qinsheng can be said to be infinite, because now the true spirit can help them repair their source. After the source is complete, they naturally want to go further and become a catastrophe. This relic can help Qinsheng shorten that process. Among Buddhism, no one would say no to the relics. After Qinsheng repeatedly shied away, he was still taken into his arms. Both sides looked at each other and smiled. At this time, Gong Miaoi was also taken under the Gudi tree. As soon as that breath appeared, Jin Wushuang's complexion froze. For a while, I didn't understand what the other party meant. He came to relieve the cause and effect and let Gong Miaoi come over. Didn't he deliberately add to the blockage? But since the other party had invited him, he naturally didn't dare to neglect. Jin Wushuang was also embarrassed when he saw Gong Miaoya's complexion not looking very good. After standing up, he could only greet slightly, "Friend Miaoyi, how are you doing these days?" "Thanks to you, everything is fine." Gong Miaoyi just leaked a smile and answered perfunctorily. Qinqing stood up at this time and became a peacemaker. Of course, after he said his words, Jin Wushuang also understood why Gong Miaoyi had come. It turned out that when this causal killing and calamity was lifted, it was necessary to enter the Gyuti formation in the Mahayana Spirit Mountain. And the person who presides over the big formation needs an acquaintance who has a deep causal relationship with Jin Wushuang. Gong Miaoyi is the best candidate. After thinking about it, Jin Wu's two-faced color remained unchanged, and he followed the thousand-star Buddha to the large formation inside Lingshan. Because they are all pregnant, Jin Wushuang's heart is full of coldness. This time, he felt like someone was calculating him again. How could it be so coincidental? He came to the Mahayana Lingshan to relieve the cause and effect, but Gong Miaoyi entered the Mahayana Lingshan ahead of time. Will there be someone's calculation behind this? Naturally, the worry is extinction. Jin Wushuang directly transmitted the voice to the true spirit through the Kishin's personal board, but the other party did not answer for a long time. Let him have a short beating in the bottom of his heart. No, I have to stabilize myself first. Jin Wushuang strongly endured scruples in his heart. Now it's to solve his cause and effect. If he panics, he doesn't need others to calculate. He himself will be finished. Here, Thousand-Star Buddha stopped, pointed to a cave and said, "Inside is the core of the formation Miaoyi. You only need to preside over the big formation outside the cave." After Gong Miaoyi heard it, he didn't stop and went straight to the cave. Sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, and several small flags appeared in front of him, which was the center of the formation. Although Jin Wushuang had some doubts in his heart, he bit his head and walked in. Just before entering again, he directly performed the ancient changes, and his breath reached its peak state. If he were to make a move now, I am afraid that no one in Mahayana Lingshan would be able to survive. Before entering, he first smiled at Qinqing amicably, then looked at Gong Miaoyi and said, "I am also very guilty for Nie Yuan's death. Since I inherited your father's kendo, I will rectify his name in the future." After hearing these words, Gong Miaoyi's eyes clearly changed, but he did not respond to what Jin Wushuang had just said. Jin Wushuang was not surprised and walked directly into the cave. After he entered the cave, Thousand-Star Buddha leaked a smile that was not easily noticeable, and a thought force conveyed the news that Jin Wushuang had entered the formation through the Buddhist beads in his hand. It's just not clear to whom this news was passed. Besides Jin Wushuang's side, after entering the cave, it was pitch black all around, and nothing was seen. Going all the way, the more I go, the more I feel wrong. When I came, I forgot to inform the real spirit. He was too careless, thinking that after his strength changed again, he felt that these 4 secret realms could not threaten his existence. Or before entering this place, he should also ask Qinqing what ability does this formation have to eliminate his cause and effect. He was confused now and could only keep moving forward. Light. Jin Wushuang walked and watched a light appeared in front of him. With a move in his heart, he seemed to have grasped something. In the dark space around him, seeing a light naturally meant that he had grasped hope. Go! He hastened his pace, wanting to get to the source of the light quickly. But no matter how fast he walks, the light is still in place. It can't be reached at all. No. Jin Wushuang shook his head. This light is not in the space here. His current spatial realm is already a black hole realm, and he can see it naturally and thoroughly. He was a little hurried just now, but calm but forgot. This made him stop, closed his eyes, and no longer looked at it with the naked eye, but used the origin of space to perceive the space of this place. The 9-layer space was divided one by one, and Jin Wushuang was a black hole in the space surrounded by stars. It turned out to be here. Jin Wushuang leaked a smile, turned his head and took a step, directly to the position of the light source. The darkness around him disappeared instantly and was swallowed by the light. Jin Wushuang walked out of the cave. He was surprised at the outside look. Why did you come out again? Gong Miaoi asked in surprise. The thousand-star Buddha who was waiting by the side was also extremely surprised and said, "Good man, why are you so fast?" Jin Wushuang was even more surprised. Why is the location of the light source the entrance when he came? He entered the cave house for almost a day and finally came out again after going round and round. No. Jin Wushuang suddenly shook his head. He couldn't feel the killing intent brought about by the causality in his body. Karma is lifted. He actually relieved the karma-killing tribulation. This is too simple. Thousand-star Buddha came over. His expression was happy and congratulated. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Wushuang. The cause and effect has been eliminated. So simple? Gong Miaoi, who was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, was a little puzzled. Jin Wushuang also felt incredible, but it was indeed over now. The causal killing and robbery is gone. He is now extremely relaxed, and he can go in harmony. In joy, Jin Wushuang left everything behind. He is about to join forces and will soon become an emperor. The road to the top is getting closer and closer. The causal killing has been lifted, and he didn't need to stay here. After accepting the heart of the beast god, Jin Wushuang directly took the teleportation array in the Mahayana Lingshan to the central state of the heavens, the headquarters of the temple. Chapter 5609. The next goal, Tomb God Mountain. Set off. But when I arrived at the headquarters of the temple, I found that many emperors gathered here. Their faces were extremely solemn, and the Guangmu Tianzuan personally led the team. Brother Guangmu, where are you going? Jin Wushuang discovered that these emperors and powerful men were all inheritors, and there were no native emperors. The strength of these inheritors is mostly fourth-order emperors. There are also several fifth-order emperors, and there is only one sixth-order emperor. Obviously, these inheritances are all rising stars. When Guangmu Tianzuan looked solemnly at Jin Wushuang, he sighed and said, "The demon lord was born, united with the Temple of Destruction, and aggressively attacked the universe controlled by the Temple of Qishan. Now the war outside continues to escalate, and the manpower is not enough. Can only let these inheritors go to the top first. The devil is born." Jin Wushuangrong trembled and said in surprise, "How can it be so fast? Didn't it mean that there will be several more epochs?" "That's just a guess. Or it may be that the powerhouse of the Temple of Destruction secretly made a move and liberated the devil in advance." Guangmu Tianzuan replied. The two didn't say a few words, and a majestic voice came. "It's true spirit. The arrival of the true spirit's body will take these inheritors to leave the Temple of Qishan." Seeing that Jin Wushuang was also here, and that the causal killings had been lifted, Zhenling said, "Jin Wushuang, hurry up and join forces. This time, extinction is for you." After speaking, he disappeared in the teleportation array with the people. Only Jin Wushuang stood alone. He did not expect that the war would come so soon. For a moment, he didn't know where to go. After raising for a while, Jin Wushuang just wanted to leave for the secret realm of the Tomb of the Gods, to go to the Mountain of the Tombs to prepare for the road. It suddenly went dark in front of him, and he didn't know where he was going. There was darkness in front of me. Only countless memories flooded into my mind. Is he in harmony? Do not. He is in harmony. This is. Jin Wushuang himself was completely at a loss. He was clearly in the heavens for a moment, but he was in a secret chamber the next moment. Moreover, his spatial origin has actually reached the peak of the black hole realm and is now devouring the sword and the extreme ocean. A huge picture of the universe is expanding. He will succeed in harmony. A vast force poured into his body. It was a force that surpassed the pinnacle. Hadao. Jin Wushuang did everything uncontrollably. Although he doesn't know what happened, he always pays attention to the method of harmony. The black hole swallowed the kendo and merged with the extreme Tao, eventually ascended to the space universe. He reached the ultimate perfection in one step, only one step away from the robbery. Jin Wushuang was not happy yet. His eyes were dark again. This time, he didn't know how long he had been asleep. When he woke up, he felt tired and painful all over his body. Hadao failed. The universe was shattered, and within the sea of his origin, several rounds of hot dark light rose up, constantly destroying his origin. This time, Jin Wushuang discovered that he could control his body. What's the matter? Jin Wu's face sank, and he suddenly agreed, and suddenly failed. He obviously didn't do anything. Why did the harmony fail? Not reconciled. If he failed in harmony, it would mean that he will be unable to make any progress in this life, and he can only stay here. Not only that, but his power will still be constrained, and he must be suitable for suppressing the backlash of the Sea of Origin. Otherwise, he will fall. Although Hadao failed, he has mastered the universe. After the cosmic secret method, after the harmony, naturally reached the realm of Mahayana. Absolutely complete. But there is no life. Vitality. Jin Wushuang's eyes turned, suddenly thinking of something. Since he got out of the Mahayana spirit mountain, he seems to have never felt the power of life. The problem definitely lies in Mahayana Lingshan. Jin Wushuang dragged his tired body and stood up directly. He wanted to see where he was now. The heavy Haishi gate was pushed open by him, and a beam of light hit his face. The dazzling light from the outside world was evident, and it was a secluded valley. But it is not an ordinary valley. Looking at the long river in the sky, Jin Wushuang found that he was actually in the long river of time and space. This place is not the temple of Qishan, nor the primitive universe, but the long river of time and space. Boom! Kill, kill, kill. The originally secluded valley was instantly destroyed. The monstrous killing intent came. The rocks bounced to pieces, and countless huge flying dust covered the sky and the sun, just like a doomsday scene. It's from the Temple of Destruction, run away. Several emperors flew out from the cave mansion in the mountain. Each took out the treasures and prepared to fight. The huge halls of supreme treasure moved from the void. Countless strong men came in an instant. Jin Wushuang's heart moved. Brother Wushuang, why haven't you left? Jin Wushuang was very familiar with the speaker and was Emperor Dongsheng. At this time, Dongsheng was already an absolute powerhouse. He led several Sixth-Order emperors against those flying halls and saw Jin Wushuang appear and quickly shouted, "Hurry up! Don't let Mixing find you. Otherwise, this long river of time and space is really going to end." Extinction. Do you know extinction? Jin Wushuang asked in surprise. Shouldn't this news be concealed? It seems that the current situation has reached the point of frequent collapse, or that the Temple of the Gods has been defeated. They are just resisting desperately. This must be dreaming. Jin Wushuang shook his head. He couldn't believe it, and he didn't want to believe it. At the last moment, he had clearly just left the Mahayana Lingshan. How could he suddenly reach the long river of time and space? And he failed in harmony. Brother Dongsheng, where's the true spirit? Where did Shang and Huiqing go? Although Jin Wushuang didn't believe that this was the real world, he couldn't help but wonder what this long river of time and space has become. There was blood in Dongsheng's eyes, and his lips trembled. They are all dead. They all died for the primitive universe. They died for you. You must live. After finishing speaking, a hand knife slashed directly on Jin Wushuang's neck, and Jin Wushuang's eyes went black again, and he fainted. In the Temple of Destruction, the burly and domineering Broly sat on the throne. Report. Found Jin Wushuang in the Infinite Valley. Set off. It was nothing more than a small group of powerhouses from the Temple of World Destruction that appeared above the Infinite Valley. But now the terrifying Broly shot himself, leading countless troops, and swept in once again. At this time, the long river of time and space is full of life, and countless universes are all exhausted. Shanjun merged the four devouring demons and restored the power of the ancient god. The demon lord had already broken free of the restriction and began to devour a large amount of the universe to make up for his loss of combat power. The strongest ancient monarch has never participated in the war. These three true monarchs alone made the Temple of Qishan unable to resist, not to mention extinct. This long river of time and space will eventually go to extinction. Chapter 56:10. At some point, Jin Wushuang felt the pain in his neck and woke up. At this moment, he was lying on a soft bed. "You're awake." A familiar voice made Jin Wushuang open his eyes with difficulty. He couldn't believe the person in front of him, Enduring the exhaustion of his body, he sat up directly, stared at the woman in front of him and said, "How could it be you? Have you forgotten the original promise?" The woman disappeared after speaking. Promise? Yup. He seems to have made a promise to an ordinary woman in Mayan Mountain. Jian Wushuang just remembered now, but the other party had disappeared. Call. He now understands it thoroughly. This place is definitely not real, and perhaps it is also real. It's just different from what happened in his original time and space. I should be still in Mahayana Lingshan now. Jian Wushuang's eyes were firm. As for the present time and space, it should happen in the future. He will fail in the future. Embarked on a road of no return. The temple of destroying the world has really done an act of destroying the world. Senior Wushuang. A shout made Jian Wushuang open his eyes again. Jian Wushuang was not surprised this time. After seeing the dark-skinned young man with a thin body in front of him, he said calmly, "Xian Jiao." It was the casual cultivator he encountered in the human world. Just as he saw at the time, Xian Jiao's potential was huge, and he was already an absolute powerhouse now. Where are we going? Jian Wushuang quickly integrated into this world, not thinking about the previous things. Living in the present, although he does not know why he will appear in the future time and space, but no matter where he is, he has to step into that endless road. After walking the Pinnacle Avenue, Xian Jiao picked up a bowl of water, and after handing it to Jian Wushuang, he said, "The Infinite Valley has been destroyed. Let's go to Mayan Mountain, where it is still intact, and the god of Mayan is still alive. We can resist it for a while." Good. Jian Wushuang nodded, and after taking a sip of water, his breath stabilized. After getting acquainted with his body briefly, he found that his current combat power was hundreds of times stronger than before he Dao, but he couldn't fight for a long time now, otherwise he would fall. Xian Jiao, let me ask you how the Temple of Qishan was destroyed. Jian Wushuang asked the doubt in his heart. He needs to figure out why the Temple of Qishan in the future time and space will suddenly collapse. Xian Jiao lowered his head, frowning, unwilling to mention it. Let's talk. I can accept it. The memories Jian Wushuang absorbed are all fragments, and there is no memory of the destruction of the Qishan Temple at all. It's Lord True Spirit. Xian Jiao caught tears in his eyes and said, "It's Lord True Spirit. He destroyed the Temple of Qishan with his own hands. Before the Temple of Qishan was destroyed, Lord True Spirit moved everyone to the long river of time and space." Jian Wushuang was completely stunned. After the water bowl in his hand fell and made a crisp sound, Jian Wushuang recovered. The True Spirit destroyed the Temple of Qishan. This is really unexpected. If the future time and space are different from his original time and space, it shouldn't be the True Spirit that destroyed the Temple of Qishan. Could it be? Jian Wushuang suddenly thought of something. Miexing was able to come and go freely in the Qishan Temple at the beginning, and I am afraid that he knows more about the Qishan Temple than the True Spirit. The identity of the other party is very mysterious. I am afraid that it has a connection with the original god. Behind all of this, I am afraid that the gods of the beginning played this game of chess again. In the future time and space, Jinling chose to abandon the Temple of the Gods for the sake of the big plan of the gods. After understanding, Jian Wushuang took a long breath. The arrival of the Temple of Qishan brought him unlimited opportunities and countless illusions. It's time to break all this. Xian Jiao, I'm sorry. Jian Wushuang's eyes were strong with determination, and his aura suddenly rose to its peak state. The future will be even stronger. He is probably already comparable to Tribulation Realm now. With just one punch, he stunned Xian Jiao, an extremely strong man with good strength. The exposure of his breath caused many people to rush in. Wushuang, what are you doing? The first person who rushed in was Ji Chaoyang. Because he was the ultimate emperor, he was the leader of this time, and his strength was extremely strong. Music will. Jian Wushuang slowly stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "Go and do what I should do." What nonsense are you talking about? Extinction has already suppressed your strength to the extreme in order to swallow you. You must die alone. As long as you live, we still have a chance. Ji Chaoyang shouted angrily. Jian Wushuang raised his hand, exerted a slight force and said, "I have long lost the vitality, so you don't have to worry about me being swallowed." For some reason, when he arrived in the future time and space, he had no vitality. Ji Chaoyang was also taken aback. Although he didn't know much about extinction, he knew that the other party came for the life force in Jian Wushuang's body. Jian Wushuang is indeed out of life force now. They have been guarding Jian Wushuang, but they can actually kill Jian Wushuang, but no one can do it. And they had no hope for a long time. Miexing almost destroyed the entire long river of time and space. They just want to protect Jian Wushuang all the time because they didn't want to consume Jian Wushuang by extinction. During this time, thank you very much, begs to make me decent once. Jian Wushuang bowed slightly towards the crowd. In fact, these people didn't need to guard him, they killed him directly, and they might jump angrily. But they chose to guard. 1/3 of the origin of everything was really not wasted. At least let these people choose to guard him. Guard the primitive universe. Guard the long river of time and space today. Jian Wushuang. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang rushed out of the flying hall and entered the long river of time and space. He wants to return to the infinite valley. There is also a big battle there. Boom. Jian Wushuang didn't reserve anything and used all his strength to fly, turning into streamer and rushing towards the infinite valley. Since the harmony has failed, there is no vitality. He is like an abandoned child. There is nothing to remember. It's better to fight to death. The world in the future is really bleak. In the land where Jian Wushuang passed, many time and space secret realms were turned into coke. After flying for a quarter of an hour, he felt that the strength in his body was gradually decreasing, and the backlash made him miserable. What Thousand-Star Buddha said was right. It was indeed a huge torture. He watched the destruction of his hometown with his own eyes and endured the torture of the failure of Hadao. He is a very strong person. A person who didn't compromise the means to become stronger, and how difficult it was to refine the flesh at the beginning. He has never retreated. Now that the Hadao failed, how could he accept it? Infinite Valley. Dongsheng brought a few Sixth-Order Emperors, resisting hundreds of Sixth-Order Emperors and dozens of superpowers, including the Ultimate Emperor. Haha, they escaped, and I didn't die in vain today. Dongsheng laughed wildly, shook his finger. His fingertips burst out the only light before. That was the last source of power in his body. Chapter 56:11. Go and die. Dongsheng looked savage and chose the one who fought with him to exchange lives. The rest of the Sixth-Order Emperors are like this. Go to death generously. These former strong men have now chosen to die one by one for the time and space of their hometown. Jian Wushuang was hundreds of thousands of miles away, feeling the falling of hot stars, and his heart was desolate. The miserable future is largely due to his vitality. Of course, there are also real reasons. The Temple of Qixin brought hope to them, and personally destroyed this hope. Originally, this long river of time and space should be heading for prosperity. This is what countless people thought. The conflict between the two halls drove and destroyed this long river of time and space. How dare you? Jian Wushuang broke out again, and a stream of light instantly descended on the battlefield. His sleeves were flying, but Jian Wushuang's face was completely bloodless. Once the scenery was infinite, now it is in despair. Jian Wushuang, an extremely strong man who took the lead, walked out of the crowd and was overjoyed when he saw Jian Wushuang turning back again. Catch Jian Wushuang alive and reward millions of cosmic crystals. Jian Wushuang condensed his eyebrows and sneered. Is the life of this seat worth only 1 million universe crystals? In a flash, the memory in my mind emerged. After he failed in harmony, he never made another move. This is his first shot since he joined forces. It seems that many people have forgotten how powerful he was once. One thought. Jian Wushuang pinches the tactics with both hands, and now his thought power is very weak. Only with the help of secret methods can he use his thoughts on the universe. Universe. This time, it is the real universe. An elliptical universe, like a bubble, with Jian Wushuang as its center, instantly covered the entire infinite canyon. This is the universe, everyone. Be careful. The leader is also very vigilant. They are all strong in this long river of time and space, but they just took refuge in the Temple of Destruction. I still know Jian Wushuang very well. Yin Yin Universe is Jian Wushuang's best pinnacle secret method. How can you not know? You all have to die. Jian Wushuang forcibly endured the backlash from the source and shot instantly. Yin Yin Universe cooperated with his eternal changes, and the burst of strength was not weak in the Calamity Realm. He may not be as good as the legendary King Jueyun, but he is not much different. Even if the Robber Realm powerhouse came, he was confident. It's just that in the two halls, there has never been a strong robbery. Although 2 of the 3 true monarchs had personally shot, but when the Temple of Qixin was destroyed, the 3 true monarchs never made another shot. I don't know if it was an agreement with the true spirit or for some reason. As for the extinction, just as Ji Chaoyang said, in order to swallow him, he has already cut his own realm, and now it is only the absolute top. However, the combat power is the well-deserved number 1. Kill. Hundreds of 6th Order Emperors combined their formations on the periphery, trying to limit Jian Wushuang. Those who took part in the war were all superpowers, dozens of superpowers, besieging Jian Wushuang. In the eyes of these people, Jian Wushuang must be captured alive today. Thanks, Tusk. It seems you really forgot. Jian Wushuang teleported and jumped out of the siege directly. The figure went directly to the periphery, and with one punch, the formation formed by hundreds of 6th Order Emperors was instantly shattered. All the 6th Order Emperors fell. It's just a punch. You. Before those Zhu Dian could react, Jian Wushuang shot again like a ghost. This time, his strength is stronger. The beasts of the future are already fully physical, and the power that erupts is 10,000 times stronger than before. Jian Wushuang was amazed by the elevated divine body alone. It's a pity that after he failed in harmony, he was too decadent and never improved the basic temple. The current basic divine body is still 50,000 times that before Hadao. Cooperating with the increase of the beast god weapon, it has been able to rush to 80,000 times. So he didn't need to draw a sword at all. He could kill those absolute peaks instantly. With just a breath, raindrops fell in the sky. Emperor fall. Bathed in the rain, Jian Wushuang was extremely excited. He was able to breathe a sigh of fusion with his future self. After suppressing for so long, he finally broke out once. Jian Wushuang. The roar came from a distance. At the next moment, Jian Wushuang had already seen the incoming person. There are tens of thousands of people in the dark. The weakest are the 6th Order Emperors. There are more than 100 people alone. Jian Wushuang had forgotten to ask how long it had been since he joined the road at this time. Why the 6th Order Emperor is so worthless, and Zhu Dian is so worthless. However, there is not a single tribulation realm. This is not in line with common sense. Broly. At the core of countless halls, there was a burly figure sitting on the tall throne, and it was Broly. Broly at this time is already a complete consummation. Is the number 1 powerhouse of destroying World Hall. He didn't know the future, but in his time and space, Broly was the murderer who killed the old Horn Man. It seems that revenge is about to take place in the future time and space. The two looked at each other, and there was no nonsense. Instant shot. The number 1 powerhouse in the Temple of Destruction. The superpower of change. Absolutely complete. However, Jian Wushuang was very calm. Song. Jueyun's sword. Out. The power of the starry sky. It's been a long time. Jian Wushuang's face leaked a smile. Ukanshu. Calm after he failed to join the Tao. I am afraid that after casting this sword, he will fall instantly. But there is nothing to regret. Anyway, this is the future. If you die, you die. If he really died, he would not be in vain. If he falls behind, he reappears in Mahayana Lingshan. He will do his best in this life, and all the opportunities in the future, to change his way to success. Starry Sky Catalog. The Jueyun sword exploded in an instant, slashed out with a single sword, and faced Broly. Whether it was once or in the future, he was full of confidence in this sword. Because I never let him down. The number 1 powerhouse in the Temple of Destruction, Broly. Falling. Jian Wushuang shouted angrily. Jueyun's sword completely cut Broly in half, starting from the blade. The surrounding space instantly solidified, and a huge, starry sky catalog appeared. That is the face of all people. Broly, who was split in half from scratch, and the scene where tens of thousands of people were frozen. Correct. And Jian Wushuang, who got out of his hand, was frozen in the starry sky catalog before he fell to the ground. This scene will be preserved forever until the starry sky is over. The cruelty of the future. Once chance, everything is relative. Call. Jian Wushuang saw the light again, but this time, he returned to this life. Sure enough, is this karma? Jian Wushuang inevitably sighed, letting him experience the cruelty of the future world, and that would be the end of bad practice. Sometimes it's not that he has to move forward, but someone behind him walks forward against him. Slightly falling behind is a disaster. The causal killing this time is really extraordinary. After a long delay, he still couldn't stop. Chapter 56:12. Once, present, and future. There was no need to say more. He has only been in a few epochs since he was born. Now he knows best and understands what he is going to do. But the future is different. The future beyond his control makes him feel desperate. If the harmony fails, the Temple of Qishan will be destroyed, and the entire river of time and space will be destroyed. The terrible extinction was far more powerful than he had imagined. I can't fail. Jian Wushuang's expression was serious, and the perseverance in his eyes was as pure as his kendo. The future self has fallen, but the present self will never let his future become that miserable appearance. He not only wants to succeed in harmony, but also to kill all those who stand in front of him. Extinction, half-step 7 tribulations realm power, can't stop him. Once he succeeds in harmony, he will choose to leave the Temple of Qishan and leave this time and space. At least the current true spirit is reliable. In the future, the true spirit will destroy the Temple of Qishan. I am afraid there will be some kind of change in the middle. Otherwise, based on the nature of the true spirit, even if there is a certain connection between the deity and extinction, the true spirit will not be captured. Because of the birth of the true spirit, the inherited will is like steel. In the eyes of true spirit, the god of Qi is a god. For the sake of Morwa time and space, he chose to abandon his own way, and eventually fell like a hero. By no means a villain. But from the facts, the original ambivalence was really a villain. In order to survive, he would destroy the entire Morwa time and space. In any case, Jian Wushuang needs to hurry up while the true spirit hasn't turned averted. Bathed in the light, Jian Wushuang entered a magnificent void. This is a strange place in a long river of time and space. Molo time and space? Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. His voice trembled and his hands trembled. This time he saw Morwa time and space in ancient times. It is a long river with a wide and stalwart bank. In the river, countless powerful men and countless universes have been born. As he watched carefully, a strange laugh interrupted Jian Wushuang. Jia Jia. Jian Wushuang turned his head and looked at him. A group of twisted evil spirits were staring at him. There are 2 eyes on countless ugly faces, staring at him tightly. It's you. Jian Wushuang looked at the ugly evil spirit in surprise. The evil spirits tore their lips in countless numbers and made a hoarse voice together. Do you know me? Inner demon. Jian Wushuang's heart sank, and as expected, he was still calculated. 5 major demon masters, Mountain Monarch, Blood Demon, 10,000 Demon, Heart Demon, Wind Demon. He has seen 2 of the first 3, and the remaining 2, he didn't take it seriously, only knowing that they were taken away by the extinction. Unexpectedly, the Heart Demon was actually inside him. Are you exterminating, or Heart Demon? Jian Wushuang asked directly, without any muddling. There is a high probability that the opponent is still extinct and manipulated, just like Broly. But Jian Wushuang was surprised that this time his heart was stunned, and he didn't seem to know Daisheng at all. Wow! From the evil spirit in Jian Wushuang's heart, the Heart Demon turned into a red-haired man with a beautiful face, hard to see in this life, and a red hair swaying in the wind. Extinction? What is that? Call. Jian Wushuang's heart loosened, and he didn't know extinction. That would be great. Without the manipulation of extinction, even if the opponent is one of the 5 demons, he is not afraid. He is an amazing existence, but unfortunately you don't know it. Since the other party has nothing to do with extinction, he doesn't need to worry anymore. So he might as well explore the conversation. Why would this great demon be stored in his body and be completely integrated with the karma-killing tribulation? When did you stare at him? After hearing this, the inner demon was taken aback and said arrogantly, "You little guy, do you know what greatness is? Do you know who is my body?" The heart demon is a little unbelievable, which is somewhat inconsistent with his name. According to common sense, shouldn't the inner demon be the one who fears the most? How to look at the other party is a bit silly. Jian Wushuang deliberately leaked a curious expression and asked, "Oh, I really don't know. Can I translate it for the next one? What is great?" "A great existence. Just stand in front of you." The heart demon squeezed his nose and continued, "You have met Shanjun and met the blood demon. Do you know how I am different from these idiots?" "I don't know." Jian Wushuang shook his head. He felt more and more that this guy must be crazy. The heart demon proudly said, "These idiots only have pure strength, but they don't know the world. The most powerful is the mental power. The 6th layer mental power is stronger than the universe." "Really?" Jian Wushuang said in surprise. "If this is the case, why do you want to keep it in my body?" After hearing Jian Wushuang's doubts, the inner demon leaked a satisfied expression on his face. "This is the strength of the heart. You are my best host. When you entered the temple of the gods, I focused on you, and only you can nurture my strongest mind. Speaking of which, I also want to thank you." The heart demon laughed wildly. When Jian Wushuang entered the temple of Qishan, Yu read the book www.ukanshu.com and he was staring at him. Karma killing is actually very common. For everything in the universe, it is just a small catastrophe. But with the addition of the inner demon, this calamity is not weak. Moreover, the power of the current cause and effect to kill the robbery has exceeded the scope of the emperor, and it is more like the robbery of the robbery realm. It turned out to be like this. Jian Wushuang nodded. No wonder the more powerful he is, the stronger the causal killing in his body. It turned out that it was the demons who made the ghost again. Now that he knows the answer, he is very relaxed. Because this catastrophe is not a bad thing to him. When entering this space, his state of mind suddenly rose. It was the power left by the inner demon. By absorbing this power, his mind power began to faintly loosen. The 6th level of mental strength. Dao heart is perfect. This is an unforgettable opportunity. Next, what are you going to do with me? Jian Wushuang asked tentatively. Although the strength of the inner demon is good, it can be compared with Shanjun, but it is far worse to deal with him now. Really want to head on. The heart demon is not his opponent at all. What to do? Of course I killed you. The demon's complexion changed. His hands condensed huge mental strength, which was breathtaking. Jian Wushuang's expression changed, and with the means of dealing with it, he shook his heart with his palm and said, "How could you? Why? Maybe it will be so weak." Jian Wushuang instantly recovered to his peak and straightened up. The demon's methods can't threaten him at all. This time it was the turn of the heart demon master who was shocked. He stared at Jian Wushuang in horror and couldn't say anything. How could you possibly? In his opinion, Jian Wushuang is only the 5th level of heart strength, and there is still a long distance from Dao Exine consummation. How can he block his power? Chapter 56:13. What's impossible? Your power has no effect on me. Jian Wushuang's expression leaked a grin, and then said, "Also, I have completed my Taoist heart, and the next 3 abuses are the next 3 abuses after all." Jian Wushuang teleported and directly grabbed the heart demon's neck. The swallowing power burst out, swallowing all the heart demon's body into the palm of his palm. Leak out your true face. What Jian Wushuang swallowed was the power of the inner demon, not the body. He didn't want this thing, and entered his body again. In the withered skin, he instantly transformed into a skinny old man, with folds and gully on his face, staring at Jian Wushuang with horror. His voice said in fear, "How can you have the power of death?" "The power of death?" Jian Wushuang was stunned. How could the other party say that he has the power of death? The fact that the heart demon is stored in his body does not mean that he is one with him and can perceive the universe. The heart demon should not know anything about what is happening outside. Otherwise, it won't fail to recognize extinction. But now the other party actually knows the power of death. Why is this? Jian Wushuang didn't rush to kill the killer. He squeezed the void and directly suppressed the heart demon in a small transparent bottle. He pinched the bottle with his fingers and threatened, "How do you know the power of death and dare to confuse people? I will pinch damn you." The current heart demon is like a reptile, the power of all things that is looked down by the other party, but it firmly controls the life of the heart demon. Your source contains the power of death, and it's useless for you to threaten me. You will fall in a short time. The demon laughed wildly. No one can threaten me, only I threaten others. Jian Wushuang disliked the harsh laughter of the other party, swallowed the small bottle directly, and swallowed it down. Since you like to confuse people, let the other party stay in him first. He originally wanted to bring the other party into his original space, but he was afraid of the methods of the demons, and if something happened again, he would lose out. Moreover, the identity of the other party is not simple. Since Mieshing took away the remaining demon masters, it might be of great use, so he could not rest assured that the demon would go away. Let the other party stay in his body forever. Now, he doesn't even believe in the real spirit. In his physical body, no one can save the demons. With a strong physical body, he is not afraid of the evil spirits using any tricks. As for the power of death in the opponent's mouth, he has to study it. He always thought it was his own problem for the future failure of Hudao, but now it seems that some people are making trouble from it. Otherwise, no matter how hard he works, he will probably walk the same way in the future. So that he didn't dare to unite. The heart demon had been solved by him, but there was no change in this place. Jian Wushuang looked back at the long river of time and space. Without the heart demon, only Kill Jie is left. Where are you hiding? Jian Wushuang looked down on the long river of time and space and wanted to actively search for it. The reason why the karma killing and tribulation has grown to this day is largely because of the demons. Ordinarily, without the inner demon, the threat brought to him by the killing robbery should be very small. Why did he feel that something big was going to happen in his heart and it would threaten him? What exactly is it? Jian Wushuang's eyes turned, and his whole body was vigilant, not daring to be careless. To be honest, the threat of the inner demon to him is very small. If it is an ordinary Taoist, I am afraid that there is really no resistance to the inner demon, but to him, the other party is a crawler, just needed. The existence that can be stronger than the heart demon is probably the killing and robbery that was conceived. Jian Wushuang's figure receded directly, and the position he had just now began to collapse and collapse, which was very similar to when he exploded with a thought of the universe. I thought it was killing the robbery to attack him, but I didn't expect that something happened in this long river of time and space. The long river of time and space collapsed and shrank, and time flowed back along with it. The location of the collapse was getting bigger and bigger, constantly swallowing the surroundings, and soon it spread to Jian Wushuang. No. Jian Wushuang wanted to escape, but found that no matter how to escape, it was useless. His body was dragged into the vortex of the collapse of time and space. Falling into the vortex of time and space, that is a turbulent space that is more terrifying than a black hole. The bread contained time and space. Even if it entered the tribulation realm, it would be difficult to leave it alive. After Jian Wushuang entered, he found that there was a faint light on his body protecting him. With the existence of this light, he shuttled through the vortex, and in front of him were many time and space fragments after the time and space were broken, and there was a point in time inside. The light surrounding his body gradually dimmed. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and couldn't control that much. He flew directly towards the nearest space-time fragment and plunged in. Boom! It was pitch black at first, and then there was a deafening sound in my ears. His vision slowly widened, and Jian Wushuang found himself in a wilderness, surrounded by green grass more than a foot high. In the sky, thunder was loud, and squally rain followed. Wow! A barrier instantly wrapped his body, Jian Wushuang realized that his power was still there, and he was relieved in his heart. I just don't understand. Where is? This fragment of time and space is probably a certain period of time in Morwa time and space. If he doesn't find a way out, he will be trapped here forever. You have to find someone to inquire about the situation first. Jian Wushuang soon had an idea. However, he read many books about Morwo's time and space from the Temple of Qishan, from which he probably also learned about several important time periods of Morwa. It is mainly divided into the ancient times, the gods, the human race, the chaotic star field, and the age of the gods. It was not until the destruction of Morwo's time and space that the era of the gods was declared dead. The first 4 eras, together, are not as long as the age of the gods. Discordant gods can be regarded as ending the era of disorder and building their own era of discordant gods. Jian Wushuang still has a hint of excitement in his heart. Maybe this time he still has a chance to see the gods. What kind of meeting should it be? Although he knew that the of disbelief was a villain with a high probability, he forged his own fall. But he still wanted to meet this legend. Just when he stood there in a daze, a wild beast of several battle sizes had gradually approached Jian Wushuang. His fangs were stained with blood, and the rain was not clear, obviously drinking blood for many years. Oh! A few miles away from Jian Wushuang, he appeared and rushed. The strength of this wild beast is not weak. According to the strength of Morwo's time and space, it is already an innate monster. But in Jian Wushuang's eyes, it was the same, just a mundane monster. With a force at hand, without deliberate control, it directly blasted the nearby mountains and a large towering forest into dust. The green earth turned into coke in an instant. Is it too hard? Jian Wushuang shook his head. After that, he leaped and left the place in an instant. Chapter 56:14. In the future, his realm of space will reach the universe, and as soon as his mind power is opened, he will be directly within the scope of a universe, and that kind of power makes him obsessed. This life is also coming soon. After he joins the path, he can quickly step into the realm of space and universe. Now his power of thought can cover the size of the upper realm of the seat. Jian Wushuang stopped directly, then turned around and flew towards the south. There are only a few hundred people in such a large area. What is this era? There are only 100 people in the entire high-level realm, and it seems that they are still some old monks who practice ancient chi training methods. The rest of the breath came from the desolate beast all over the body. This continent, so vast, is tens of thousands times larger than a universe, and it is probably the continent created by the more famous space-time secret realm in Morro's space-time. It stands to reason that a continent like this should have been occupied by the human race a long time ago. Could it be that the classics he saw at the beginning were inaccurate, or that the time and space he came to was too long, and the human race had not yet risen? The strength of those desolate beasts is pretty good, and there have been desolate beasts of the immortal level. In the time and space of Morwa in ancient times, the division of strength was far less detailed than today, and the realm was very complicated and rough. Simply put, it is Xianfan, which is the same as the 4 secret realms. Earth immortal, heavenly immortal, emperor. The common customs are the acquired, the innate, the Vientian, the primordial spirit, and the Mahayana. He had been in these realms for tens of thousands of years. But for the later Morwa time and space, some heaven-defying Tianjiao can reach the realm of Mahayana in just 100 years. With countless treasures and powerful masters, it is indeed a lot less detours. For example, when Jian Wushuang encountered the retreat without confusion, everyone else had a powerful master to solve the confusion directly. Although his master was not weak, Xiani helped him more by teaching, and he rarely solved puzzles. After all, he couldn't let him go smoothly. Those Tianjiao who have become the Mahayana realm after 100 years of cultivation can't reach his current realm. It's not that those Tianjiao can't become Daojun, but those Tianjiao, most of them stop the emperor, and they still need some hardships if they want to become the tribulation realm. The realm of Jian Wushuang is much stronger than that of the emperor. Among the most outstanding, there are few people who can compare with him. Here, when he was thinking about it, his figure was already near the human monk. Boom! Kill. As soon as he arrived, he heard the cry of killing all over the sky. It turned out that these human cultivators had encountered a powerful barren beast whose strength had reached the late Yuanshan stage. Among these monks, there was only one strong soul, and it seemed that he was still in a new state. The primordial spirit is a great realm, and some strong primordial spirits can extinguish countless primordial spirits with a wave of hands. There is a big gap in the middle, just the same as now. Jian Wushuang grasped the board on his thumb, and one accidentally fell off the board. Just about to pick it up, those human race monks could no longer hold it. He couldn't manage that much, so it was important to rush to save people first. This time he deliberately suppressed his breath, but when he could freely shoot, he still caused a lot of movement, and the world was shocked. The desolate beast in the realm of primordial spirit turned directly into powder and disappeared in the same place in an instant. But Jian Wushuang had already reached the crowd and saved a baby in swaddling clothes. Just when he slowed down a little bit, the baby was about to fall. Benefactor. One of the oldest ancient monks among the human race monks directly knelt down to Jian Wushuang. The others knelt down after seeing the old man kneeling. Jian Wushuang was holding the infant child in one hand, and behind the other hand, the appearance of a worldly expert was undoubtedly revealed, and he was carrying a divine sword behind him, which was even more mysterious. But he knows that, based on the timeline, these people are probably older than the gods. Get up all. This seat only retreats here. After being disturbed by this beast, he came to help. Don't thank me. Jian Wushuang's voice was steady, with the tolerance of a great monk. The old man who took the lead tremblingly stood up and immediately reported his name. Junior Qi, pay respect to Senior. I don't know that this place is Senior's dojo. So much trouble. Jian Wushuang didn't care. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at the baby in his arms. He found that the other party was born with an ancient mark on the brow, and he asked, I think the mark on the baby's forehead is not simple, it's you. Totem of the race? In this era, he probably knew that it should be the end of the era of God. Human races born in the time of God will have ethnic totems. Yes, the baby in the hands of the predecessor is an old grandson who has just been born. The old man replied respectfully. The bottom of my heart is even more moved. Their family has survived here for millions of years, but no Mahayana monk has been able to appear. And the young man in front of him was probably a Mahayana monk. If he asked the other party to accept his grandson as his apprentice, there would be a Mahayana monk in their clan. Ukanshu. Clan groups with Mahayana monks are qualified to step out of this barren wilderness and enter the holy land of the human race. That will rewrite the fate of their family. Just born, the totem can be revealed. Your grandson's talent, not bad. Jian Wushuang nodded. Although he didn't know much about Moruo's time and space, he still understood the basic common sense. The totem on the baby's forehead can appear so early. I am afraid that in the future, he will be a primordial monk, hopefully Mahayana realm. Of course, if you can meet him, it will not be difficult to become a Mahayana. One finger pointed it out, and a force of all things entered the baby's eyebrows. Following the power of all things, there is a trace of thought power entering the baby's body. After Nian Li entered the baby's body, a huge blood force instantly numbed Jian Wushuang's hand. Not easy. Jian Wushuang secretly said in his heart. The baby's future is not simple, he can't even spy on it. This power of all things can be regarded as a good destiny. The old man's eyes were eager, and he could feel a powerful force injected into his grandson, and his heart was ecstatic. Just about to follow Jian Wushuang's meaning, when he continued, Jian Wushuang interrupted. I have something to do, so I won't bother you. After saying that, Jian Wushuang got up and wanted to leave. Holy land of Terran. Where is he going to see? Before leaving, Jian Wushuang thought that the board had fallen and wanted to return to search for it. At this moment, he suddenly had an idea and thought of something. That was the jade board of Qishan, and he brought it into this time and space. Doesn't it mean that two identical jade boards appeared? If so, the board in his hand will probably disappear. And now that board hasn't disappeared, and it's also positive that it hasn't been born yet. Chapter 56:15. Forget it. Jian Wushuang shook his head, and then said to the old man Qihao, I left a token near this place. If you can find it by fate, you can let the talented among the younger generations find me. Then he left a seal in the jade board and left. This jade board, the final result will definitely fall into the hands of the gods. Even if he does not give them to these people, he will still be in the wild at will, and eventually will be in the hands of the gods. Because this is something of a god, this cannot be changed. After Jian Wushuang broke open and left, all the human monks, except the baby who was held by Jian Wushuang, went crazy looking for tokens. This is a great opportunity. This is interesting. Jian Wushuang kept flying towards the holy land of the human race in the record, feeling more and more interesting in his heart. He strayed into the age of God in Morwa time and space. It seems that the God of God was born in this era, and after 3 eras, it opened up its own era. Maybe he can still meet the gods. Judging from the records, the Qishan was very ordinary in the early stage, and in the glorious era of the human race, the Qishan was only an earth fairy. In the age of chaotic stars, the Qishan slowly emerged. According to the record, the era of God ended when a human race monk became a tribulation realm and then led the human race to the peak human race era with one person. In this era, the human family is not the only one. Said it was the human race era. In fact, the strong human race at the time didn't think so. It was just the people of later generations who named this era. Although the human race has appeared in the tribulation realm and perfected the cultivation method, the comprehensive strength of the human race is far inferior to the rest of the race in the long river of time and space. There is only one peak powerhouse, which is far from enough. At this time, there is a high probability that the strong robbery realm will appear. I just don't know if it's the holy land of the human race on this continent. His current location is almost a cosmic distance from the holy land of human race. In order to be able to arrive quickly, Jian Wushuang directly used the ancient changes, and his strength was raised to the peak. Now, the closer he is to Ha Dao, the faster his strength will increase. I don't know if it is good or bad. He has not heard of this phenomenon, so that his strength has overflowed a bit. In the normal state, he has the top combat power. After displaying the peak state after the ancient changes, he has already had the perfect combat power, which is much stronger than the strength he previously expected after joining the Tao. Could it be said that after he is in harmony, he will be invincible directly? Now he dare not say that he is the invincible emperor. He can only say that he has few rivals. The appearance of the power of the starry sky really made his strength beyond his cognition, but as long as there is no after effect, he can accept it. 10 days. In just 10 days, he traveled across a universe and reached the holy land of the human race. Tunglong continent, one of the holy places of the human race, is the holy land of this continent, not the holy land of the human race in the long river of time and space. But it's not much different. The lives bred in the universe now are mostly special lives, without ethnic groups. At the peak of the human race, the Great Migration began and entered the life of the universe. The current human races all live in time and space secrets. This is why those special beings have always said that the universe is their hometown, not the territory of the human race at all. After entering the Tamarin continent, human races can be seen everywhere. Without the desolate beasts, this continent is so pleasing to the eye. After came here, Jian Wushuang moved forward in no hurry. Anyway, he hasn't found a way to leave. It's better to travel and live here for a while before talking about it. Tunglong continent, in a small country in the eastern region far away from Zhengzhou, Jian Wushuang turned into a mundane and began a mundane life. In the days of God, the human race's own practice methods were not perfect. He didn't need to learn from practice. Can only wait slowly. This piece of space-time fragments carry a short time, but the space is not small. Such an ancient continent is tens of thousands of times larger than the original universe. Time flies. Jian Wushuang wonders if he can survive the birth of Qishan. It only took 1,000,000 years, and he disappeared from here. When appeared again, it was still a space-time vortex. It's just that now he is wearing an ancient monk's costume, and the jade board is gone. It seems that everything is real. Within 1,000,000 years, he had the opportunity to travel across the Tunglong continent, and he left many opportunities in that holy land of the human race. Although it is only useful to the mundane, it can also change the history of some human races and accelerate the human race to become the pinnacle race. N. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly, still in the vortex of time and space. Is it necessary for him to experience more time and space before letting him leave? Jian Wushuang teleported again and entered a huge fragment of time and space. Same as last time. After the darkness, he saw the time before him clearly. The village is very desolate. Grass can be seen everywhere, and there is smoke in the hut. This is an ordinary village. There is not a trace of breath nearby. This time, it is the era of chaotic star field. The human race has undergone a great migration and entered the universe. He is in a magnificent universe, although most of them are mundane, but there are already a lot of monks. In this world that is in, there is already an emperor. This is just a middle boundary. Jian Wushuang suddenly appeared, scaring the scalpers in the bullpen next door and screaming. A cow-herding child jumped and rushed forward, and when he saw Jian Wushuang dressed up, he was shocked. For these mortals, they have never seen such a clean mundane. Unfortunately, Jian Wushuang is not mundane. Smiled at the child, Jian Wushuang was about to leave directly, calm to meet the emperor. At the beginning in Tamarin continent, he had met several emperors, but their strength was too weak. Also didn't see the robbery realm powerhouse who brought the human race to the top, and didn't have any intersection with those people. He just observed it secretly and left. This time, he felt more than one emperor. There are at least hundreds of emperors in the entire universe sect, and the strength is not weak. In the era of chaotic stars, the gods have risen, and he just took the opportunity to inquire about the gods. Just about to leave, Jian Wushuang stopped again. He looked at the dark-skinned child, and the more he looked, the more familiar he became, and he felt that he had seen the child there. "Your last name is Bai?" Jian Wushuang asked tentatively. The child watched Jian Wushuang talk to him and was not afraid, so he said, "Naughty, why should I tell you?" Jian Wushuang just flipped his palm, and there was a bunch of candied haws in his hand, and asked again, "What's your name?" "White Gooden." The child didn't think his hands were dirty, so he grabbed the candied haws instead of holding a lot like Jian Wushuang. Chapter 56:16. Ha ha ha, Jian Wushuang touched the child's head with one hand and couldn't help laughing. This child should be the ancestor of King White or his father. It looks so much like that face of King Bai. When the people in the house heard the laughter, they thought someone was coming and walked out, but only saw the child standing outside the cowshed, holding a tuft of cow dung and licking it. "Dugan, are you stupid?" The woman who came out walked into the house worrying about Guggen's ears, cursing as she walked. "You idiot! You haven't eaten enough before. Eat with cow dung. Later your second uncle will come, thinking that my old lady can't support you." After cursing, the woman was still a little confused. She kicked Godon twice and said, "This time your second uncle is here. You are ready to take you into the city and go to Kixwanman as a disciple. You give me something brilliant. Did you hear me?" Jian Wushuang, who flew into the clouds, couldn't help but smile. This feeling is amazing. He now understands why his teacher Xuani said he was waiting for him in the future. I am afraid that Xianyi also used this method to enter their time and space. This also shows that their time and space will be broken in the future. In other words, Xianyi has other offices entering a certain period of time and selecting descendants from a certain time in the past. He was a little different, but wanted to pry into the future from the timeline of the past. See what the gods are planning. Recovery is not that simple. It can be very complicated. What kind of power is needed? He is also very defensive. The breath leaked out. This time he didn't need to take the initiative to look for it. As long as a breath of emperor broke out, he could attract the emperor and powerful person here in person. On a Qingya peak, Jian Wushuang stopped in place. Suddenly an aurora appeared in the pale blue sky, but an extravagant man wearing a high crown appeared in an instant. "Dare to ask your name, why did you appear in this dojo?" The noble man was condescending, very arrogant. Jian Wushuang slowly raised his hand, but with a claw in the void, he grabbed the noble man into his hand. I ask you one sentence, you answer one sentence, dare to conceal it. I will make you die and not die again. The threatening tone made Jian Wushuang very useful. The emperor and strong man did not dare to breathe when he was frightened, because the breath of his whole body was suppressed by Jian Wushuang. This extravagant man is just a third-order emperor, and the origin Dao is still very weak. It seems to be only the fourth-rank origin Dao. With this kind of stuff, let alone the 4 secret realms of the Qixin Temple, even the current primitive universe has a lot of them, and it is not worthy to serve him tea. Senior, forgive me, I said so. The extravagant man immediately begged for mercy. The gap between the two sides is too great. Even his master, I am afraid that there is no such strong pressure. What is your name? Who is master? Junior, Wudong. My master is Huangdi's friend, Zhuhua Taoist. Jian Wushuang grinned and said, You are threatening me. As he kept on exerting force, Wu Tong's face was flushed, already turning purple. The junior dare not, I just tell the truth. For the sake of your resemblance to an old friend of mine, I will spare your life. Jian Wushuang threw Wudong out. Wu Tong Wuzhua. He was really afraid that the other party had anything to do with Wuzhua. After all, he is an emperor with an unusual background, and their descendants are likely to shine in the age of Qixin. On the contrary, he was very interested in the Huangdi that the other party said. Qixin Temple, the wild of the 3 major gods. This divine lord had saved the great wilderness at the beginning. He remembered it clearly. Now it's only the emperor, but you can ask the other party about the matter of Moruo's time and space, and inquire about the gods by the way. Huang's breath was very strong, and he could clearly feel that this time he had hidden his breath and began to approach Huang's direction. He hides his breath. No one in this universe can discover. In this era, few people can find him. In this era, there are probably not many humans in the tribulation realm, and the strength is relatively weak. In just an hour, he reached the realm where the waste was. It's not that it's very close, but it's flying in the primitive universe, much faster than in the long river of time and space, without any resistance. Because the space of the primitive universe is more pure, not as heavy as in the long river of time and space, and time is condensed in the space. It is very difficult to destroy, and the flight becomes extremely slow. At close range, Jian Wushuang could see Huang's strength at a glance, and he was absolutely perfect. The time recorded in the book should be at the end of the star random era, when Huang became a tribulation realm, and then followed the gods into a new era. In the first generation of the gods, the gap between the 3 gods and the gods is not big. The more the later the difference, the more obvious the gap. When the Qixin became the 7 tribulations realm, the 3 major gods were only the 5 tribulations realm. There is only one person, the smallest difference from the of disbelief, and that is the extinction. Jian Wushuang really wanted to find the old guy, take the opportunity to clean up and relieve his anger, and also urge the other party to help a person named Jian Wushuang in the future. It's a pity that he couldn't find extinction at all. Maybe this guy has changed his name. It would be troublesome if the opponent was found to be defeated by the tribulation realm. Forget it. Let's go find a silly chat first. As soon as it arrived, Jian Wushuang felt a violent force fighting. Kindness? Jian Wushuang looked down the direction, and Huang Zheng was fighting with Huang Zheng on a huge arena. The strength of that desolate beast is not weak, much stronger than the 8-clawed beast emperor who fought against Broly. Already had the power to complete perfection, but unfortunately encountered a shortage. Keep being ravaged. Jian Wushuang saw the rise and flew directly over. In the battle, Huang put all his heart and soul into it, and didn't find Jian Wushuang at all. Or some emperors who watched the battle found Jian Wushuang. You, who are you? The surrounding emperors all had digits and instantly stopped Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang put his index finger to his mouth to signal these people not to disturb the fighting Huang. Under his threat, these people actually chose to shut up very obediently and just stood there and looked at Jian Wushuang. At the same time, there are countless dazzling daggers floating around his neck. They dared to make a sound. Jian Wushuang didn't mind, killing a few emperors in advance to cheer. The wasteland in the field is like an ancient savage, barefoot with loose hair, and a stone axe in his hand. With every axe, that barren beast must be injured. 17th axe. Huang shouted angrily. After cutting it down again, the desolate beast wailed, completely silent. A wild beast comparable to the perfect consummation just fell so small under the unpretentious axe. Chapter 56:17. Huang walked to the waste beast's corpse, drew out the giant axe and laid on the waste beast's corpse with one hand, wiped it, and pinned the axe to his waist. At this moment, he realized that someone was watching him. And it's a strong man you don't know, just like a black hole. Who? Huang turned his head and stared at Jian Wushuang. His eyes turned, and the breath of the person in front of him converged extremely cleverly. He only found out when he reached him in a daze. I looked carefully, but found that the introverted aura, like a black hole, swallowed all the power in the body. Shortage. Jian Wushuang was also surprised when he saw the other party. The appearance of the other party and the axe in his hand surprised him greatly. He was so familiar with the axe. Once scenes in the starry sky appeared, he thought of the savage giant who was born on the wild planet. I thought of the owner of the stone axe at the time of parting. Dong Jun. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself, that starry sky human race should have been a dream. The result appeared in the time and space of Molo. He couldn't be more familiar with the stone axe in Huangdi's hand. He absolutely did not admit his mistake. It was definitely the one in Dongjun's hand. How would it appear here? When Huang heard Jian Wushuang reciting Dongjun silently, he was taken aback and said in surprise, "Do you know Senior Dongjun?" "No, an old friend." Jian Wushuang nodded, and then asked back, "How do you know Dongjun, and how did you get this great axe?" Those immortal emperors were relieved to see Jian Wushuang and Huangdi actually know each other. In their view, Jian Wushuang's strength is extremely powerful. If he wants to attack them, I am afraid that they will be killed in a short while. Huang held the giant axe in his hand, looked up at the sky, then looked at Jian Wushuang and said, "Are you a man of God?" God. Since the broken of God, the era of God has also ended. Huang's stone axe came from God. It is not an exaggeration to say that it was bestowed by God. The brokenness of God is a catastrophe for heaven and earth, and it is also an opportunity for practitioners. Because in God, there are countless treasures and countless inheritances hidden. These inheritances and treasures are scattered everywhere in the long river of time and space, forming a mysterious realm of stars. That is the current chaotic star field. The stone axe in Huang's hand was obtained from the chaotic star field. In addition to this stone axe, he also got an arm. The arm clung to the stone axe. After understanding why Huang got the stone axe, Jian Wushuang had even greater doubts in his heart, so that he didn't even bother to ask about the gods. This stone axe comes from God, and the so-called God has a high probability of being a treasure house left over from the previous era, or a secret hiding place that descended from the starry sky. If it is really like this, then Dongjun and the former star are much longer than Morwa time and space in ancient times. Looking at the secret text on the stone axe, it is definitely the secret text of the universe. This also shows that the star he once visited and the powerful life that gave birth to the Lord of the universe. It's just now and died. Jian Wushuang didn't expect that he would go to an even more ancient time and space without realizing it. Only at that time, he didn't know much about time and space. What's more, when he left the star, there was not even a fairy from above. He never expected that the star could multiply to such a degree. "Can you show me?" Jian Wushuang asked. Huang was also very angry and passed the stone axe directly. After receiving the stone axe, Jian Wushuang's thought power deepened, and the power of the starry sky burst out from his hands in an instant. After the stone axe was subjected to the power of the starry sky, its power was billions of times stronger than before. That force directly shattered the formation of the cage ring. Huang was also surprised that Jian Wushuang could fully explode the power of the stone axe, and his body was shaken back again and again. "Senior." Huang knelt down directly. Jian Wushuang's temples flew up, but the stone axe let out a hum, as if it was the joy of returning to the original owner. In fact, he is not the original owner. The first-generation owner of this stone axe was the owner who opened the sky and the earth. He wasn't considered a second-generation master, He simply repaired it and gave it to Dongjun. Unexpectedly, this little guy could actually nurture this stone axe into such a powerful treasure. Dongjun's strength, to say nothing, is also a power above the three tribulations realm. Only by mastering the universe and becoming the master of the universe can the treasures of the universe be nurtured. Ordinary robbery can't be done. Dongjun is so powerful. What about his cheap apprentice? Fu Zhu, the first-generation patriarch of the human race. Dongjun can become the lord of the universe. I am afraid Fu Zhu's strength will not be too bad, but it should have fallen. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's self-confidence burst in his heart, and his apprentice is likely to be the master of the universe. His disciples and grandchildren, maybe they are all the masters of the universe. Except for this stone axe, what else did you get? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. He now wants to know more and more about what is conceived in God. Huang carefully took the stone axe and replied respectfully. At first, the junior was lucky and entered into a crack in time and space. Then he entered a half-plane planet. On the planet, there is only a broken arm and a stone axe. After speaking, Huang took out the severed arm directly. The power contained above was very powerful. Jian Wushuang looked at the severed arm deeply, and the more he looked at it, the more familiar it became. This broken arm is just a simple physical body, without a divine body. But the density of the flesh is very similar to his flesh. It is definitely the body of the 9 refinements. Jian Wushuang stretched out his hand and stroked it carefully. Feeling it, his brow frowned. He felt a familiar force from his arm. That is the power of the fusion of the flesh and the divine body, as well as the familiar original aura. This is especially his own arm. Jian Wushuang directly backed away a few steps, then stared at the lines on his palm, then stared at the palm of his hand. The pattern on the top is exactly the same as the pattern on the palm of his hand. What is the explanation for this? An arm is nothing to him. However, the arm was obviously chopped off by a stone axe, which explains the problem. In the past, he seemed to have had a big battle with Dongjun and eventually broke his arm. This stone axe, also stayed. But it is not very accurate to speculate like this. After he left the starry sky, he has never been to the starry sky again, which doesn't make sense. Could it be said that in the future, he will go to the starry sky, and then fight Dongjun, and his arm will be chopped off by the opponent? Either this is the reason. Either this arm is not his. But the breath of the source will not deceive him. The breath of the source is too similar to him. Life force. Jian Wushuang thought of this, and suddenly understood. Dongjun probably did not fight with him, but died. End of this chapter. Chapter 56:18. The origin of the opponent is very similar to him, although it is completely opposite, but to master the power of death, the origin of the earlier period must be similar to him. It is also extremely. If this is the case, then it makes sense. Extinction came from the time and space of Moriwa in the ancient times, and the time of God in the time and space of Moriwa. Maybe Dongjun was still alive and later fought against extinction. In this way, then the current Dongjun has a high probability of falling, and the future extinction is still alive. At the end of the star random era, the power of extinction is probably not weak anymore. At least it is the 5 tribulations. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself, letting Huang Di on the side know what to do. Senior? Huang cried cautiously. Jian Wushuang came back to his senses, leaked a smile, and said, I am not a man of God, but just like you. I have been bestowed by God. The other party answered his doubts, and he had nothing to hide. After all, he was an ancestor. Saying it means not saying that these people just live in this small piece of time and space, and they will soon disappear, and they are not enough to change history. I chatted with Emperor Huang for a while, this time mainly discussing the chaotic star field. At the same time, he also inquired about an existence called Qi, but Huang didn't know him. This made Jian Wushuang very surprised. According to common sense, at this time, Qishan should be a resounding character. How come Huang hasn't heard of it? Could it be said that the true fate of the gods does not contain the ambiguous words? If this is the case, he is unlucky. By the way, he asked about the existence of some catastrophes in the human race. After not finding any special existence, he heaved a sigh of relief. Now he has no need to stay. This time and space is too big. The more you delve into it, the less you can see any clues, only a few words. Just when he was about to leave, Huang stopped him. Senior, is there really life in the Chaos Star territory? This was Huang's biggest doubt, because at the beginning, he had seen a moving old man in the heavens, but the other party did not have the power of life, but instead represented death. Jin Wushuang was asked this question. He really didn't know, but he didn't panic either, but instead asked, "Why do you think so?" Huang didn't reserve this time, so he told the scene he saw before God broke. Die. The mark on Jin Wushuang's eyebrows kept flickering. Extinction. Yes. Jin Wushuang finally said a word, and then left directly. The origin of extinction is probably related to God. The mysterious person who fought with Dong Kuan also had a high probability of extinction. This world-destroying old man does not belong to this era at all. It is an old monster that has crossed over from the oldest era. At least he is a strong man in the same era as Dongjun. Wow! He directly tore through the universe and entered the long river of time and space. The power of thought spread, and the nearby cracks were instantly felt. The space of this space-time fragment is not too big. It just covers a few universes. It's far less huge than the continent that I visited for the first time, but it is much larger in space, because the distance between each universe is huge, and the intermediate distance may be able to store tens of thousands of universes. Flying in this chaotic void, the speed is not so fast. Extinction. A bold thought appeared in Jin Wushuang's mind. If he killed Exisheng ahead of time, wouldn't there be so many things in the future? No. Jin Wushuang shook his head again. Extinction does not belong here either. He can't find the time period when extinction was born. Even if he finds extinction now, I am afraid that the opponent's strength is much stronger than him. In this case, he can only give up this idea and start a long layout. Layout for the future. Thinking of this, Jin Wushuang began to deliberately search for the strong men recorded in the Temple of Qishan, and constantly speed up their process of entering the road of cultivation. The first is the White King, who has some connections with Jin Wushuang. Although in the future, King White will die miserably, even before the age of the gods, King White will be nothing more than a small person, cannot set off too much waves. But with his help, King White's strength will most likely exceed the future. Maybe it will give him a surprise. In addition to King Bai, Jin Wushuang dived into this universe, constantly searching, and found that at least 6 universe masters would be born in the future of this universe. This is in addition to the Desolate Master. These 6 Tribulation Realm powerhouses, because they were born relatively early, have caught up with the peak age of the gods. They are very powerful, and they are also the top group of people under the gods. Each is the master of the 4 Tribulations Realm universe. Only now, they are only Earth immortals. It is Yinxian, on the way to explore the avenue. With Jin Wushuang's qualifications, enough to teach these people. At least let these people understand that it is not as good as if the ultimate way is not cultivated to reach consummation. Now that you have mastered the ultimate way, you must cultivate to consummation. Every realm is cultivated to the extreme, and only in this way can we lay a solid foundation for the future and become the pinnacle powerhouse among the masters of the universe. In a cosmic secret, the 7 disciples under Jin Wushuang's command were besieging a desolate beast at the celestial level. The strength of this desolate beast already had rank 9 combat power. The 7 disciples are all Earth immortals. It was extremely difficult to besiege and kill a desolate beast with the power of the Nineth rank celestial immortal. But if it's simple, it won't let them besiege together. Jin Wushuang snorted coldly when he saw their embarrassed look. Angrily shouted, "A mere 9-turned heavenly immortal makes you so embarrassed. How can you become a peak power in the future? Stand up for me." At the beginning, when he was just a fairy cultivator, he would be able to kill the Nineth rank Dian fairy alone. Dao Jun is even more invincible. These guys are at this level. He really doesn't know how to become the master of the universe. 6 of them are already definitive masters of the universe, and there will be records in the future. There is another one who has talents leading the other 6, but there is no record of the other party. I am afraid that in the future, there will be a high probability of death. But Jian Wushuang didn't give up on the other side. Maybe he could reverse history. Boom. Hearing his scolding, several disciples have also exploded to their full potential and attacked again. Only then did Jian Wushuang smile with satisfaction. These little guys. It's time to break through. For millions of years, he has taught everything he can. After becoming an immortal, to embark on the ultimate path, they need to work hard alone. A drag force comes from the sky. Jian Wushuang knew that he was leaving. At this time, the 7 people formed a formation and completely suppressed the wild beast. Master, we did it. Several disciples came excitedly. You can see Jian Wushuang's complexion, which is not very good, and it is often distorted. That was the countercurrent of space and time. Jian Wushuang might leave at any time. Chapter 56:19. Master. These disciples naturally did not know why this was, and hurried forward. Jian Wushuang stopped them, barely let out a smile of relief, and said, "You are excellent, I am very happy, but I was seriously injured and there is no way to survive. Remember to practice hard." Who is it? Several disciples asked one after another. Jian Wushuang has been a master and a father for millions of years. Hearing that the master himself was hurt, I wanted to know who was able to seriously hurt their master. Stupid boy, don't ask too much. There will be an announcement in the future. You don't need to avenge me. Jian Wushuang shook his head and said so, but he still took out a mustard seed and said tremblingly, "This is what I left for you. The treasures you leave, practice hard, don't say it's my disciple." These treasures were all searched out by him in this cosmic secret realm. Enough for these 7 people to cultivate to the 5th order emperor. If you want to become stronger later, you need to travel to the long river of time and space and go alone. Jian Wushuang's figure began to slowly disappear, and finally returned to the vortex of time and space. The 7 disciples washed their faces with tears, and even the master's body was not left, so they could only get Jian Wushuang a cloak. And at the top is also signed, Wushuang Jian Tomb. The future of these 7 people has indeed changed the history of the era of the gods, but it has not affected the extinction, because the strongest among them has just reached the pinnacle of the 5 tribulations realm. It's just that Jian Wushuang has been in the vortex of time and space, and he hasn't confirmed it in the Qishan Temple. How difficult it is to change. After Jian Wushuang left the space-time fragment, he entered a huge space-time fragment again. Another reincarnation. And this time, Jian Wushuang came to the oldest era in Morwa time and space. Ancient times. This is an era without human races. The era of wild beasts rampant. In the fragment of time and space where he was, there was an innate beast god. When Jian Wushuang felt the breath, he was scared to gasp. He turned his body into the appearance of a wild beast, and started to practice with reference to the innate beast at a location far away. It's just that this desolate beast is not a candle dragon. Otherwise, after feeling the candle dragon kit on his body, I am afraid that he will not be spared. After millions of years, Jian Wushuang disappeared again. This time he has experience and can calculate that era based on the surface of the space-time fragments. Then went to the time period when the era of God came. He felt that the appearance of the human race had a lot to do with the time of God. In the age of God, only the human race could get the totem of God, and the heavens behind were shattered, and the chaotic star field turned into is also because of the human race. After the great prosperity of the human race, a chaotic star field appeared. Most of the treasures were taken away by the human race. After the age of prosperity, those wild beasts could not compete with the human race for treasures. Even the primitive universes formed by the innate are occupied by the human race. On a swaying sacred mountain, Jian Wushuang looked at the divine light in the sky behind his hands. A moment ago, it was still ancient. The next moment is the time when God descends. From this moment, the human race began to be bred from the life of all things. At the moment human race appeared, Jian Wushuang obviously felt a powerful soul power descend on the mainland. It really has something to do with God. Jian Wushuang stared at the shining divine light of God, frowned slightly, and felt eager to try his upper body, wanting to go in and see what happened. This god must have something to do with the human race and the starry sky. Maybe all the secrets lie in it. Boom. Under the ray of light, Jian Wushuang saw the totem leaked by God Lu. Under such a shining light, there is a huge horror hidden. The secret of Morua time and space. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows flickered, and the next moment he went directly to the top. The power of the starry sky burst suddenly. The flesh swelled in a circle for it. He couldn't handle this power. Huh. Jian Wushuang instantly wilted. This time, he was more convinced that God came from the stars. And Mieshing is a character of the same age as Dongjun, a strong man in the starry sky. The secret of the starry sky is not the only one. Jian Wushuang got up with difficulty. For him, the starry sky is indeed not the only one. Perhaps he will be able to defeat extinction by leaving the starry sky. The other party came from the starry sky, which shows that Meishing knows the starry sky better than him. And also know that he has the power of life. This is a chess game set from the beginning. Chi-Chi. Through the light of God, the two forces face each other. Among the heavens, on a dilapidated wooden boat, extinguished life carrying the soul lamp, wandering to the heavens. Jian Wushuang slowly raised his palm. When he first touched God, he also felt a force of death. Extinction is just above. It's just strength, stronger than he thought. The extinction in the heavens may be stronger than the future gods. It seems that if he hasn't crossed a time and space, his strength will drop sharply. Jian Wushuang had an answer in his heart. The extinction in the heavens is probably an existence beyond the seven tribulations realm. After the divine destruction, the extinction reaches the Morua time and space, only half the strength of the seven tribulations realm. Now in the time and space outside their original universe, I am afraid that the strength of extinction will be reduced. It's just that the real spirit doesn't know this. In the future world, in order to swallow him, extinction chooses to cut the realm and fall to the top. Maybe it's not that the other party is willing to cut the realm. It's that extinction has entered the future just like him. Extinction has crossed time and space many times, but he himself has not reached the point of completely mastering time and space, so he will fall every time. When it comes to the future time and space, only the ultimate combat power is left. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang was decisive enough to choose to die directly in the future world. Extinction will have to return to the current main time and space. It's no wonder that the inner demon doesn't know Mishing, because Mishing didn't take the inner demon seriously and chose to do it himself. After knowing everything repeatedly, Jian Wushuang couldn't help feeling afraid. Past and present lives, as well as the future, are all laid out for extinction. Then he came here. I'm afraid it also has a lot to do with extinction. His layout, I am afraid, from the perspective of Daisheng, it is like a child's play, almost calculated by you again. Jian Wushuang looked up at the rays of light emitted from the heavens. If he is entangled here, he will face extinction eventually, and he will not be able to escape by then. Fortunately, with good luck, the fragments that entered Moros time and space for the third time did not encounter extinction. This time it was the closest, but it was a pity that extinction couldn't come out now. This is the early days of God's era, and extinction will never come down. After Jian Wushuang figured it out, he couldn't help laughing and saying, "Extinction, you count it. After all, it's not the way of heaven. I will kill you in the future world." The future world he entered for the first time was the future designed for him by Meisheng. That is an inaccurate future, and he will not be affected. Everything is up to him. If he really fails, he won't be able to die. Chapter 56:20. The extinction in the heavens seemed to hear Jian Wushuang's words, and the power of death exploded one after another. Anxious, anxious. Jian Wushuang shook his head and laughed. Boom. He did not expect that the extinction in the heavens, completely furious, directly cast down the power of death, condensing countless extinctions. Jian Wushuang. Each of these black phantoms has the ultimate combat power. Jian Wushuang was also taken aback at first, only to look at it for a while, and found that these black phantoms were all transformed by the power of death. Although they had superb combat power, they could not last and could not threaten him at all. Mieshing, your calculation is perfect. But it's a pity that you missed a little. Jian Wushuang stood on the top of the mountain, overlooking countless black phantoms, transforming and fusing together, and the aura continued to grow stronger. But Jian Wushuang didn't panic at all. Even if they are fused together, the ultimate is the ultimate after all. After he draws on the power of the starry sky from the heavens, he can reach the tribulation realm in an instant. In this place, Jian Wushuang did not die in the slightest. Fusion's extinct complexion changed, and he was surprised. What did this seat miss? You should know that I have been to the starry sky, but you would never think of my identity in the starry sky. Jian Wushuang looked down below, leaking a sneer. Miexing narrowed his eyes, disdainfully said, "Oh, really? Even if you have a relationship with Dongjun, I don't care, because Dongjun is dead." Dongjun? Jian Wushuang held his head up. Just as he had guessed, Dongjun really died at Mixing's hands. Miexing continued, "You really know Dongjun. Apart from him, I don't think anyone can make you so calm. You only need to know one thing now. I am the only one in God, and no one can save you." "You can actually kill Dongjun?" Jian Wushuang pretended to be surprised. In fact, he knew very little about the Starry Sky human race, because the original Starry Sky human race was so weak that he didn't pay attention to it at all. So if you take the opportunity to kill the life, you want to know more about how the Starry Sky human race in the heavens has perished, or how strong it is. Seeing Jian Wushuang's surprise, Miexing sneered and said, "Do you really think Dongjun is very powerful? Compared to Shinkong, he is just a worm. I am the real overlord of the Starry Sky, the choice of the human race." "Himph, I don't believe it." Jian Wu's double-faced color sank slightly, and then said, "Dongjun's strength, so powerful. How can you lose to the Six Tribulations realm?" Miexing couldn't help laughing after hearing it. Yes, the Six Tribulations realm is indeed not Dongjun's opponent. Even the Divine God, it's not Dongjun's opponent. But this seat is the Nine Tribulations realm, believe it or not. Miexing raised a finger and pointed to it. Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang didn't dodge and didn't dodge. He only dissolved the aura at the front, sarcastically. "If you are in the Nine Tribulations realm, you still need to swallow the life force? Didn't you control time and space early and travel at will?" He broke the lie of extinction in one sentence. It's not necessary to pretend in front of him. After being exposed, Miexing's face changed drastically, and he shouted angrily, "Boy, you dare to play with me?" Only then did he understand that Jian Wushuang already knew his previous layout. Immediately, he started directly, and the condensed death body turned into a black mist, which instantly eroded the heaven and the earth, causing the entire space to lose the power of all things. Complete death, it was a desolate landscape. Jian Wushuang stood still. Eternal change. Under God, he is invincible. Because there is a huge amount of starry sky power in the heavens, which is continuously declining, entering Jian Wushuang's body, allowing him to instantly reach the power of the robbery realm. This scene stunned the life. He didn't expect Jian Wushuang to be so powerful with the help of the power of the heavens. His deity is equally powerful in the heavens. This is the unique power of Shinkong life. How Jian Wushuang can master it, and it can still be so powerful. "What realm are you in the starry sky?" Miexing couldn't help asking. However, Jian Wushuang kept silent and shot directly. He didn't want to say a word about extinction, otherwise he would be calculated by the other party. When he came up, he shot with all his strength, facing the death body. His life force broke out, and the life force controlled by the robbery directly dissipated the breath of death. This consciousness of extinction was also instantly defeated. At the moment when the opponent was defeated, Jian Wushuang squeezed the remaining consciousness of extinction. "Wanna run?" Jian Wushuang pinched the opponent's incomplete consciousness and directly sealed it in the long river of time and space on the Guantian chessboard. After Miexing's consciousness entered the Guantian chessboard, his complexion changed drastically and his tone was incredible. "How can you have the treasure of time and space? I really can't tell you this." Jian Wushuang finished speaking and directly suppressed the remaining consciousness of extinction to the bottom of the Guantian River. In the sea of origin in his body, The power of death that was hidden from life was also grasped by Jian Wushuang. Imph! Now you have lost the madam and broke down. With the consciousness of extinction, plus the power of death, he can completely create a Dharma body that exterminates life. Mieshing can swallow him, and he can also swallow Mieshing. This is also a great opportunity for him, but it is too difficult to get this opportunity. Now that Mieshing had fallen into the endgame he had set up by himself, Jian Wushuang only needed a Dharma body to swallow the extinction Dharma body to be able to master samsara in advance. But this can only be done when he reaches the Emperor. The complete reincarnation, the power contained, is really not weak in time and space. If Jian Wushuang is expected to reach the 9 tribulations in the future, then he will be able to master 2 abilities. One is time and space, and the other is reincarnation. The sum of the 2 is the cycle of time and space. This is much more powerful than pure time and space. Back then, Teacher Xuanyi was able to find him only by relying on the power of time and space. When he masters the cycle of time and space, he may be able to escape the long river of time and space. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang was a little excited. Thanks, extinction. I won't give you another chance. Jian Wushuang decided to leave. When the time and space vortex, he did not explore those fragments again. Ukanshu. Kam has to leave everything. It's just that now this fragment has not been completely consumed. He still needs to wait here. In God. The dying man stared at Jian Wushuang below, his eyes deep. How could he know? As Jian Wushuang said, once the power of reincarnation was first mastered by him, the chance of extinction would be very small. But now all the methods available are used, just can't hold Jian Wushuang. Master, I am afraid I will be defeated in this life. Mieshing slowly closed his eyes, and the figure of Master appeared in his mind. That is the real Lord of Death. A pair of colorful corpses. This is the extinct Master. This corpse did not know when it entered the starry sky, and when it disappeared completely. Chapter 56:21. After Jian Wushuang sat for a few years, his figure began to dissipate. Before he left, he did not forget to taunt and die. Just make the other person angry. He is not afraid of the other party's dog jumping over the wall. He is afraid that the other party will not speak, as if he is preparing for some insidious trick. After the figure disappeared, the extinction in the heavens also disappeared, returning to the long river of time and space outside the original universe. But this time Jian Wushuang left the space-time vortex directly. It turned out that the time and space vortex existed because of the consciousness of extinction. After the consciousness of extinction left, Jian Wushuang also appeared directly in the cave of Mahayana Lingshan. No way, all the moves that should be used were used, and Jian Wushuang also understood his layout. Want to rely on luck to let Jian Wushuang meet his deity. It's almost unrealistic. And Jian Wushuang wasn't a fool either. He wouldn't enter the fragments of time and space, and could directly rush out of the vortex of time and space by virtue of his thought power. It's just that at the beginning, Jian Wushuang didn't expect it to be the layout of extinction and thought it was impossible to get out. After leaving the time and space vortex, returning to the cave of Mahayana Lingshan, he found that there was plenty of light and there was no darkness at all. On the walls on both sides are exquisite murals. A few steps ahead is the exit. Call. Jian Wushuang took a sigh of relief and finally returned to the real world. He has experienced too much these days. Take a step, leave the cave in an instant, and reach the entrance of the cave. Gong Miaoi and Qinqing Buddha were waiting for him outside. Thank you too. After Jian Wushuang came out, he gave a fist to the two of them. Gong Miaoi didn't say much and stepped aside. Thousand-Star Buddha put his hands together and said, "This yellow beam dream of a good man. I am afraid that he has gone through many difficulties and dangers. Let's go to the Gyuti tree and talk about it. Where can I help the good man with a good futon? Calm your mind." Thank you, Thousand-Star Buddha Lord. Jian Wushuang put his hands together. Thanks again. It's just that he is now complete with Dao Xian, and he doesn't need external objects to repair his state of mind. But the other party was sincere. How could he be embarrassed to refuse? Jian Wushuang turned his head and glanced at Gong Miaoi, and tentatively said, "Together, No. Gong Miaoi shook his head. Seeing the other party's determination, Jian Wushuang was not good at persisting, but he still handed out a mustard seed, which contained Nie Yuan's Kendo inheritance and some treasures. Make up for it. At the beginning, he also regarded the opponent as a pawn. Speaking of which, if Gong Miaoi didn't meet him, there would be nothing wrong with him. Honestly inheriting the inheritance of his mother, after obtaining the blood Luo Jing, I am afraid that he will not be afraid of any enemies. Everything is fate. After sighing, Jian Wushuang followed Qinqing Buddha. He hasn't got the heart of the beast yet, but he is already thinking about the heart of Guti. The second soul, that is the second life. The cost of Taoist cultivation of the second soul is not too great, and the whole Guti heart is not needed, but after the emperor wants to cultivate the second soul body, I am afraid that you need the entire Guti heart. Ns. I just don't know what the other party will think of him when this request is made. Even if I eat and take, I don't have a face anymore. The second soul is actually called the ordinary time. Now it should be said that it is the second source. Jian Wushuang was originally the 2 roots, and then he cultivated the 3 roots. He had thought about the third source, he used the life source, and then swallowed the dead body and became the source of reincarnation. It's perfect. He has now begun to calculate how many treasures he can take away in his hand, and he will mention it to the 1,000-star Buddha at that time. Soon after sitting down, someone sent the heart of the beast god. Jian Wushuang didn't make a fuss about this. The future is so miserable that he has got the heart of the beast god, which is nothing. Taking the heart of the beast god, Jian Wushuang took out a supreme eternal treasure from the mustard seed. Master of the world, please accept this little gadget. It's so disturbing this time. Jian Wushuang was extremely polite and almost squeezed it directly into the other's mustard seeds. The world has never seen this scene and tried to avoid it, but its eyes have been fixed on the 1,000-star Buddha. 1,000-star Buddha coughed dryly and said calmly, "Since it is the kindness of a good man, you will accept it in the world. Umitba, thank you for your kindness. Universal took the scepter and liked it very much in my heart. This is the ultimate eternal treasure. There are very few 6th-order emperors. After the world went down, only the 2 of them were left, sitting and drinking tea. Jian Wushuang had raised up in his heart for a long time, but he didn't have the face to speak out. Unexpectedly, 1,000-star Buddha took the initiative to mention it. Unparalleled scholar, what do you think of this Guti tree? 1,000-star Buddha kicked his hands and looked up at Guti. Jian Wushuang didn't figure it out for a while, but he continued up and said, "This Guti tree is indeed extraordinary. Not only can it calm the mind, but the inner Guti heart can also allow the emperor to cultivate a second origin." Haha, the rumors are a bit exaggerated. If it is an ordinary emperor, he can still cultivate the second source, but at my level, there is no hope anymore. So this ancient number is useless to me. Continued, I was young and was not qualified to practice the second source, but when I am qualified, it is already in his twilight years. This time Jian Wushuang could see that when Qinqing Buddha wanted to cultivate the second source before, he didn't have the qualifications. When he was qualified, his realm was too high, and he could no longer cultivate the second source with the help of Guta's heart. Now this is to let him seize the opportunity. After Jian Wushuang felt the other's mind, he leaked a knowing smile. Directly open and say, "This time the 1,000-star Buddha has a great favor to someone from the sword. Just say what you need." The unparalleled scholar is serious. It is a trivial matter to remove the killing and robbery. As for the heart of the beast god, it is not owned by this mountain. Now it is regarded as the original owner, and the good scholar has already given a reward. How dare you ask for it again? Qin Xinfu quickly shied away. This time Jian Wushuang frowned. He didn't quite understand what the old monk was asking for. After Qian Xing saw Jian Wushuang's doubts, Calm paused and said, "This time, there is indeed a small matter that I want Wushuang good men to help. If this matter can be achieved, this Mahayana Lingshan, you can get it if you are good at it." This is extremely domineering. It seemed like he kept saying everything. This Mahayana spirit mountain is not the only one of Qinqing. Hey, this is too simple for me. Let's talk about it. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile and waited for Qinqing Buddha. Qinqing Buddha took a sip of tea and said in a low voice, "Help me and Master Zhenling bring a message." "Bring something?" Jin Wushuang leaned back slightly, looking at Qinqing in surprise. It's not surprising that the other party knows the true spirit. These years, the true spirit can be said to be deeply rooted in people's hearts. Yes, just bring a sentence. Chapter 56:22. Although Jin Wushuang was surprised, it was not a big deal to him. He agreed directly. "Then thank you, Wushuang good fellow. Please send this mustard seed to Master True Spirit." Qinqing bowed slightly, then took out a mustard seed and handed it to Jin Wushuang. When Jin Wushuang took it, a trace of thought power had deepened, but he was a little surprised to find that he couldn't even open it. But thinking about it, Mahayana Lingshan is a famous mountain in ancient times, and the treasures handed down are naturally unusual. It seems that Qinqing is preparing to take Mahayana Lingshan to find true spirit for some kind of transaction. Such a pity. The other party does not know the temperament of the true spirit. For true spirit, this entire temple of Qishan is his own. Where's the deal? Thousand-star Buddha. I heard that this ancient tree can nurture the second origin. I don't know if it is true or not. Jin Wushuang leaked a smile, and at the same time took the initiative to show down. He just wants this ancient tree heart. But not too much, he is just a Taoist now. 1/3 is enough. You can pay for it, as long as the other party agrees. The other party had also hinted before, there is no reason not to agree. Qinqing wasn't a fool either. He understood right away. First took a sip of tea, then smiled and looked at Jin Wushuang. This is waiting for Jin Wushuang to pay the price. Wow! Jin Wushuang directly took out treasures of more than 100,000 square cosmic crystals, which were of various kinds. In fact, he still has a lot of cosmic crystals, but those cosmic crystals, I'm afraid they will need to be used when he is in harmony, so he didn't take them out. The value of these treasures is also worth 100,000 square meters. The most important thing is his vitality. This is priceless. A ray of green light gathered from Jin Wushuang's fingertips, and the strong vitality burst out instantly, and the Gudashu instantly became more energetic. I only need 1/3 of the Gudi heart, and when I get it, I will repair the backlash of the Gudi tree lacking the Gudi heart, and outsiders will never see it. Jin Wushuang promised, patting his chest. Thousand-star Buddha's eyes are hot, of course because of the treasures. Mahayana Lingshan, the reason why this time was not born was because of waiting for Jin Wushuang. This was not because someone had notified Qinqing in advance, but the catastrophe had already arrived. To help Jin Wushuang now is a big receipt, to become a future Jin Wushuang. Now that you can get so many treasures, it can be said that it is multitasking. As for the ancient tree, Qinqing didn't care about it. Whether it is for the Mahayana Spirit Mountain or for whatever, they will go out, repair the original source, and be able to go further. This is the dream of every one of the best. Now that the opportunity is right in front of us, how can we not grasp it? No problem. Qinqing agreed directly. Jin Wushuang did not expect that the other party would be so atmospheric. According to his understanding, shouldn't the Gudi tree be the #1 treasure of the Mahayana Spirit Mountain? Just take a word and give away the first treasure. Although the Gudi tree's heart will recover, it will take an extremely long time. In that case, thank the Thousand-Star Buddha Lord. Jin Wushuang directly stood up. When the matter is settled, there is nothing to talk about next. Great grace does not say thank you. There will be opportunities in the future. Thousand-Star Buddha also got up, and with a stroke, he opened a hole in the ancient tree. A complete Gudi heart appeared in front of the two of them. When Jin Wushuang saw Gu Tixin, the corners of his eyes were beating. The mental strength above is extremely strong. It is stronger than his Taoist consummation. No wonder it is the #1 treasure. Through the space, Qinqing Buddha directly took 1/3 of the Gudi tree heart and handed it to Jin Wushuang. The ancient tree also dimmed a lot in the next moment. But Jin Wushuang has the power of life and can help Gudashu recover. This is a thank you. After taking out 1/3 of the Gudi tree's heart, the gap disappeared. If it's a commonplace or a mortal who doesn't understand space, I think it's pushing away the ancient tree. Actually, it is not. Thousand-star Buddha just cut a certain layer through the 9 layers of space, and then took out the heart from the intact ancient tree. This is the same as the Emperor going to kill a commonplace. It is possible to take out the other's heart without harming the other's body. This is space. The mundane can only see the essence of space. They are able to grasp the core through the essence. After Jian Wushuang got Gyuda's heart, this trip to the west was completed successfully. Before leaving, he sent a group of life force into the Gyudi tree, and after bidding farewell to the thousand-star Buddha, he completely left the Mahayana Lingshan mountain. This time, he did not choose to take the teleportation array. Instead, he let go of all his strength and chose to fly to the temple headquarters alone. His current speed is much faster than before. Under normal circumstances, it can be comparable to the top. Exercising the eternal changes, it is possible to reach the ultimate perfection. The black hole in space and the heart of Tao are perfect. Jian Wushuang, who once felt the ultimate, now looks back and feels that he has no limits at all, only constant transcendence. Right now, he has only one opportunity left. That is Hadao. Go in harmony with the most perfect posture. Boom! The breath on his body continued to soar, flying against a huge lake, blowing up countless waves. Now he not only has his Dao heart consummated, but his aura has also reached the most perfect state. Jian Wushuang, who had originally planned to join forces on the spot, still felt a little unstable. With his current strength, going to the tomb mountain is a breeze. Go to the temple first and take the super teleportation array to reach the secret realm of the tomb. It only takes about a day to reach the mountain of the tomb. For him, it really wasn't a test. Now the special beings in the secret realm of the tomb have basically been moved to the primitive universe and went to the outside world to fight. The strong who stayed in the 4 secret realms were few and far between. So after Jian Wushuang got out of Mahayana Lingshan, he didn't meet a superpower. Temple headquarters. In other words, the White Tiger Palace is more accurate. Among the 4 main halls, the White Tiger Hall, the most powerful one, and the White Tiger Hall that used to be under great pressure, is now a bit depressed, because the pressure has reached the Qinglong Palace. The outside world is under the management of Qinglong Temple. Inside is the White Tiger Palace. Now that there is no threat inside, the White Tiger Palace has naturally depressed. However, Bai Yi, the master of the White Tiger Palace, was a little bit embarrassed. He had crushed the 4 secret realms for an entire era. Ukanungshu. Calm now that I am free, I am a little uncomfortable. When Jian Wushuang arrived, he directly saw the deity of Bai Yi, who was in the main hall, which was also a little surprised. Once this busy man wanted to meet, it was extremely difficult. Even if you see it, it's just a clone. Now the deity is sitting in the hall and drinking, very leisurely. It is very similar to the original Long Yi. The 4 secret realms have become back gardens. Bai Yi was also stunned when he felt Jian Wushuang's extremely powerful aura. As the world is extremely peaceful today, he hasn't paid attention to the aura of a strong man in the heavens, and now he is shocked when he sees Jian Wushuang. End of this chapter. Chapter 56-23. After discovering that it was Jian Wushuang, his brows frowned slightly. Jian Wushuang, who was extremely restrained and absolutely exposed, was actually so powerful. Jian Wushuang, are you in harmony? Bai Yi was a little unsure, because now he can't see through Jian Wushuang either. Standing outside the teleportation array, Jian Wushuang looked up to the outside world, piercing through. Seeing Bai Yi, who was above the main hall, he leaked a smile, and then he flashed into the White Tiger Hall. Jian Wushuang standing in the hall was neither humble nor overbearing, and said with a light smile, Zhixia is not yet in harmony. I didn't expect the Lord to be here, knowing that I came here to visit in advance. This is only an era, you have come to my place, but you are the invincible Dao Jun. Bai Yi looked at Jian Wushuang, a little embarrassed. Yao thought that when he saw Jian Wushuang for the first time, although he was also a Daoist, Jian Wushuang at that time was the strongest but comparable to the second-order emperor. Today's breath is only weak to his deity. The strength of the 4 main hall masters, although they are strong and weak, But the weakest is also stronger than the gods. They are all capable of being comparable to the existence of Tribulation Realm. Now Jian Wushuang is in his peak state, but he has reached the ultimate perfection. It is indeed only a bit weaker than them. Hall Master Miaozan, Wushuang is just good luck. Jian Wushuang was as humble as ever. Bai Yi shook his head and said, "Your accomplishment is by no means luck, but your powerful Dao Exine." With a seven-orifice exquisite heart, Bai Yi saw that Jian Wushuang's mood was like a majestic lake without any waves. It is definitely the Taoist consummation. "You are here this time. Are you going to the tomb's sacred mountain?" Bai Yi asked tentatively. Jian Wushuang smiled and nodded and replied, "It is indeed to go to the tomb mountain. Speaking of which, I have never been to the tomb mountain. I have always heard how powerful the tomb mountain is. This is the first time he has visited. Although he has nothing to improve now, he still has some expectations. That is the expectation of becoming an emperor. On the one hand, he is looking forward to what he will become after becoming an emperor. On the other hand, it was because he looked forward to how he would be transformed as a monarch on the tomb's sacred mountain after he Dao. The Taoist monarchs with ordinary qualifications like tearing the sky can cultivate so fast after being in harmony. Then what will happen to him after he is in harmony?" After hearing Jian Wushuang's answer, Bai Yi nodded and said affirmatively, "It's time to go and see. That is the real holy land for cultivation. Come on, I will personally open the teleportation formation for you and directly teleport you to the tomb of the gods." Bai Yi got up directly and took Jian Wushuang into the teleportation formation. Jian Wushuang didn't expect the other party to be so polite. He also quickly thanked him and then entered the teleportation formation. This is also caused by his strong strength. Even Bai Yi, a puppet, looked at him with admiration. The future temple of Qixin may really be pinned on Jian Wushuang. Now that the outside world is in great chaos, the arrival of the Temple of Destruction is even more sensational than the Temple of Qi. In terms of treasures, it is no weaker than Qixin Temple. Now it's just an era, and it can be evenly matched with the inheritors in the Temple of Qixin. The Temple of Qixin in the future will definitely enter a low point for a period of time, because there are fewer and fewer inheritors in the Temple of Qixin. But there are more and more powerhouses in the Temple of Destroying the World. However, the true spirit is worried about the calculation of extinction, and the death is also worried about the calculation of the true spirit. Although there are few Yangtzeans left in the Qixin Temple, they can still maintain the selection of an era. It's just that the speed will slow down, and it won't be as fanciful as it once was. Generally speaking, there are still some fights. Sometimes they can still stand on the upper hand. Jian Wushuang also knew the rise of the Temple of Destruction from the memory of the future. Not only cultivate elite inheritors, but even some ordinary emperors are recruited, and they are not picky at all. Although the ordinary emperor's strength is not good, but the extinction has a unique treasure, a treasure that even the original Morwa time and space did not have. Holy water. Ordinary second-order emperors only need a drop of holy water to mutate the origin, but the price is that there is never room for improvement. The body will also change. This method is very similar to the sacrificing ceremony that Jian Wushuang knows. It was created by the gods, and it should be a way to amplify the body by Frosa according to a certain method in inherited memory. The Temple of Destruction of the World used the sacrifice ceremony to create a large number of powerful people. The sacrifice ceremony of the First-Order Emperor can make the First-Order Emperor become the Fourth-Order Emperor. The Second-Order Emperor can become the Fifth-Order Emperor. In the primitive universe, it is not necessary to use this method to become a powerhouse of the Third-Order Emperor. There are so many primitive universes in the long river of time and space, but the Third-Order Emperor is a strong one regardless of that primitive universe. It only takes some inheritance to be able to develop the potential of these Third-Order Emperors. Only by relying on this kind of elite emperor can he fight for a long time with the Qixin Temple. Therefore, the emperors in the sacrificial ritual are the weakest emperors. But this is also voluntary. In the face of power, they are extremely eager and do not need to induce threats at all. Unfortunately, Jian Wushuang couldn't get out. If it hadn't been for extinction to target him, he would also like to go out to meet those powerful opponents in the long river of time and space. Today's long river of time and space is different from the past. There are a lot of extreme peaks. Moreover, there are also many ultimate emperors in the Temple of Destruction. The moment the teleportation array was opened, Jian Wushuang instantly descended on the secret realm of the tomb. The vastness, the turbidity, and the silence made Jian Wushuang feel that this place was a continent left by the barbaric era. Perhaps it is really an ancient continent left by the barbaric time and space of Morua. Jian Wushuang took a step forward, and the familiar feeling passed into his body. Jian Wushuang had felt that breath in Morua's time and space. It should be the power from the Age of God. This shows that there are treasures from the heavens in the Tomb of the Gods. Jian Wushuang was not surprised by this. The Qixin can become a powerhouse in the Eight Tribulations realm in half a step, and I am afraid that he will not miss the treasures in the heavens. Otherwise, it won't be crushed to death. Udakanshu. It was not until the fall that he chose to cooperate with extinction. The body shape kept teleporting. Jian Wushuang also had countless thoughts in his heart. Soon, hundreds of millions of miles away, he saw the majestic Tomb Mountain. On the thread-shaped mountain, there is a vast ocean, or a sea. There is also a forest of towering giant trees. They are entangled with each other on the Tomb God Mountain, and one mountain has all the sights of a world. It really is magical. Jian Wushuang's aura began to converge, and that powerful aura fell into the black hole, and then returned to calm just like an ordinary emperor. When he reappeared, Jian Wushuang was already on top of a huge warship. Chapter 56:24. Above the bow, a large flag belonging to the Vermilion Bird Palace was also flying. Jian Wushuang. The woman with a touch of scarlet armor exclaimed when she saw the strong man suddenly appeared on the deck. Hearing don't call his own name, Jian Wushuang also turned his head to look around, and when he found that he was an acquaintance, he smiled lightly. Zhu Qi? This big ship was sent to the inheritors after the Vermilion Palace contest. Only by riding this warship can we travel through time and space and enter the Tomb Mountain. Regardless of where the Tomb Mountain is, even Jian Wushuang, it is impossible to fly over. Only by riding the corresponding treasure can you enter the Tomb Mountain. Because the time and space of Tomb God Mountain and the time and space of God Tomb are not together. Just looking at it with the naked eye, the two are together. Jian Wushuang was also lucky, and happened to encounter a warship that sent the inheritors who had just been selected into the Tomb Mountain. Unexpectedly, Zhu Qi was an acquaintance who was in this battleship. At the beginning, the opponent sent him to Mayin Mountain. It seems that there is still some kind of relationship with Shanjun. What a coincidence, Zhu Qi's messenger. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. In a blink of an eye, he has surpassed the opponent too much. The messengers of the four great halls were all ordinary puppets made by the gods using the leftover materials left over when refining the four great hall masters. Although he also has a 7-orifice exquisite heart, his combat power is far worse. It's just a 5th-order emperor. Now Jian Wushuang could tear them apart with a single blow. Why are you here? Zhu Qi stood up, walked directly to Jian Wushuang, and asked. As he approached, Jian Wushuang's eyes clearly saw the symmetrical gaps on the opponent's face, and he was surprised by Shanjun's eyes. But since the other party asked, he answered honestly. Hearing that Jian Wushuang was also going to the Tomb Shenshan, Zhu Qi was not surprised, but asked about Shanjun. As soon as the words were spoken, he regretted a little. She felt that Jian Wushuang's aura was very weak, and she was at the level of an ordinary emperor, and asking it was equivalent to not asking. After all, she had been in the Vermilion Bird Palace in Primitive Realm, and she didn't know much about Jian Wushuang, but she had heard that Jian Wushuang was the invincible Daojun. On the deck, thousands of inheritors discovered that a strange man suddenly appeared on the deck, and they seemed to know the messenger from the Vermilion Bird Palace, and they were very curious. Some of these little guys are Taoists, and some are Dayan immortals. I was very curious about everything in front of me, so I looked over. When they heard Jian Wushuang's name, they were all taken aback. Then someone exclaimed, Invincible Daojun, Jian Wushuang? Although they were in the great world of Xuanwu Temple before the trial, some of their ancestors had entered the Qixin Temple early and their status was not low. if you couldn't enter the Xuanwu Hall before. However, after the Temple of Destruction of the World appeared, Xuanwu Hall changed its normal state. Not only took out a lot of puppets to help the Qinglong Temple conquer, but also included many puppets together with Tianjiao. Among these people, there was a glimpse of Jian Wushuang's graceful emperor. They told their younger generations to enter the Tomb Mountain in the future and do not seek to surpass Jian Wushuang. As long as they can reach the realm of Jian Wushuang after being in harmony. Jian Wushuang has the best combat power. If these little guys can become the best in the future, that would be pretty good. The difficulty of the Tribulation Realm is too great. This is an epoch, and the countless resources of the Qishan Temple have been smashed down, and no Tribulation Realm has been able to appear. One can imagine how difficult it is. So to this day, the pinnacle is still the pinnacle. The outside world is the same. Zhujian is a super strong. Basically, it is difficult to fall. Moreover, there are very few absolute powerhouses in the Temple of Destruction. The two sides have been fighting for so long so far, and it is only an expedition in the universe. Every conquest of the universe starts from the bottom. Afterwards, the fight continued to rise to the Super Emperor and Powerhouse. The general cosmic conquest, the participation of the Sixth Order Emperor, is a great battle, and even the inside of the Qishan Temple will discuss it, not to mention the absolute top. So Zhujian will become the pinnacle of this long river of time and space for a long time, unless there is a large number of robbery realm powerhouses. But at the moment, it seems unlikely. When the Temple of Misunderstanding comes, mission has never appeared before. It should be the same as the true spirit. If you want to maintain the Temple of Misunderstanding, you must become thousands of people. Let's talk about Jian Wushuang at this time. Hearing Zhu Qi's question, his face trembled, and his face turned red for a while. His current strength is indeed able to fish out the mountain monarch who was originally suppressed in the second prison, but the mountain monarch is now gone, taken away by extinction. I'm sorry about Shanjun. Jian Wushuang clasped his fists in both hands, apologizing. If it was earlier, perhaps he would succeed. But even if it succeeds, he has no choice but to take away from the extinction. You can only think of a solution after he is in harmony. Now he owes a lot of cause and effect. Although after the cause and effect are eliminated, these cause and effect can't help him, but after all, he has to pay it back. Zhu Qi's eyes changed, resisting the sadness in his heart, shook his head, pretending to be calm and said, "It's okay. It's not your fault. You shouldn't be in harmony now." Feeling Jian Wushuang's embarrassment, Zhu Qi quickly changed the subject. She knew that Shanjun valued Jian Wushuang, so she also had a good impression of Jian Wushuang. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang felt even more uncomfortable. He was too wasteful to hear it. But it is true. No one can be protected. This time I went to the Tomb Mountain. I was preparing to join the Tao. Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Zhu Qi nodded and encouraged. With your strength, it is not difficult to be in harmony. Not to mention your current Taoism is very strong, and you will surely succeed. Don't disappoint those who can't come back. People who can't come back. There were also tears in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Yes, he can't let down those who can't come back. Those who have helped him hope that he will become extremely powerful, and he can't live up to it. I will. Jian Wushuang nodded solemnly. There is also light in Zhu Qi's eyes. Her strength is too weak. It is impossible to save the mountain monarch. Ukanshu. Kam can only pin his hopes on Jian Wushuang. After saying this, he left the deck without saying anything. He also told Jian Wushuang that it would take an hour to reach the Tomb Mountain in the shuttle times. For only an hour, Jian Wushuang was naturally not in a hurry and stood on the deck of the bow staring at the muddy void. But the law bodies in the source had been cultivating all the time. Although he has reached consummation in all aspects now, it doesn't mean he doesn't need to cultivate. Regarding Hideo's specialization, he dare not stop for a moment. The failure of the future makes him unable to tolerate any sand. Can't fail. While he was practicing silently, several inheritors who hadn't been to the tomb gathered around. It's just that they all felt that the aura on Jian Wushuang's body was not simple. Even if Jian Wushuang had converged a little, he still had some of the aura of an emperor. Chapter 56-25. Daojun who can rival the Emperor is indeed an incomparable powerhouse in their eyes. Today's testers, because they were trained earlier in the Xuanwu Hall, have good strengths. Among them, there are several ultimate Taoist monarchs, which are already comparable to the second-order emperors. Naturally, he was very interested in the name of Jian Wushuang Wudi Daojun. Although knowing that it is highly probable that he is not an opponent, I still want to see how powerful the invincible Daojun is, so that their ancestors can say that they can reach Jian Wushuang Daojun's combat power after being in harmony. You are Jian Wushuang. A crisp woman's voice came. Jian Wushuang slowly turned his head. His long hair covered his profile face, and after discovering that it was a few little guys, Jian Wushuang said indifferently, "What's wrong?" The woman who spoke took a step forward, with determination in her eyes, and said, "Junior Ji family dynasty, Ji Wushuang. Want to ask seniors for advice or two?" Ji family dynasty? Jian Wushuang raised his brows and asked, "What is your relationship with Ji Chaoyang?" Ji Wushuang looked happy and quickly replied, "It's the younger emperor's uncle. Your Ji family, it is a blessing to be able to produce two ultimate Taoists." Jian Wushuang praised. Ji Chaoyang is probably a sixth-order emperor now, and it is not difficult for him. Now there is a little niece, who is already the ultimate Daojun, whose strength is comparable to that of an ordinary second-order emperor, and her future achievements may not be worse than her emperor's uncle. Moreover, the name was somewhat similar to him, and the other party was also very young, less than an epoch. It seemed that he had chosen this name deliberately. Ji Wushuang. It's really a good name. When he heard Jian Wushuang's praise, Ji Wushuang's face also had a proud look. When the Qishan Temple did not appear, the Ji family dynasty had a fourth-order emperor sitting in town, and there was also an old ancestor of the fifth-order emperor who had been wandering through the long river of time and space. Today's Ji family has not only the ultimate sixth-order emperors such as Ji Chaoyang, but also two sixth-order ordinary emperors and dozens of fifth-order emperors. If it was in the past and could dominate the universe, it's just that now the various family forces are in the explosive period, which is not so obvious. But it is also the top 10 superpower in the original universe. Ji Wushuang, the proud daughter of heaven, naturally feels extremely proud of her family. I and your emperor uncle, it can be regarded as a bad relationship. Since you junior has spoken, I will do a few tricks with you. Jian Wushuang turned around with a smile on his face. Cultivation is not short of this time. These little guys are staring at him with feverish eyes. How can he know that? Then use some strength to frustrate their spirit. After Ji Wushuang heard it, he was extremely excited and immediately burst out all his breath, causing ripples. Master Wushuang must be careful. My trick is not small. Ji Wushuang is also very good at connecting, directly confirming the relationship between the two people's uncles and nephews. Jian Wushuang didn't care about it. He was counted according to seniority, and he really wanted to call him Uncle Master. If he can go to Jis house with his current strength, I'm afraid that old ancestor can't call him a brother too much. Come on. Jian Wushuang's aura remained unchanged, only raising a finger. In an instant, the breath on the fingers rose suddenly. All the onlookers backed away, feeling the power of the aura. However, there was a black-clothed man standing at the top of the battlefield with his hands around his chest, staring at everything below. And seeing the breath erupting from Jian Wushuang's fingers, his eyes shrank, and his heart was surprised. That power can actually rival me. The black robe covering his face was a little surprised. His name is Jiang. He is the strongest Taoist among the trialists this time. The surface can be comparable to the second-order Peak Emperor, but the real strength is comparable to the third-order Peak Emperor. It's just that among these testers, no one can let him use his full strength. He is very confident in his own strength. He is the first person in the Xuanwu Temple. Now that he has become a Taoist, he goes to the Tomb Mountain and feels that he is the first. No one will surpass him. Comparable to the third-order Peak Emperor, his current ultimate way is only the 8th level. There is still a lot of room for improvement. It is not a problem for the future to be comparable to Tier 4 or even Tier 5 emperors. I have always heard how powerful the ultimate Taoist in the Tomb God Mountain is, and the war spirit in my heart has long since risen to the peak. This time I didn't expect to encounter Jian Wushuang, who is known as the invincible Daojun. He was ready to shoot, But he didn't expect to be robbed in front by those family disciples of Ji Wushuang. He was born in a casual cultivator, and he has always looked down upon the children of his family, feel that they are wasting resources. Having had countless resources since childhood, the result was not as good as a casual cultivator. It was indeed a waste of resources. However, this is a matter of birth, and I cannot blame others. On the deck, after Ji Wushuang felt Jian Wushuang's powerful aura, he took the lead without fear at all. Frost. A chill came, and countless ice blades instantly surrounded Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang looked around and raised some interest. Interesting. Countless ice blades continue to attack, and every ice blade can kill the emperor. This mastery is not bad. I am afraid it is the pinnacle of mastery. Ji Wushuang's ultimate way is the ice way. When it was displayed, the whole person was cold. His complexion was calm, but there was a cold expression in his eyes. The field of ice found that Jian Wushuang was able to avoid the ice blade perfectly, faster than her ice blade. Ji Wushuang directly used the strongest method, the domain of ice. Under this realm, a layer of frost was formed in the nearby space. Jian Wushuang's speed actually slowed down. In the field of ice roads, it is most capable of suppressing speed. Ji Wushuang was overjoyed in his heart, and once again used the ice blade to siege Jian Wushuang. Those who watched the inheritors also showed joy in their faces. To win, Jian Wushuang's speed has slowed down. No one can block the ice blade. Even if it blocks, it will be seriously injured. The name of this invincible Dao Jun is about to be taken off. Several family children who admire Ji Wushuang have cheered for Ji Wushuang. However, there are also a few ultimate Taoists who found that things are not that simple. Ukanshu. Calm because Jian Wushuang started to dodge and didn't face the hard ice blade head-on. I'm afraid it wasn't because he didn't dare. Facing Bingyan, Jian Wushuang did not hide again this time. This realm can indeed suppress his speed, but as long as he leaks a little breath, he can break the realm in an instant. Just treat the juniors, there is no need to be so serious. When the ice blade struck, he did not dodge, but pointed it out and directly confronted the ice blade. Just when many people thought Jian Wushuang was going to be unlucky, they found that Bing blade actually began to fuse when it touched Jian Wushuang's fingers. That's the ice blade of the ultimate way, so Jian Wushuang actually cracked it. Ji Wushuang was also shocked and quickly mobilized more ice blades to attack. But Jian Wushuang remained motionless. His was amazing, and he cracked all the ice blades in just an instant. Chapter 56:26. Finally, it is a point that breaks the space and points out a pole in the space of the domain of ice. With this as the core, it instantly swept all the surrounding space, constantly swallowing all the power of the ice domain into a small black hole that was turned into a pole. Zhu Qi in the cabin also opened her eyes at this time. Originally, she didn't care. It was just a fight between the juniors. Unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang had already used the power of the black hole to this point. This is a complete black hole in space, and it appears to have been a breakthrough for a long time. To master the space black hole, the inheritor, the emperor, also needs to reach the 6th order emperor to do it. It seemed that the name of invincible Dao Jun was really not a lie, and it was more powerful than they thought. On the deck, these inheritors didn't know what kind of method Jian Wushuang used, but when Jian Wushuang broke Ji Wushuang's skills so easily, they couldn't help looking at Jian Wushuang in shock. Is it just broken? That is the ultimate realm, the realm that can suppress the 2nd order emperor strong, someone exclaimed. Jing, standing on the top of the ship, was also extremely shocked. Even if he wanted to break this field, he would have to spend some means, but Jian Wushuang would not expect Jian Wushuang to do it so easily. This made his fighting spirit even more boiling. Suspended in midair, Ji Wushuang put away his breath. After falling on the deck, he didn't feel a trace of loss. On the contrary, there was joy on his face. He walked to Jian Wushuang and said kindly, "Uncle Wushuang, the junior has lost. I didn't expect Master Uncle's strength to be so powerful that he would break my ice field with just one finger. Wushuang, you must remember that the support of the domain is not your ultimate way, but your understanding of space. The stronger your spatial realm, the stronger your domain. Jian Wushuang liked the other party very much. Her character reminded her of some wrong paths in her practice. But even if he didn't remind him, there would be someone to teach when he went to the Tomb Mountain. Ji Wushuang nodded in agreement very cleverly. Afterwards, the familiar Jian Wushuang chatted about trials in the primitive world and introduced Jian Wushuang to her friends one by one. Many of the ancestors of them are related to Jian Wushuang, such as the descendants of Wan Yin and the new disciples of Zhenwuyang. The disciple of Zhenwuyang was also from Desiyu, but he was not more than an era old, so Jian Wushuang naturally didn't know him. But they can be regarded as fellow villagers, all from Desiyu. Although he was a Taoist who walked through the 10,000 ways, his strength was not weak for those ultimate Taoists. When he introduced him to the other side, Jian Wushuang also nodded at the little guy. This made the little guy very excited. The two prides of Desiyu. One is Zhenwuyang. Needless to say, the other is Jian Wushuang. Although Jian Wushuang has not been out, there are many rumors about him from the outside world. An era ago, he was the invincible Dao Jun. Today's strength is even more unfathomable. Not only can I see such a legendary character now, but it is also a great honor for the other person to remember himself. Jian Wushuang didn't have much air, unlike some old guys who like to rank seniors, but talked with these juniors casually. He is also a Taoist monarch. For him, it doesn't matter if their ancestors have some friendship with him. After Dao Xian was consummated, Jian Wushuang's heart had no distracting thoughts, and only constant strength was the way to pursue. Regarding the name, I don't care. Call. A figure fell from the sky and directly rushed to disperse the crowd. Several powerful Dao monarchs who were close to Jian Wushuang were also pulled away by that person. Actually, let those Dao monarchs have no power to fight back. The opponent's strength is obviously beyond everyone. Invincible Dao Jun? The visitor was Jiaying, and he said calmly, "It's better to return this title to a suitable person." Jian Wushuang leaked a smile and said calmly, "I want it. Just take it." No, there must be a testimony." Jiaying looked around and said, "For example, defeat you in front of them. You don't have to worry so much. They'll be in harmony soon." Jian Wushuang said calmly, standing in place, "The name will be returned to a more suitable person by then." Jiaying's tone went cold, and he sternly said, "Then if I want to do it at this time, come and get it." Jian Wushuang saw through the other side's details at a glance, and his strength was good, comparable to the Third-Order Emperor. In the first batch of their inheritors, the only one who could reach this state was the powerhouse of the ultimate light path. It seems that the other party is really not easy. It was too late. The next moment, Jiaying had already started. 10,000 me. An angry shout came. The inheritors around him retreated in an instant. Ji Wushuang's complexion changed drastically, and he quickly reminded him, "Be careful, uncle. This person is the ultimate shadow path, and can be transformed into thousands. The strength of each shadow clone is not weaker than the deity. The shadow path is special, let alone the ultimate shadow path." This move Wanwu is somewhat similar to Wanyin's Wanying Liu. Each shadow avatar possesses the combat power of the Third Order Peak Emperor and has been able to match the Fourth Order Emperor. As soon as you come up, you will do your best. It was the extreme shadow that broke out completely. Everyone was surprised again and again, but he didn't expect that the first person among the trialists had reservations. Jian Wushuang didn't change his face. Million me? In other words, it is a low-profile version of Wanying. This trick does not pose any threat to him. Through space, he can find the other person's true body. But there is no need to directly act on his real body. This is a bit too bullying. Since he is a powerful shadow Dao, his physical body can be divided into thousands, or even hundreds of millions. Jian Wushuang just spit out in one breath, and countless clones instantly surrounded the tens of thousands of shadow groups. How is this possible? Jiaying was surprised. Standing below Ji Wushuang was also surprised. He heard from Emperor Ji Chaoyang that the origin of Jian Wushuang is the ultimate kendo. It can be seen from the infinitely powerful divine sword behind Jian Wushuang. How can he also cultivate shadow Dao? Then everyone discovered something was wrong. The extreme shadow of 10,000 mi is the true shadow clone. But Jian Wushuang is different. Each of his clones has a physical body and origin, and also has the life force of the deity that is not weak. For them, these countless Jian Wushuang are no different from the deity. Jian Wushuang's deity stood in place, looked up at the extreme shadow of the sky, and said directly to his real body, "Do you still want to do it?" This sentence directly frightened Jiaying. "Do you know the position of my deity?" Jiaying stared at Jian Wushuang in surprise, his pupils directly maximized. Regarding Jian Wushuang's clone, he was even more surprised that Jian Wushuang could see through his real body. Chapter 56:27. His space realm has reached the realm of condensing stars, hidden in the space, mixed with the shadow clone. Unless it is a sixth-order emperor, otherwise he can't find his true body at all. Could it be that he is a sixth-order emperor? Jiaying couldn't believe it. Even if he enters the Tomb Mountain and allows him to practice for hundreds of millions of years, he still has no confidence that he has the power of a sixth-order emperor when he is a Taoist monarch. Dao Jun could have the power of a sixth-order emperor. He couldn't believe it. No wonder it is the invincible Dao Jun. At this moment, Jiaying was convinced. Although he hasn't done anything yet, he already knows that he can't defeat Jian Wushuang. It's too bad. However, he did not give up either. A rare opportunity, how can you catch it at your fingertips? Wanying condensed the real body and instantly turned into a majestic polar shadow deity. At that moment, Jiaying's combat power completely reached the fourth-order emperor. This is his limit. He has never been forced to this point. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang also took away the clone. In the next moment, he actually pulled out the Jueyun sword. This scene left everyone in a daze. No need to do this. Draw the sword directly. That was the Jueyun sword, and the power contained in it was not weak in the tribulation realm, but just as soon as it was pulled out, it made these little guys hold their breath one after another, and they didn't dare to breathe. Zhu Qi in the cabin also stood up, but she was not surprised that Jian Wushuang would pull out the Jueyun sword, but a super special life appeared in the outside world. According to common sense, there is no special life around the Tomb Mountain. There are also special beings who are bound by gods and demons, and they completely take refuge in the Tomb Mountain. But the one who appeared now was not bound by the magic circle at all. Before the warship entered time and space shuttle, it appeared behind the warship. The powerful divine body, unique to a special life, has a full sense of oppression. Jian Wushuang drew his sword precisely because of that special life. Although his power of mind did not deliberately watch the tide around, it can also cover a large world around him. When the opponent first appeared, he felt something was wrong. After he felt a force of death in the opponent's body, he became vigilant. However, the strength of that special life is OSO. If extinction is aimed at him, it is not enough. It's just the pinnacle. The special life of this kind of strength could not threaten him at all. Under normal circumstances, he only needs a sword to instantly kill the opponent. Kindness? The special life with open arms found that there was more than one emperor and queen on this warship carrying thousands of inheritors, and he was taken aback. No, he is a Taoist. Then this special life thought of something, and he was suddenly terrified. With the aura of an emperor, but not an emperor, there is only one person. It is the legendary invincible Taoist, Jian Wushuang. Really want to meet this invincible Dao Jun. This time he is afraid that he will fail. He was ordered to come and kill the inheritor, and the first time he did it, he met Dalu Jian Wushuang, and he was also unlucky. In the intelligence, Jian Wushuang has the ultimate strength. He is not an opponent at all, but he still has the certainty of escape. Because of his divine body, more than 60,000 times. Even the pinnacle can't kill him. The Zhu Qi on the battleship is directly transmitting the sound of the tomb's sacred mountain. Suddenly a special life of the highest level appeared, and it was behind the battleship, which was absolutely strange. She didn't dare to make jokes about the inheritors of the whole ship. Now that there are fewer and fewer inheritors, no more mistakes can be made. This request for help was sent directly to the Tomb Mountain, and the clone of the true spirit was naturally known. However, when Jian Wushuang was on the battleship, he stopped Hui Qing, who was going to rescue the battleship. At the foot of the Tomb God Mountain, Huiqing was a little surprised when he was stopped, but after hearing Jian Wushuang, he understood. But in his clear eyes, it was no longer clear. On the deck of the battleship, after Zhu Qi sent a request for help, he rushed towards Jian Wushuang quickly, trying to remind them. On the deck, apart from Jian Wushuang, no one spotted that special being, thinking that Jian Wushuang was going to show his hand in front of them, and deliberately pulled out the Jueyan sword. Before Zhu Qi arrived, he reminded loudly, "There is an enemy attack. Everyone enters the cabin to escape." When everyone heard Zhu Qi's voice, they turned their heads to look at Zhu Qi. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's Jueyan sword smashed into the sky with one sword. Jiaying, standing in the air, only felt that his origin had been shattered, and his flesh and gods were trembling even more. Which sword penetrated his body like this, without any hindrance? Even the preventable eternal treasure battle armor could not resist. Just when he thought he had fallen, Jiaying found that he didn't seem to be dead. But that terrifying sword indeed passed through his body. When he was surprised, everyone after hearing Zhu Qi's reminder jumped into the air and looked at the void behind the battleship. This is the first time they have seen a strong person in a special life at such a close distance. Just the majestic body makes them tremble constantly. The sword that Jian Wushuang cleaved was so small. At this moment, Zhu Qi was going crazy. These little guys did not listen to advice and looked directly at the special being at the highest level, just like a okay person. After Jian Wushuang developed the sword, he put away the Jueyan sword, walked behind Zhu Qi and patted the opponent's shoulder and said, "Don't be afraid. He will fall right away. This place is still some distance away from the Tomb God. Even if the superpower on the Tomb God Mountain arrives, it will take time. During this time, the warship can't stop the opponent at all." Zhu Qi shook his head in despair. She knew that that special life would fall, and that there was that kind of powerful existence on the Tomb God Mountain that could kill the opponent. But this takes time. The little guys in the sky were all frightened, but there were also sharp-eyed ones, and at a glance they saw which sword Jian Wushuang had previously opened. Jiaying reacted at this moment and turned his head to look back. Only then did they understand that a Khonshu. Jian Wushuang drew his sword not against Jiaying, but against that terrifying special being. That tiny sword shadow was very slow. They watched carefully. But for that special being at the highest level, this sword was too fast. He couldn't hide. Although this sword is not the first sword in the Starry Sky catalog, it is a sword that contains the true meaning of time. Others looked slow, but for the special being of the highest level, it was fast and terrifying, and couldn't resist it at all. "Uncle Master with two hands, your sword shadow is too slow." Ji Wushuang stared at the tiny sword shadow and said tremblingly, "This is the superpower among the emperors. It's terrible." Jian Wushuang raised his head and said to the little guys, "Let Jianing fly for a while." Zhu Qi also found that something was wrong, and now it took a breath. The special being of the highest level did not attack them. End of this chapter. Chapter 56:28. Is it really a coincidence? She soared into the air, looking at the special life of the highest level, but found that the other party was moving slowly, trying to avoid that sword intent. But his speed is too slow, much slower than Jianni. In that special live's perspective, it was only a moment. The sword intent had already arrived in front of him. As he approached, Jianying turned into a world of swords, instantly wrapped the entire majestic special life, and the sword intent filled the world. Then it broke out completely. It penetrated the body of a special life like cutting melons and vegetables, breaking the other party's divine body more than 60,000 times in an instant. The divine body is broken, and the special life falls. With just one sword, behead the top powerhouse. This scene made Zhu Qi stunned in the sky. Jian Wushuang was actually so strong, and it's not yet in harmony. A Taoist monarch beheaded the top. Among those inheritors, some of the children of large families have seen the most powerful. The breath of this special life is stronger than the best ancestors of my family. A family child showed fear. But in the next moment, that terrifying and extraordinary special being had already fallen. his body turned into countless powder. The power of the divine body was quietly collected by Jian Wushuang. He has now collected a lot of treasures of the divine body. Said it was a treasure, but it was actually taken from the body of a strong god. For example, the tortoise shell of the master of the Turtle Spirit Island. There is also the body of the eight-clawed beast emperor. And now that special life divine body at the highest level. He was included in the body. After he became the emperor, he could have a full meal. In the shock of everyone, Jian Wushuang walked into the warehouse. The threat has been lifted, but those little guys are extremely excited. Dao Jun, can you be so strong? One sword, kill the top. Ji Wushuang's eyes are also glowing and hot. From this moment, the stalwart figure in front of her was no longer the emperor, but Jian Wushuang. I am afraid that now everyone has that figure left in their hearts. Jian Wushuang's appearance when he drew his sword. Just when they wanted to go back to the deck and get in touch with Jian Wushuang up close, they found that Jian Wushuang had disappeared. Zhu Qi also understood what Jian Wushuang meant, so he prohibited them from entering the cabin to disturb Jian Wushuang. Many people are a little bit lost. They are now extremely envious of Jian Wushuang's sword, and they have endless doubts. For example, everyone is puzzled. Dao Jun beheads the top. The more powerful they are, the less they dare to ask in front of Jian Wushuang. This is about the origin, and it is provocation to explore the same existence. But these little guys are too weak, and they can be regarded as childish if they ask. Jiaying, I blame you. I have to provoke Senior Jian Wushuang. Someone blamed. Now Jiaying is more eager to talk with Jian Wushuang than them. When he saw which sword, he knew that there was no hope in this life. It was not that he would never be able to surpass Jian Wushuang in his entire life, but that he would never be able to achieve Jian Wushuang when he was in Daojun. The ultimate Taoist, even if he cultivates to the extreme, is at best comparable to the fifth-order peak emperor. It is impossible to match the sixth-order emperor, not to mention that it is comparable to or even beheaded. Hearing other people's ridicule, Jing didn't get angry, but stood on the bow of the ship, his eyes focused on the distance. But in the bottom of his heart, he carefully pondered which sword he had just made. Although the cultivators are not from the same origin, the power contained in the sword shadow just now is too much, and he only needs to draw a trace to benefit infinitely. Originally, these little guys were more excited when they were about to reach the Tomb Sacred Mountain, but now they saw Jian Wushuang's move to kill Zhu Ding, and became even more excited. They chatted on the deck. With a smile hidden in Zhu Qi's eyes, he left quietly. Looking at Jian Wushuang and Chuansong through the white screen windows, Zhu Qi felt a sense of purpose. That was the trust in Jian Wushuang and the feelings for Shanjun. She believes that Jian Wushuang will one day free Shanjun from the second prison. Now even the four main hall masters don't know the relationship between extinction and the Qixin Temple. Zhu Qi didn't even know. So Shanjun was exterminated and looted. No one knew except True Spirit and Jian Wushuang. Maybe the inmates in the second prison know it, but they can't get out. On the contrary, the Xuanwu Hall Master and Yun Zhongjuan discovered that something was wrong. The Blood Demon and 10,000 Demon suddenly disappeared. It's just that they think it was done by the real spirit. For this reason, Lord Yunzhong asked for the True Spirit for a long time, but finally couldn't listen to the True Spirit, and took some advantage to send the Lord Yunzhong away. But Palace Master Xuanwu is not easy to fool around. 10,000 demons are very important to Xuanwu Temple, because 10,000 demons have a deep understanding of all things, and together with the puppets, they are the proud masters, only slightly weaker than the Xuanwu Hall Master. Such an important person suddenly disappeared, and the Xuanwu Palace Master must first suspect that it was the real spirit. But after thinking about it, something was wrong. Did not go to find the True Spirit. On the contrary, the True Spirit personally explained this time, and said the matter of extinction. The scene at that time was very strange. The master of the Xuanwu Hall was frightened, because the prophecy came true. In other words, the long river of time and space of destruction is the one in front of us. A hero appears, and everyone will be buried, including Qixin Temple. Therefore, the master of Xuanwu Hall will be so generous in the follow-up, taking out countless puppets to help the Qinglong Temple conquer the Temple of World Destruction. There are only two ways to break the Temple of Qixin. One is to become a powerhouse in the seven tribulations realm. This is definitely impossible. If it could be done, he would have done it early. With the current extinction, there is a high probability that it will be the strong one. Although it has half a step of the battle power of the seven tribulations realm, it can't be improved. After all, it's been so long. Based on what Jian Wushuang saw in Morwo's time and space, it was speculated that the original death was the powerhouse of Sanjia. However, the extinction in the heavens, although the strong man of scattered robbery, is at least the strong man of scattered robbery in the eight tribulations realm. After all, after being separated from God, everyone can have a half-step seven tribulation realm combat power. The other party's background is unfathomable. If you don't reach the seven tribulations realm, you can't break the temple of Qishan, then there is only one way left. It is to train countless inheritors and fight against the Qishan temple. The countless inheritors of the temple to destroy the world are trapped to death in the temple of Qi. It's just that it hasn't worked yet. Miexing turned into the temple of Mishi this time, Okanshu. Obviously, Kam has also made sufficient preparations. There are so many treasures in the heavens. I am afraid that there are more than the temple of Qishan. As long as you are trapped in the divine temple, or waiting for the birth of the ancient monarch and the demon, the extinction can stabilize the divine temple. That's why he became the temple of destruction. This is also the same as Jian Wushuang's memory in the future world. The extinction that appeared again was just a pinnacle, the same as his strength, to devour him. So Jian Wushuang didn't dare to go out now. Even if he was in harmony, he couldn't go out. No one knows what means extinction has arranged in the outside world is waiting for him. Jian Wushuang couldn't gamble. End of this chapter. Chapter 56:29. The future is a terrible failure, so he can't bet. If you lose, the whole time and space is gone. Instead, he was swallowed by extinction, and he became a super strong master of reincarnation. He didn't want to swallow the other party and control reincarnation by himself. It's just that all of this is too difficult. Beside Miexing, there is the deity of the God of God. For him now, the temple of Qishan is not very stable. Dare to go out there. At least after he wants to be in harmony, wait until he finds out how many kilograms he is, and then make plans. Before, he didn't plan to go out. After he joined the Tao, he went directly to the far shield. This was also the consciousness of the true spirit. But now that he has a way to breed a second soul, he can try it boldly. Breed the second soul, and then swallow that trace of death power. First feel the power of reincarnation. Just as his thoughts were overwhelming, the warship had already docked in the ocean in the Tomb Mountain. To greet them is the Tomb Keeper on the Tomb Mountain. As for the other inheritors, walking and cultivating, then there is time to take care of these little guys. On the Tomb God Mountain, they have a common master, that is the true spirit. After the grave guard took the crowd, these little guys were still thinking about waiting for Jian Wushuang to come out, but they were directly engulfed by the grave guard and left the port. After everyone left, a familiar figure Jian Wushuang appeared faintly. It was Hui Qing who had awakened. Jian Wushuang also walked out of the cabin at this time. The two looked at each other. One is in the boat, and one is on the shore. When Jian Wushuang felt Hui Qing's breath, he felt a big shock. It's okay if Hui Qing doesn't come and wait for him, or even meet and fight him. The embarrassing thing is now, he didn't say a word, just waited for him like that. Jiang Shang's matter would have dealt a great blow to Hui Qing. While Jian Wushuang was phrasing and thinking about how to throw the pot onto the true spirit, Hui Qing laughed. Seeing Jian Wushuang walking ashore, Hui Qing came with a smile and said first, "Brother Wushuang, you can count it. Since I woke up, I want to find you, but Master Jinling asked me to wait here." Waiting is an era. Just when Jian Wushuang was surprised, Hui Qing went on to say, "I heard Master Jinling say about Jiang Shang. Hui Qing, you heard about me about this." Jian Wushuang saw Hui Qing's face sank. He forgot all the words he had just thought of, and he didn't know how to push it to the true spirit for a while. Hui Qing sighed and said, "I already know it." Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang's heart was half cold. It was indeed his incomplete consideration. After Hui Qing woke up, Jinling threw the pot to him. Jian Wushuang cursed the true spirit secretly in his heart. But the next words stunned him. Thanks to Brother Wushuang in the human world. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't take that extinct life away. There was war intent in Hui Qing's eyes. Obviously, the matter of extinction is already known. Jian Wushuang said in amazement, Do you know about extinction? N. Hui Qing nodded and said, This person controlled my little apprentice Jiang Shang. Otherwise, Master Zhenling would not attack her. Speaking of Hui Qing, she also has a look of guilt. Jiang Shang's affairs have something to do with him. As a master, he didn't take good care of his apprentice. Now the apprentice also ran away, and another big demon came out, threatening the life of the entire river of time and space. If it hadn't been for the true spirit to not let him out, he would have gone to the time and space-long river to resist the temple of destruction. Jian Wushuang listened to Hui Qing's words, and the more he listened, the more things were wrong, and he waved to interrupt Hui Qing. Wait a minute, let me be alone again and again. He doesn't know how Jiang Shang is related to Miexing, and I am afraid that the true spirit is coaxing Hui Qing 80%. Now Hui Qing doesn't know that it was he who sacrificed Jiang Shang's brother in blood. This time, he misunderstood the true spirit. He also described him as a hero. He saved Hui Qing in the human world, which is actually a fact. What happened to Jiang Shang was concealed. It just said that he went to the human world to rescue Hui Qing, but didn't say that Jiang Shang would be killed. And Jiang Shang's passive departure was also said by Zhenling as an initiative to leave with Miexing. After Jian Wushuang became clear, he patted Hui Qing's shoulder and comforted. The sound of people is very long, especially for strong people like you and me. It's normal to meet a few scumbags. I think you should not go out and find yourself uncomfortable. After I get together, I will go out to help you teach Jiang Shang and let her understand what it means to respect the teacher and respect the Tao. He said righteous words. With tears in Hui Qing's eyes, she was very moved. But he still couldn't bear to attack the disciple, even if the disciple was betrayed and run away. Because it was the temple of Qishan that first shot Jiang Shang, Hui Qing thought that Jiang Shang was sentenced to the temple of Qishan, but he didn't want to embarrass him. Forget it. She has her own thoughts. Hui Qing shook her head, but the next moment there was a firm look in her eyes, and continued, However, that guy called Miexing, I will definitely defeat him. Jian Wushuang wiped the sweat from his forehead and encouraged, It will definitely succeed. After talking for so long, Hui Qing discovered that the two were in the port, and quickly took Jian Wushuang to his cave. By the way, he took Jian Wushuang around in the ordinary area of Tomb Sacred Mountain. The Tomb Mountain is divided into 88 layers. Hui Qing is now on the 60th floor. There is only Hui Qing's Dongfu now. After Jian Wushuang reached the 60th floor, he looked down, and it was full of clouds and mist, and he couldn't see the scene below. If you want to be here, you must at least match the Tribulation Realm, Hui Qing said calmly. But Jian Wushuang, who was standing on the side, was about to drop his eyes. The 60th floor should be comparable to the Robbery Realm. Doesn't it mean that Hui Qing already has the power of the Tribulation Realm? Last time it was the best. This time it is almost a disaster. The speed is too fast. How many floors is the quotient? Hui Qing pointed downwards and replied, He is on the 58th floor. On the 58th floor, that was also half-step Tribulation Realm, or even comparable to Tribulation Realm's combat power. On the Tomb Mountain, there are 88 floors, divided by realm. In terms of real combat power, I am afraid that the gap is not too big. Brother Wushuang, go in and chat. Hui Qing raised his hand and asked Jian Wushuang to enter the cave. The structure of the cave is simple and clear. However, the materials used inside are of great value. Ukanshu, Kam is much better than the Dongfu in Yuanyang Island. But in terms of luxury, it is not as good as the Dongfu on Yuanyang Island. In the cave where Hui Qing was located, there was everything that should have been there, and it happened to be enough for Hui Qing to use alone, and there was no extra. Unlike on Yuanyang Island, I can't wait to fill up the cave, and the treasures inside are enough to open up sections. After entering the cave, the two sipped tea and looked back at the past. It's not only embarrassing. More than an epoch ago, both of them were Dayan Immortals. The original Jian Wushuang was no more than rank 3 Dayan Immortal, while Hui Qing was rank 6 Dayan Immortal. Up to now, they still remember the first enemy, Luohao, and the god emperor Imo Long, who made them desperate and oppressive to them. Chapter 56:30. However, these people have now fallen. The Taoist monarchs on the original star of Jiaju, now the weakest, are probably the fifth-order emperors. Tearing the Sky has fallen for almost an epoch, and they were all Tier 5 peak emperors at the beginning. Not to mention a million stars that are bigger than the potential of Tearing the Sky. Although the progress of the Wanqing emperor who is walking is slow, it has never stopped. Now he has entered the ranks of the sixth-order emperor, and his combat power is not weak. Now that I have left the Temple of Qixin, I heard that it was in the long river of time and space. He took down an entire primitive universe and renamed it the 10,000-star universe. Although he does not control the universe, he has the power of a universe. He is already the overlord of one party. Time flies. Jian Wushuang slowly got up, looked up at the mural on the stone wall of the cave mansion, and said with emotion, "Remember the joy of seeing the innate treasure for the first time?" Huiqing also stood up, and then turned over a small scarlet building. "Why? I will forget it." This was the innate treasure of Imo Long, God Emperor, and it is the congenital peak treasure. That is a treasure used by the emperors. But now, the emperors among the inheritors are all eternal treasures used. There are even the treasures of the universe. This Jian Wushuang is not clear, but Huiqing is on the Tomb Mountain in this era, but he knows it clearly. Today, the first inheritor of the Tomb Mountain is Huiqing himself. The second inheritor is the merchant. The third inheritor is a strange ultimate emperor, so much so that even Huiqing has not seen it a few times, and seldom walked around in the four secret realms, and had been practicing in the Tomb Mountain. On the Tomb God Mountain, only those who can reach the 55th floor are eligible for permanent residence. Now there are only 10 people who have obtained this qualification. Wow! Huiqing directly shined the ranking on the stone wall. First, Huiqing, 60th floor. Second, Shang, 58 floors. Third, Backbone Luo, 54th floor. Fourth, Emperor Guangying, 52 floors. Fifth, Tongtian Buddha, the 51st floor. Among the top 5, almost all are the first batch of inheritors. Jian Wushuang was surprised that Tongtian Buddha was ranked 5th. The remaining 5 people are all 50 floors. It was only recently squeezed. The ranking of Huiqing and Shang is far ahead. If it hadn't been for Broly to be sentenced to the Temple of Difference, I'm afraid he would also be ranked in the top 5. The rate of progress of the quotient is still the same as before, steadily moving forward. It is also the Temple of Qixin, a popular figure who has been promoted to Tribulation Realm. Almost everyone is optimistic that Shang will step into the robbery sooner. Because the space of business has already reached the Universe Realm, I am afraid they are all completed now. As for the Pinnacle Secret Method, it is only a trace short of reaching consummation. Once they are all consummated, they will be able to reach the 60th floor directly and become a robbery realm. Although Huiqing's combat power and realm are strong, the time of cultivation is still too short. If you want to become a Tribulation Realm, you can't practice here all the time, and you need a lot of opportunities. It's just this kind of opportunity. The Qixin is very few inside, and even said that there is nothing that can be pulled out. When Huiqing joined the Tao, it led to the Three Kings' Court, let alone an opportunity for the tribulation. This kind of opportunity should be in the Temple of Qixin, but there are not many. If you want to become a turning point for the robbery, it is still in the outside world. Jian Wushuang held his breath and concentrated his mind. He felt that the Temple of Qixin was helpful to him when he was in the Emperor. Jian Wushuang, who had peered into the corner of Moruo's time and space, was also longing for the mighty long river of time and space. This is the place where the real strong live, not the artificial secret realm like the Temple of Qixin. The long river of time and space where the primitive universe is now named Miki. It has started to explode. The Emperor first broke out. When the number of emperors reaches a certain level, the robbery realm will also emerge at the historic moment, thus opening up a new era. The era division of Miki Changha is actually somewhat similar to the original Moruo time and space. From nothing, to the arrival of the Temple of Qi, and then to the Temple of Destruction. I don't know how many levels have been raised directly. The original Morwa time and space. The wild period is not as good as this long river of time and space. At least this long river of time and space. The human race is flourishing. Basically, there are no foreign enemies. The human race has always been born from the primitive universe. It is also peaceful to get along with a special life. The Temple of Qishan and the Temple of Destruction, the same as the god of Morwa time and space, are both opportunities for practitioners to break through. The original Morwa time and space, after the divine destruction, became more powerful. I don't know whether the destruction of the two temples will make this long river of time and space go further. After chatting a lot with Hui Qing, Jin Wushuang gradually got acquainted with the outside world. The main reason why the current Temple of Destruction of the World is able to compete with the Temple of Qishan is that the Temple of Destruction of the World has a very low threshold for recruiting inheritors. In other words, there is no threshold. Even mortals accept it. And the layout is very deep, from top powerhouses to mundane forces. Everyone believes in the Temple of Destruction of the World, mainly to extinction. Exit. Jin Wushuang's eyes contained lightning, and the cup in his hand was instantly shaken into powder. Hui Qing frowned and asked, "Brother Wushuang, you have dealt with this person. How is his strength?" "I don't know, but he can compete with Master True Spirit. We are not opponents at all." Jin Wushuang shook his head. In fact, he also knew the True Spirit's strength from the mouth of the Frosa, and inferred the current extinction based on the True Spirit's strength, even stronger than the True Spirit. But he didn't tell Hui Qing. He also has his own thoughts in his heart. The identity of extinction is not that simple. It has something to do with the of Morwa time and space, and it is also related to the Dongjun in the starry sky. It has a great connection with him. This was the second person he couldn't figure out. If it's just a half-step 7 tribulations realm, Jin Wushuang has the confidence and hope to chase without fear. But in terms of the identity of the death in the time of God was probably stronger than the gods. Without absolute strength, he would not take risks. This is also the reason why he dare not go out. Now in the Temple of Qishan is full of undercurrents. Although he can't threaten him, it can threaten those inheritors. So that the True Spirit gave up the cultivation of inheritors in the Qishan Temple. Instead, all the hundreds of millions of inheritors will go out and open up the second generation of inheritors. But in this way, the quality will also drop a lot. In addition to the teachings of the Temple of Destruction, the Temple of Qi is even more passive. Although the treasure is no less than the Temple of Destroying the World. But some treasures are prepared for Tianjiao, so I can't give them all the waste. Especially some emperors with weak roots are of no use at all. The Temple of Destruction has prepared a lot for these. With holy water, you can sacrifice your life and let your strength skyrocket. Chapter 56:31. Although it can't be improved in the later stage, the treasures that can increase the combat power by 100,000 times in a short period of time are more attractive than those that are slowly cultivated, especially for those emperors with average qualifications. Hui Qing pondered for a while, and finally seemed to have made some kind of decision, and said, "If I go further, no matter what Master True Spirit persuades, I will go out to find out." At this time, Jin Wushuang remembered that Zhang Shang had already gone to the Temple of Destruction, and his status was very high. If Broly is the first of war in the Temple of Destruction, then Zhang Shang is like a saint. The strength is terrible. After so long, no one knows how strong she is now. More than half an epoch ago, when the Qinglong Palace Master and Broly fought, they almost directly killed each other. After Zhang Shang made a move, no one knew the outcome. Only that Zhang Shang retreated with Broly all over. But Palace Master Qinglong suffered a lot of injuries. This news is top secret. Few people know it, and Jin Wushuang also knows it from the White Tiger Palace Master. In order not to affect morale, it was not announced. Now, on the bright side, Qishan Temple has an advantage. But in the long run, the advantage of Qishan Temple will gradually weaken. Zhang Shang's strength can now be said to be the best in the entire time and space. Palace Master Qinglong is not an opponent. If the deity of Miexing and true spirit doesn't go out, no one will be her opponent. The only hope is the current Huiqing. After Zhenling figured this out, Huiqing had been flickering at the Tomb Mountain, fearing that Huiqing would take refuge in the Temple of Destruction after leaving the Temple of Qixin. What is needed now is hatred. The more people Jiang Shang killed in the outside world, the better, so that Huiqing and Jiang Shang could go to the opposite side. Huiqing didn't understand this, but Jian Wushuang understood after a little thought. Perhaps, the future Jiang Shang is not his catastrophe, but Huiqing's catastrophe. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but feel a little sigh. Huiqing was too miserable. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Seeing his expression, Huiqing frowned and asked, "Brother Wushuang, what are your plans this time?" "Let's join hands first," Jian Wushuang said calmly. Now he wants to devote all his thoughts to Kotao. As long as Kotao is successful, nothing will be a problem. Huiqing also nodded, agreeing, "It's time to join the Dao. I can't quite see your current strength. Once the combination is successful, I'm afraid you will be the first inheritor of the Tomb God Mountain." Huiqing doesn't have much idea about who is number one, but Jian Wushuang was able to become the number one. He was still very happy. Even if he grabbed the number one from him, it didn't matter. The relationship between the two can be said to be a life-and-death relationship, and Jian Wushuang has rescued him countless times. "Huiqing, we can't keep our eyes on the Tomb God Mountain." Jian Wushuang waved his hand. He has no interest in the first inheritor now, and then said, "Don't you always want to go out? Wait for my success. We brothers might as well leave the Temple of Qixin." Although he can do nothing for the sake of strength, Huiqing is a reliable friend after all. He can't bear to watch Huiqing become of the true spirit. After Huiqing heard what he said, he leaked an expression of joy and said, "That's what I think. Then I will go out and learn about the methods of the Temple of Destruction." Regardless of Huiqing's usually dull, kind eyebrows and good intentions, in fact, the combative heart in her bones is stronger than Jian Wushuang. What is the Temple of Destruction of the world? Jian Wushuang shook his head with a look of disdain, and then said, "Do you know how many time and space there are in this starry sky, and how many powerhouses there are? Why stay here? It's better to go to other long rivers of time and space, raise your strength to the peak, and then return to smooth everything." This is not what he is bragging about. Once the harmony is successful, as long as Zhenling does not change his mind, he will open the passage and head to other time and space rivers. As long as the time and space river is similar to the original Morwa time and space, his opportunities will not be worse than the present, and the improvement will be faster. When the time comes, after becoming a robbery, it is enough to return. Based on his background, after becoming a tribulation realm, it is not impossible that he has the treasure of time and space, as well as the beasts and gods that are about to be restored. The identity of extinction is useless no matter how mysterious. In the face of absolute strength, everything is vain. Go to other long rivers of time and space? Huiqing was stunned, and then said in surprise, "Starry sky." "Yes, it's the starry sky." Jian Wushuang nodded. It seems that Huiqing also knows about the starry sky. Sure enough, the strength of the other party is not only due to the reasons of the previous life, but also the secret of the starry sky. It seems that every person who is against the sky has a connection with the starry sky. But where are we going? Huiqing was also a little tempted, or she had some concerns. Jian Wushuang pointed to the top and said, "The great true spirit will open up a passage for us." When speaking, he deliberately raised his voice, and his tone was extremely respectful. He doesn't know if the true spirit can see here, but the true spirit will definitely be able to hear the conversation between the two of them. Sure enough, after a while, Zhenling sent someone to summon Jian Wushuang. He and Huiqing were almost talking about it, and they also told some plans for the future. Go to other long rivers of time and space, strengthen yourself, and then return to the current long river of time and space. Let Huiqing think about the rest. The one who summoned Jian Wushuang was a guardian of the Tomb Mountain. Jian Wushuang had also seen each other. Not surprised. The reason why this Tomb Mountain bears a tomb character is because the great existence, the god, is buried here. But when I think of it, the relationship between thee and death, the great word may be removed. Following the guardian, Jin Wushuang directly reached the top of the mountain. There is a wind pavilion here. Ancient characters are engraved on the top. Holding the pavilion, a long-lasting power made Jin Wushuang's whole body tremble. I have seen it, Master True Spirit. Jin Wushuang bowed slightly. The True Spirit standing in the pavilion, with his back to Jin Wushuang, did not turn his head and said indifferently, "Come in and sit down." Jin Wushuang cautiously stepped forward. As for the guardian, he had already left wisely. The True Spirit overlooks the tomb mountain. Where is it standing? Naturally, he dared not really sit down, but was slightly behind half a position, standing next to the True Spirit, overlooking the tomb mountain together. I have prepared all the treasures needed by Ha Dao, Jinling said indifferently. Jin Wushuang was ecstatic in his heart. For the first time, he felt that the True Spirit was very generous, and he thought so thoughtfully that he actually prepared the treasures he needed for Ha Dao. But after another thought, I felt something was wrong. For fear of being pitted by the True Spirit, I wanted to refuse. Don't think about it. I just don't want you to fail in harmony. Jinling turned his head and glanced at Jin Wushuang, feeling speechless in his heart, and asked himself, did he have that buckle? Chapter 56:32. Jin Wushuang knew that the True Spirit had seen through the hesitation in his heart and quickly denied. It's too late to thank your subordinates. How dare you think about it? This great kindness, Wushuang will always remember. Huh. Jinling snorted coldly and said in a bad mood, I haven't been in harmony yet. I just want to drag the family away. Can you remember my favor? This. Jin Wushuang was very embarrassed. At first, the Real Spirit told him that he could open a channel to send him into other time and space, but now he says he is going to run away. Right. He broke a piece of True Spirit. The investment in Hui Qing is huge. From the first reincarnation to learn, to the later Three Kings Court. The True Spirit obviously spent a lot of effort. How could it be broken because he is a Taoist monarch? Master True Spirit, Hui Qing's potential is well known to you and I. You can't be so wasted. Jin Wushuang simply pierced through the screen window and said directly. After Jinling heard it, he was also taken aback. Jin Wushuang is a master who pretends to be confused. How could he suddenly be so direct? Oh, do you think I was wasting his potential? Jinling said, his aura suddenly increased. Jin Wushuang staggered and almost fell. Jin Wushuang stood firm, clasped his fists, and respectfully said, this is not what his subordinates meant, but because of Hui Qing's character. I believe that adults know that Hui Qing's character is by no means an ungrateful person, and there is no need for Jiang Shang's involvement. He will not be against the gods. I said so, but do you know that he once shot Qinglong for that Jiang Shang? There was anger on Jinling's face. When Hui Qing shot Qinglong, he almost gave up Hui Qing. If it weren't for the appearance of extinction, Jiang Shang would be taken away. Now Hui Qing has either fallen or been suppressed. It's not bad to be a now. After Jin Wushuang listened, he shook his head and said gravely, you are wrong. He still expressed his opinion from the bottom of his heart. The reason why Hui Qing shot Qinglong was because he didn't know what was in Jiang Shang's body. I just want an explanation. The original Jiang Shang didn't mean to threaten the temple of Qishan at all. That's why Hui Qing would take action to stop the palace master Qinglong. But now it's different. Jiang Shang went to the temple of destruction. Even if Hui Qing was thinking about her old feelings in her heart, she would not take refuge in the temple of destruction like Jiang Shang. At the same time, Jin Wushuang also understood Zenling's scruples. What if you end up raising a white-eyed wolf? But he has absolute confidence in Hui Qing. It's impossible. Although the True Spirit was relieved, his face was still grim. Maybe I was wrong, but Jin Wushuang knows better than anyone else. In the temple of Qishan, I'd rather be wrong than there should be any accidents. Jin Wushuang straightened his body and looked at the True Spirit. At a certain moment, he suddenly felt a little bit painful to understand the True Spirit. A True Spirit supports this temple of Qishan, still working hard to fulfill the last wish of the gods. Let Qishan Temple be great again. The gods were sent away, and the extinction came again. The most important thing is the ambiguity. It seems that Zhenling has seen the true face of Qixin. He is the true spirit, and the true spirit is the god. Although the true spirit is bound to the Qixin temple, it is more like an array spirit. But he has some memories, even habits. This hit the true spirit even more. My lord, maybe we are all right. What's wrong is this era. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and said with a heavy tone, I wait for Tianjiao, but I am unwilling to be a pawn. I hope that the adults will complete it. Zhenling slowly turned his head, looking to the side of Jian Wushuang. A trace of anger emerged in his eyes, and then disappeared again. It was not that he could not bear it, nor was Jian Wushuang's true feelings that moved him, but he saw a glimmer of hope from Jian Wushuang, or that he saw the future from Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang at that time could move the world. Is a strong man. Only such a strong person can have such a temperament. He didn't see the wrong person as expected. Tell me about your plan. True Spirit calmed down and asked actively. Jian Wushuang saw that there was a play and directly expressed his thoughts. After he unites, he will not leave alone. It is to take away a group of people. This is not a runaway. Although Jian Wushuang is indeed not authentic sometimes, he can distinguish the kindness of Qixin Temple, and the extinction is mainly for him. After all, it must be right. But he needs time. Go to other long rivers of time and space to practice, and then return after becoming a robbery. At first, he heard that the real spirit wanted to send him away, and he hadn't thought of taking other people away, but since he knew the future, he made a crazy plan. Prepare to let Qixin Temple come to an empty plan. To select a group of people with the most potential and travel to other time and space together is not only for a better cultivation environment, but also for the purpose of leaving a kind of fire. After seeing the miserable situation in the future, Jian Wushuang had to think so. If you rely on him alone, even if you become a tribulation realm, it will take a long time to cultivate to the 5 tribulations realm, or even the 6 tribulations realm. True Spirit had confidence in him, but it didn't mean Jian Wushuang had confidence in him. Everything in the future can be decided. It's like he has always had faith in Hadao, but he failed. If it weren't for his complete Dao heart, I am afraid that he would not be able to walk out of the shadow of the future for a lifetime, and there would still be a lot of resistance to his harmony. It's better now. The Taoist heart is complete, and the hope of harmony is very great. Therefore, he proposed to transfer a group of people and leave together, just to be on the safe side. Zhenling hesitated after hearing it. After all, it is a strong man cultivated by the Temple of Qixin, and the resources spent can be said to be countless. Just send it off. What if these people don't come back by that time? This is a bet. Can you guarantee it? Zhenling asked. Jian Wushuang naturally knew what the guarantee was, and swears directly to the source at the moment. I mean others. My lord, can make them take the oath of origin, not afraid they won't come back. Zhenling was still a little worried, and then said, what if they suppress the realm? This Jian Wushuang had also thought about it a long time ago. Then he explained, don't worry, my lord. If there are such people among our inheritors, they are not qualified to go to other time and space rivers. Those who are qualified to go will definitely not have this plan. After all, they don't know the power of extinction. Zhenling was still satisfied with this explanation, and after nodding his head, he did not give an accurate answer. Jian Wushuang also knew that this kind of thing still had to give True Spirit some time. After waiting for a while, he changed the subject and talked about extinction. The matter of extinction can't be announced to the public for the time being. His identity is very mysterious, even I can't figure it out. Zhenling shook his head and said, this is nothing, but it seems that the real spirit does not know as much as he knows. Chapter 56:33. However, the true spirit didn't intend to make it public, and he couldn't let the true spirit know that the extinction came from God. My lord, what will happen after his death power is combined with my life power? Zhenling leaked a smile, stretched out his palm, and suddenly 2 groups of power appeared. This is the origin of water and fire. What will happen to the combination of them? Jian Wushuang said directly, The combination of water and fire is against the trend, especially the combination of origin. Few people in Dying Immortal do it. Once the combination is successful, it can explode 100 times, or even 1,000 times more power than pure water and fire. The origin is much stronger. That's right, just like the combination of life and death, I don't know what will become, but I know that after they merge, they will be very powerful, even beyond the origin of time. Exceeding the origin of time, it also means that it is stronger than the robbery realm. It is too difficult to say so, but to do it. No wonder extinction will pursue him, from the of Morua time and space to the present. Once integrated, that is the power to transcend the tribulation realm. Zhenling also valued this point before he changed his view. By the way, I forgot to tell you that apart from you, Jiangshang also has life force in her body, but not as pure as yours. It should be the life force of the original spirit in her body. After Jian Wushuang heard this, he was shocked and didn't dare to say, "How is this possible?" Subsequently, an unprecedented vitality burst out directly from the body, condensing a huge green sphere. He pointed to the sphere and said, "Probably how much better than this?" This life force probably occupies 1/10 of the life force in his body. Zhenling was frightened by the sight and jumped far away, his eyes rounded, staring at the life force, and said in shock, "It's not so exaggerated. Her original spirit is very fragile and possesses the power of life is probably the vitality of a tribulation realm, or the vitality of vegetation life, and it is probably 1/10,000th of this group of vitality." Huh. Jian Wushuang let out a sigh of relief before he felt relieved. Zhenling was surprised at the bottom of his heart and expressed absolute affirmation for choosing Jian Wushuang. This is too outrageous. Even a bold idea appeared in his mind. If Jian Wushuang were to preside over the big formation, what would happen to the body of the god? In the first prison, Jian Wushuang's life force was able to restore Fuego, and Jian Wushuang is now stronger than before. After the success of Hudao, it is a qualitative leap. Of course, relying on the physical body alone cannot revive the gods, and he still needs his true spirit. Take the true spirit as the source to restore the body of the god. If he really wants to succeed, I'm afraid he will be able to get rid of the Temple of Qixin and go out. However, he did not intend to tell Jian Wushuang directly, but waited for Jian Wushuang to become the emperor first. He really wanted to see how powerful Jian Wushuang would become after becoming an emperor. A Taoist monarch can be as strong as this. Becoming an emperor, I can hardly imagine. After learning about the current situation, Jian Wushuang did not plan to go to the Tomb's Sacred Mountain for a while. Instead, he planned to go directly to the place prepared by the true spirit for him to retreat again. This retreat is for harmony. Tomb God Mountain, public area, mountains and seas. Here, there is a natural origin of everything, among which I opened up the cave. You can go directly in. As soon as the real spirit pointed out, the sea broke open, revealing a huge sea mountain range. Jian Wushuang's eyes straightened, and he had seen the light radiating from that mountain. That is the mine. It is a rare mine. It is more valuable than Nine Dragon Mountain. I am afraid that such a mountain range is comparable to the Space Huaming Mountain, the natural origin of everything. That should be the original source. Jian Wushuang was a little excited. Before he joins the path, he will raise all of his body to the limit. Only in this way can we have greater certainty. The limit of the divine body, the limit of the source. He has to do it. Remember, you can't be anxious in harmony, and the cohesion of space can't make any mistakes, otherwise it will be difficult for your kendo to blend in. Zhenling asked. Jian Wushuang nodded, and after thanking him, he was not polite, and went straight into the mountain cave mansion. Wow! After passing through a curtain of water, Jian Wushuang entered the cave that the true spirit had prepared for him. This cave is a little messy, not as magnificent as he thought. There are even some weeds on the walls. Of course, the grass that can grow here is not a weed, but some elixir. It's just that these help to Jian Wushuang was so small that it was naturally not seen in his eyes. Instead, go straight to the depths. That's where the real spirit opened up. A huge stone bed. There is a trace of the power of all things rising above. It seems to be the natural power of all things mentioned by the true spirit. And above the stone bed, there is a mustard seed suspended. Call. Look, what treasure is there? Jian Wushuang stretched out his hand and directly absorbed the mustard seeds into his hand. The moment Yinli penetrated the mustard seeds, the bright light in front of his eyes flickered, then frowned. This is... Jian Wushuang stared at the treasure in the beam of light in surprise, his face full of shock. Beast God's flesh and blood. And it's the flesh and blood of the golden beast god. The golden beast god, that can represent space. The flesh and blood of the space beast god. This help to his harmony is simply too great. Jian Wushuang's breathing was a bit heavy. This flesh and blood can not only help him condense the origin of the space, but also help him improve the divine body and even the beast weapon. After thinking of the beast soldier, he directly took off the beast soldier. I have been thinking about letting the true spirit help him restore the full power of the beast weapon. Now it seems that he can do it himself is enough. He had already gathered all the parts of the beast god soldier. On the stone bed, the beast soldier who retreated from Jian Wushuang was floating. From top to bottom, they are the eye of the candle dragon, the blood skull of the candle dragon, the wings of the candle dragon, the inner armor of the candle dragon, the claws of the candle dragon, and the heart of the candle dragon, plus this flesh and blood. Jian Wushuang suddenly had an idea in his heart. Raising his hand to refine the flesh and blood and instill it into the beasts, a complete skeleton was formed in an instant. Jian Wushuang took out the blood of the 8-clawed beast emperor that had been killed at the beginning of the earth, and the force of life continued to give birth, refining the blood of 10,000 battles into one drop, which fell on the heart of the beast god. Superior. A series of invisible barriers began to be born. It is a complete space, and it is very stable. Sure enough, it's the same as I guessed. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile, looked up at the perfect space. The sword intent in his body kept humming. But he did not integrate directly. This space can be used for reference. He has to comprehend in this space, and then create his own space. Chapter 56:34. Once the space is formed, he is only left with Hadao. This time, it is the most primitive space to comprehend. The life force in the body continued to emerge and explode, all of which was input into the inside of the beasts. In this space, the beasts seem to have revived. The lifelike candle dragon wanders in space. Complete beasts and soldiers. The origin of it is formed from the nutrients in the flesh and blood, but it is still a little weak now, and it will be necessary for him to slowly accumulate in the future. Jian Wushuang didn't care too much about this. He cares more about this space. Hadao. Ordinary Dao monarchs need to open up space within their origin. It is relatively easy to understand the origin of space in advance. After opening up the space, integrate one's own Tao into the space. Then a powerful source will appear in his space. For example, the primitive universe is a universe where everything is born naturally. There are countless ways inside. If you want to control it, you need your own spatial origin, which is stronger than the origin of the original universe. Space is everything for the emperor, and the emperor only had room for cultivation. Constantly making the space stronger, the emperor's strength will become stronger and stronger. Moreover, after becoming an emperor, he has his own space, which can accommodate everything, and the richness of the foundation is not comparable to that of the Taoist. The reason why Jian Wushuang is so against the sky is not because of his strong background, because he has all things in the extreme, so he is so strong. Every emperor has space, and it can be said that every emperor is similar to Ji Dao. It's just that the power of all things in their space is too small to be swallowed, and they can only be refined slowly. Jian Wushuang's Ji Dao is a quick success. After understanding this, Jian Wushuang soon made some adjustments to himself. The sea of origin in the body began to gather continuously. He wants to use countless powers of all things to create an unprecedented space, and then integrate his own kendo into it. The power of all things is transformed by Ji Dao. In this way, his Ji Dao will completely disappear, or in other words, his Ji Dao will be transformed into a space, and will accompany him in another posture. Come back. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the stone bed, beckoning. The soaring candle dragon flew into his body. Click. Song. The dark red armor wrapped Jian Wushuang tightly. A single eye, exuding a dark red halo, and there are brown electric arcs flickering around. The origin of the beast god, although still a little weak, but with Jian Wushuang's life force, directly burst out all potential. Before joining the Tao, I didn't expect to refining the beast warriors to perfection. This made Jian Wushuang very surprised and delighted. Before he joined together, he still had an important thing to do. That is the second soul. He wants to leave behind a group of Taoist origins, ready to refine the second soul. As long as there is the origin of the Taoist and the continuous life force to nourish it, it will always exist. After he succeeds in harmony, he can go to refine this second soul. At that time, directly refining to become the Emperor's soul, the strength will be even stronger. This is given to him by the true spirit. With the second soul, he can let the deity go to other time and space for adventure, and the second soul stays in the Qishan temple, which is considered to have made 2 preparations. After setting up everything, he began to feel his state of mind, let himself fall into the real cultivation, and maintain his peak state. Overnight, nothing happened. In Jian Wushuang's mind, everything suddenly appeared empty. Distracted thoughts disappeared one after another, replaced by space. A complete space was placed in front of him. Gather! Jian Wushuang shouted in a low voice. In the sea of origin, thunder and lightning flashed. On the sea tornadoes are constantly pouring out. Countless sea water rose into the sky, as if there was a suction in the sky. The sea of origin within the body continued to gather power, and a film of enchantment began to appear. Diameter, 100,000 miles. A perfect space is being born. This is a pure space. Jian Wushuang has not yet used the power of all things. An ordinary Taoist who can do this step is actually very close to the success of the Tao. The diameter of 100,000 li in the body. Once the connection is successful, it is a second-order emperor. But Jian Wushuang comprehended space in advance, and even elevated the origin of space to the realm of black holes. How could it just give up? Pole. Hum. In that miniature space, countless violent powers suddenly burst out. That is the origin of Jian Wushuang's space. The pole is the black hole. Taking the central pole as the scope, the black hole continues to expand. It's just that without the blessing of the power of all things, the black hole expands very slowly. But Jian Wushuang was not in a hurry. Zhenling hereby confessed that he shouldn't be anxious. How could he get confused? The meal needs to be eaten bite by bite. He must first completely stabilize the origin of the space, and then expand with the extreme path. The origin of his space has reached the realm of the black hole, although the expansion is slow, but once it expands, even if there is no extreme way, he can reach the level of the 6th-order emperor in one fell swoop. The prerequisite for becoming a 6th-order emperor is the realm of the black hole. Of course, indigenous people with incomplete origins can reach the 6th-order emperor without reaching the black hole state, and reaching the black hole realm can become the ultimate. However, Jian Wushuang's origin has no flaws. Not only does it have no flaws, it is also very complete, and it can even be said to be abnormal. It is said that the expansion is slow, but in the time of just a stick of incense, that space has turned into 1,000,000 li in size. Moreover, the speed of expansion becomes faster as you get to the back. In the space, for every 100,000 li, a star will appear. Jian Wushuang's space origin has countless stars. Ordinary emperors, the space condensed when they join the Tao, can accommodate a few stars. It is not bad. An elite like tearing the sky, it can hold 100 stars when in general harmony. Going up is the Taoist monarchs who follow 10,000 ways, such as Jiu Taoist and Wanqing Taoist. The strength of these people in Daojun is no less than the ultimate Daojun, and can generally accommodate tens of thousands of stars. But after arriving at the emperor, the speed of cultivation will become very slow, but in general, there is still some improvement. It's just that the speed is too slow. Firstly, there is no perfect method. Even in the temple of Qishan, Wandoolius' inheritance is very small. Also, the Lord of all things has a fairly complete inheritance. But that inheritance is not something that everyone can cultivate. It is still in the Tomb Mountain, and no one can take it away. Only some fur can be cultivated. Then there is the ultimate way. The ultimate Taoist, the space condensed when we join Tao, the weakest is 50,000. It is more against the sky. It can condense millions of stars to form a galaxy. Even Xinghai. Now the number of stars in Jian Wushuang's space has increased to 10,000. One day passed. The longest part of the harmony is not the condensed space, but the fusion behind it. This time Jian Wushuang joined the Tao, and he went there for 10,000 years, or even millions of years. End of this chapter. Chapter 56:35. His extreme way is unprecedented, and it takes a long time. 3 years passed in a blink of an eye. Tomb on the mountain. There are only two people who know that Jian Wushuang is in harmony. One is True Spirit, and the other is Huiqing. Knowing that Jian Wushuang was in harmony, Huiqing was more anxious than Jinling. He didn't even have the mind to practice in the cave, but sat quietly on a mountain peak in the public area, swaying to look at the mountain and sea. Inheritor Huiqing, I want to challenge you. A tender voice came, attracting a lot of eyes. After all, this place is a public area. There are many inheritors. On the Tomb God Mountain, you can challenge at will. Of course, you can choose not to respond. Huiqing is the first inheritor and has a high status in the Tomb Mountain. No one except the True Spirit can call Huiqing. A little guy dared to jump out to challenge Huiqing, which made many old inheritors sneer. The immature inheritor is the one who came with Jian Wushuang. Golden Shadow. Huiqing knew it. And beside Jiaying, there is a young girl. She is Ji Chaoyang's little niece. Huiqing's temper was surprisingly good, but it happened to be boring, so she took up the challenge. For a time, countless people were in an uproar. Even on the Tomb Mountain, the previous inheritors have also left the pass. Especially the most hostile Backbone Luo, in the top 5 Jian Wushuang, didn't know the shock of the outside world. Condensing space, there is never a pause. Now he has contained thousands of stars in his condensed space. Call. It should be the limit. Jian Wushuang gasped. When Huiqing joined the Tao, there were 8 million stars. Because Huiqing didn't reach the realm of black holes at the beginning, but only mastered 80% of the black holes. A black hole represents thousands of stars. The origin of Jian Wushuang's space reached the limit of Daojun, and it was a whole black hole. It is no longer possible to condense a second black hole. This is the limit of his current space origin. However, this is not his own limit. He has not only the origin of space, but also the origin of extreme Tao that is even more against the sky. The power of all things, through the black hole, hits instantly. Jian Wushuang's whole body was trembling. The space in the body expands again. This time has exceeded the scope of a big world. A star represents 100,000 miles. A black hole represents 10 million stars. In the space where Jian Wushuang condensed, 2 black holes rose instantly. In addition to the black holes at the origin of space, there are already 3 black holes. The 4th seat is also slowly staring. In just 1 hour, he added 3 black holes. Jian Wushuang himself was taken aback. Space origin is expanding slowly. After all, the combat power of space origin is still too weak. It's just a simple step from the 5th order emperor to the 6th order. His real trump card is still Ji Dao. Can make him reach the ultimate perfection directly. The eternal changes in the Starry Sky catalog. This is all with the power of the stars. Unfortunately, the power of the Starry Sky does not belong to everything. He couldn't condense too much, otherwise he wouldn't dare to imagine how powerful his space would be. The 7th seat. Jian Wushuang roared, already feeling a trace of pressure. The 7th seat is formed. This time he spent a whole day. Subsequently, the birth of black holes is getting slower and slower. It is contrary to the origin of his space. With the experience of devouring the origin of the universe, Jian Wushuang didn't panic at all. He couldn't calculate the stars in the origin of the universe. But he knew the number of black holes. There are more than 10,000 seats. 10,000 black holes can form a cosmic force. And the Lord of the universe, at least 10 times stronger than the power of a universe, can control the original universe. Therefore, after becoming a tribulation realm, the three tribulations realm will generally master the universe and become the lord of the universe. Of course, there are some who are against the sky, instead of refining the original universe, but creating a universe by themselves. Lift the space in one's body to the universe. This requires agglomeration of thousands of black holes. The power needed is simply massive. Jin Wushuang had never thought that he could condense such a powerful space when he was in harmony. Now let's do it step by step. Go for 1,000 black holes. If this is known to outsiders, I am afraid that he will be mocked for his ignorance. But Jin Wushuang himself knew that once he used some of the power of the stars, it is really possible for him to reach 1,000 seats, or even break through 1,000. Because the starry sky is too vast. It carries not only the universe, but also many long rivers of time and space. This time, it took him a full 100 years to exhaust the power of Jidao and condense 76 black holes. This is the pinnacle of the Sixth Order Emperor. And without any power, starry sky, Jin Wushuang's thought power was instantly mobilized. Eternal change. His breath also reached its peak state. The first change in eternity. The breath directly rose to the perfection. This time there was no muddle-headedness. The condensation of black holes is like stars. It broke through 100 in an instant. 200 seats. Jin Wushuang was ecstatic in his heart, and he was almost as expected, breaking through 1,000 seats. It should be more than rubbing. The space in the body also expands continuously. 600 seats. Jin Wushuang nodded in satisfaction. There are already 600 constellations. Although the power of the starry sky is low, the speed of condensing has not decreased, indicating that it has absorbed less. 800 seats. This time Jin Wushuang was a little uncomfortable, and his heart was beating wildly. Because the growth rate is not slow, but faster. The time for just a stick of incense has broken through 1,000 seats. This exceeded his expectations. Impossible. Jin Wushuang's eyes rolled round. He himself couldn't believe it. Although the larger the space, the more condensed black holes, the stronger it will be. But he was still a little worried. Worried that I will die. 1003. Jin Wushuang's eyes shrank, and now he stopped praying. He doesn't know whether this state is good or bad. It's almost there. I didn't want to be so strong. 1008. Jin Wushuang is no longer under control, and the speed of space expansion is even faster. He can't see the end himself. I can't even guess how I will stop. 2000. Jin Wushuang was completely stupid. 2,000 black holes. This is already the space universe. Even beyond the universe. The level of the spatial realm is very clear. 1,000 black holes can almost reach the realm of the universe. 2,000 seats are now considered the peak, or even the limit. If it expands further, it will really become a universe. The universe is just a realm. Want to reach the outer space. Tens of thousands of black holes are needed, and within the black holes, a cosmic secret realm must be born. Fortunately, no secret realm has appeared. Jin Wushuang observed carefully. He was really afraid that he would directly open up a universe. Chapter 56:36. When the time comes, how can he merge Tao? Although the ultimate way is complete, it is too small compared to a universe. Just like a thin bamboo pole to stir the vast ocean. I don't feel a bit. Wow. The black hole in the center began to rupture. Jin Wushuang held his breath. The next moment the black hole burst, and the power of all things inside instantly rushed out. A complete mystery was revealed in front of him. Jin Wushuang almost fainted. At this time, the space he condensed had exceeded 4,000 black holes and still did not stop. He was almost desperate. It looks like it is really going to impact the universe. A Taoist condenses space to join Tao and directly opens up a universe. What does this make those old monsters of the robbery realm think? If he really wanted to open up the universe, Jin Wushuang could be compared to the powerhouse of the three tribulations realm in one step. At that time, the condensed universe is very powerful, but it does not match your ultimate way. This is the failure of the reunion. In the future time and space, he failed in harmony, probably because of this. No. Jian Wushuang shook his head again. He needs to stabilize the Taoist heart. It needs to be calm. No matter what you face, you must be calm. Don't worry. Jian Wushuang had a perfect Tao heart, but in an instant, the tumbling emotions calmed down. This calmness reminded him of the catalog of the starry sky. Yeah. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed in an instant and cheered in his heart. I still have a starry sky catalog. When you are in harmony, you only need to use the starry sky catalog. The ultimate Kendo will become the starry sky Kendo, and it will be more powerful. Does the space match up? What a clever life. He should have thought of it long ago. Can use the first change in the past to condense space. He can use the starry sky catalog to let the starry sky Kendo merge into the space. At that time, he might really be able to master the power of the starry sky. From the very beginning, the power of thought, the power of the mind, the power of swallowing, the power of all things, and the power of life. Now it is the even more unpredictable power of the starry sky. It does not mean that the power of the starry sky is inherently stronger than the power of life. Only fit is not fit, just like the power of swallowing. Although Jian Wushuang seldom uses it now, it doesn't mean that the power of swallowing is weaker than the power of all things. In fact, they are not much different. Today's Jian Wushuang is obviously more suitable for mastering the power of the starry sky. This kind of power did not evolve from Ji Dao. It is the power that Ji Dao stolen through the stars. It is not as simple as turning everything into life force. That's why Jian Wushuang didn't expect it for a while. Thanks Tut testify. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. The condensed space also stopped at this moment. There are no signs. 5,000 black holes. And a cosmic mystery. This is a semi-finished universe. The consummation powerhouse among the absolute peaks is probably not as powerful as his space. Of course, the ultimate combat power is not only related to the origin, but also more important secrets. Now Jian Wushuang didn't have the mind to think about this, but set out to prepare for the fusion. A flower exuding endless time and space appeared. The other side flower. The origin contained in the starry sky catalog still has time and needs the blessing of this other shore flower. Go! Jian Wushuang threw the other side flower and flew into the center of the space. The flower on the other side is the treasure in the long river of time and space, and it is of great help to the Lord of the universe. This time, he has spent a great price in harmony. Pour out all the treasures to fight for a perfect harmony. Leave no regrets. A total of 5,000 black holes and a cosmic secret. This space is extremely stable. In the future, this is his origin. The more stable, the better. This represents the bottom line. I am afraid that the strong man who has just entered the robbery realm is not as powerful as his space. This hasn't been completely in harmony, and then there is his ultimate way. Flowers. Jian Wushuang's voice was low. In the next moment, the Higan flower burst out with infinite light, overlooking the entire space. Click. Jian Wushuang's eyes condensed, and his eyes suddenly shrank. There are countless cracks in the space. This made Jian Wushuang unexpected. For a while, my mind trembled suddenly. Gather. Fortunately, the Taoist consummation did not make him lose his mind. If there is a crack in the space, then perfect it. All of a sudden, countless treasures flew out and continuously entered his condensed space. But these treasures were instantly swallowed by those black holes when they first entered the space, and the cracks could not be repaired at all. What is this? Jian Wushuang couldn't believe it. According to the information he had obtained, it was normal for the space to appear cracks during the meeting and only needed to be repaired. Why can't it be repaired? Jian Wushuang took out the prepared treasure again and threw it into the space. And the black holes in the mobilization space are all closed. This time, all the treasures turned into a torrent, and the coefficient entered the crack. Just when Jian Wushuang thought it could be repaired, those cracks expanded again. After the flowers of the other shore bloomed, they disappeared completely, falling into countless cracks. At the core, 9 huge gaps burst. Jian Wushuang's breathing became quicker. Countless small cracks overlooked the entire space. It's over. Jian Wushuang was a little desperate. cracks that cannot be repaired. The space is not complete, and it is too difficult to integrate the ultimate way. Ji-Dao helps to evolve the space, and the ultimate Dao is merged into it. Even if he succeeds in harmony, the cracks that appear now cannot be repaired. That also means that his strength will continue to be lost. This is exactly the same as what will happen in the future. Repeat the same mistakes. No. Jian Wushuang's eyes burst, instantly raising his aura to the peak, because in the condensed space, his strength directly climbed to the level of the tribulation realm. He is not reconciled. How can such a powerful space be given up? Those cracks can't stop him. He will fight to the death and forcibly integrate the ultimate way into it. Anxious. He was really anxious this time. He couldn't bear the consequences of the failure of Hadao. Even if Dao Xian is perfect, he is very anxious. Starry Sky Catalog, Jian Wushuang shouted angrily, and a divine sword made from its origin descended, with the power of the starry sky above it, directly piercing into the cracked space. With the burst of breath, Ukanshu Calm caused Jian Wushuang to suffer a violent backlash, vomiting blood, and his origin was trembling. The originally powerful 50,000 times divine body had already begun to break. Looking down at the crack on his body, Jian Wushuang's heart was cut like a knife. Fusion failed. The divine sword made by the ultimate source pierced into the space and then burst. During a brief period of surprise, Jian Wushuang's mood slowed down a bit. That is, in such a moment, Jian Wushuang saw a scene of the past in a daze. There is a starry sky. There are also cracks in the endless starry sky. The savage encountered in the starry sky had cracks in his body. End of this chapter. Chapter 56:37. No. Jian Wushuang shook his head, looked at the space suddenly, and exclaimed, "This is not a crack." Among the 9 huge cracks and countless small cracks, there are still white cracks that are not big or small. That is the appearance of the long river of time and space. At this moment Jian Wushuang understood. He is a condensed space. This is a description of the starry sky. The sword that was just now was hit crookedly, and the space began to undergo tremendous changes at this time. The original three-dimensional space has become a catalog. The space in the catalog has evolved into an endless starry sky. It's dark. There was pitch black in front of Jian Wushuang's eyes, and he could only see a small spot. Where was his original space? There are 5,000 black holes and a cosmic secret realm inside. As for the crack, it is reflected in the starry sky. His condensed space illuminates the starry sky. Successful. Jian Wushuang shouted in disbelief, "I made it." He clenched his fists with both hands and suddenly exploded. His strength instantly rose to an unprecedented level. That power made him full of confidence. The power of the starry sky is almost infinite. The power of life is 10,000 times stronger than before. Jian Wushuang at this time, the strength is almost endless, because he can mobilize the power of a starry sky. After the joy, Jian Wushuang began to look at the original space in his body, or it can be said to be the original starry sky. After entering, it is the space he personally condensed, which is considered a semi-finished universe. All around, it was pitch black. There were only cracks, which he could clearly see. In other areas, he needs to continue to be strong to be able to light up. He can't even light up a universe now. I don't know when he will be able to light up a whole starry sky, or light up a small long river of time and space. Now he saw the long river of time and space, which was dark gold, containing the power of time and space, but there was no universe. His semi-finished universe is even more unremarkable. It's time to leave. Jian Wushuang's origin clone stayed in the origin star sky, while the deity returned to the flesh. Hadao was completely successful. From then on, he was the emperor. And his name has to be changed. He is no longer the invincible Daojun, but the invincible monarch. Now Jian Wushuang, how powerful he is, even he himself doesn't know. Call. With a suffocating breath, Jian Wushuang ushered in the long-lost ease. I can finally take a breath. Time has continued to urge him to be strong, and now he has finally reached the Emperor. The most difficult combination has succeeded. Only the opportunity of the robbery is left. Now that he has just broken through the Emperor, his original realm has soared directly to the realm of the universe. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to condense a semi-finished universe. Mahayana Space Universe. The pinnacle secret, the starry sky. It has also been perfected. All that is left is to complete the space and master the time. When he was in Daojun, although he did not get the recognition of the origin of time, he was able to mobilize a trace of the origin of time when he displayed the catalog of the starry sky. I believe it will not take long before he will be recognized by the origin of time. But the prerequisite is that he wants the space to reach completion. The perfect space is actually the universe. An ordinary emperor with 3,600 black holes can form the universe. 1,000 black holes have already reached the realm of the universe. As for Jian Wushuang's space and universe, I am afraid that it needs tens of thousands of black holes, or even more. Now that I just broke through, I'm not in a hurry. Tribulation is not so easy. Combining the path and becoming the turning point of the robbery can be regarded as a watershed. The difficulty of the two is equal. But every opportunity that becomes a robbery is the same degree of difficulty. This is different from Hadao. Right now, there are still many areas to improve, so there is no need to be so anxious. His divine body, as well as the origin of space, all need to be improved. And the treasure of time and space, he can observe more now. It used to be just able to observe some size chess pieces. Now I can finally observe the font size of the generals. Wow! Before Jian Wushuang's eyes, a magnificent chessboard suddenly appeared. There are many chess pieces in the upper part, but there are only 360 chess pieces in the general size. There are only 72 pieces of handsome size. There are only 9 chess pieces of god size. How strong and weak. The first true king at the time was nothing more than a general name. And the first true king can be a powerhouse in the 5 tribulations realm. The handsome chess pieces on the top are probably the weakest ones from the origin of the 6 tribulations realm. Where did these chess pieces come from? Jian Wushuang was a little curious. One pointed out, wanting to peek at the chess pieces of the general size. But a huge suction force allowed Jian Wushuang's breath to enter the chessboard. A vortex suddenly condensed over the chessboard. Jian Wushuang's breath also turned into a trace of origin, and he was finally fixed in the of the soldier. At this moment, he completely understood. These chess pieces originally came from this way. But if this were the case, wouldn't the first owner suffer a lot? At that time, I am afraid that there are no chess pieces on the board. This is the super treasure that teacher Xian Yi left to him, and he naturally devoted more thoughts and doubts. Now that he has become an emperor, he can only manipulate it in front of him, and he is constantly groping. It can be regarded as relaxation after Hadao. After constant exploration, especially after reading the chess record of the first true king, he finally figured out the manipulation technique of this treasure. Get up, Jian Wushuang pointed out, carefully controlling a pawn-sized chess piece. After the chess piece was difficult to place, the internal origin began to rush out, and then transformed into a shadow of the origin in a hat. And the breath on his body is at least the pinnacle. It was much stronger than the 9-clawed beast king back then. Master! See you with a respectful figure in Yin Yi. Jian Wushuang nodded, quite satisfied. Next, he continued to revive those pawn-sized chess pieces. According to the introduction in the chess book of the first true king, if you have the power of the robbery, you can turn on the size chess pieces. The first true king at the time was able to summon more than a dozen chess pieces when he was consummated. Among them, the most powerful chess piece is already comparable to the first true king who was an emperor at the time. Enabling recovery is also very simple. Ukanshu. Calm is the power to manipulate the chessboard. Of course, there is another important point, and it is also very difficult for others. That is the power of life. But this pair of Jian Wushuang is the simplest. His current vitality is more than enough to illuminate the font size. But the power to manipulate the chessboard is still a bit too weak. Now he can't even manipulate the soldier's name, and can't do whatever he wants. It also needs constant temptation. Don't worry about this. Put it into the origin star sky. Let the clones slowly explore it. The deity is the beginning of the cultivation of the divine body. The sixth layer of the divine body. Start to improve on the basis of 50,000 times. The large amount of divine body treasures he had obtained earlier was completely used up at this moment. Chapter 5638 turned out to be a bit disappointing. The final freeze frame was about 60,000 times. That is the countless treasures he has collected, is only 60,000 times. Among the absolute tops, this can only be regarded as an introduction, let alone the robbery. There is no divine body that is 80,000 times larger, and it is simply not enough to match the tribulation realm. In some universes that cultivate divine bodies, there are some extreme generations who directly abandon their roots to cultivate divine bodies. What I want is that pure and terrifying supernatural power. Jian Wushuang has also seen some divine body practitioners in the tribulation realm in some ancient books. Is a method obtained from other time and space. It has the most perfect divine body refining method, which can make the body rise very quickly, and the increase is also a lot. But it's hard to get it. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang has beast soldiers. Now his basic divine body is 60,000 times. Once he casts a full-body beast weapon, he himself can't imagine how powerful it will be. Last step, the second soul. Jian Wushuang looked at the origin contained in the corner, hooked it, and took advantage of the catalysis of Gyuda's heart. A pain of tearing consciousness made him grin. Lasted for almost an hour, and the second soul succeeded. A figure exactly like Jian Wushuang stood opposite him. I have seen the deity. I have seen the second soul. When Jian Wushuang leaked a smile, the other's face also leaked a smile. Because they are all one. Wow. Jian Wushuang took out a set of top eternal treasures and handed it to the second soul. Also took out a lot of basic treasures, handed them to the second soul, and then put the opponent into the original starry sky. The current second soul, although he is the emperor, but his strength is probably a little weak. Still need a lot of treasures to invest. But the second soul, long-term sitting in the tomb mountain, but can easily obtain a lot of treasures. Exit. Jian Wushuang directly stood up, the surrounding breath vibrated. Then returned to peace. Even the space couldn't sense Jian Wushuang, and Jian Wushuang had already left the cave. Mountain and sea. The waves are rough. A shadow of a figure appeared above. The true spirit was the first to find out and set off directly. After seeing Jian Wushuang's breath change, he suddenly leaked out of joy and said, Okay, very good. The success of Jian Wushuang Hadao has caused the entire foundation of the Temple of Qixin to rise a lot. How can we not make the true spirit happy? Master True Spirit. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Huiqing, who has been observing here, also discovered that his exit, turned into a streamer, arrived in an instant, but Bai Jinling was a little slow. Congratulations, Wushuang brother. Huiqing hurried forward to congratulate. It took Jian Wushuang 100,000 years to join the Tao this time. The time is neither long nor short. Go back and say it. Jinling waved his big hand, and an aura wrapped the two of them to the top of the Tomb God Mountain in an instant. The three of them sat in a circle. Jian Wushuang fooled around the experience of Hadao, and then began to ask the true spirit's plan. Now Jian Wushuang, there is no need to stay in the Temple of Qixin, only to go out. But the outside world, with the strength of extinction, a half-step 7 tribulation realm. Although it has been assimilated with the Temple of Destruction, but who knows if it can come out again. At the beginning, the opponent broke God and entered Morwa time and space. Jian Wushuang would naturally not take this risk. Even if he was confident now, Jinling would not let him out. So I can only go to other time and space. However, I originally planned to let Jian Wushuang go alone, but now Jian Wushuang proposed to bring a group of people to go together. This makes the real spirit very embarrassed. The current situation is not optimistic. It's a trivial matter that there is not enough manpower to deploy a group of super inheritors. After these people have achieved success, it will be a bigger matter not to come back. This matter, I still need to think about it again. Jinling was a bit older for a while. Jian Wushuang saw this and couldn't say much. He could only nod his head. Hui Qing on the side, but hesitated. If so, he is ready to go to the long river of time and space. Seeing Hui Qing's appearance, Junling also understood. The three of them were speechless one after another. In the end, Jian Wushuang broke the deposit, changed the subject, and said, Master True Spirit, my second soul, is going to stay in the temple of Qishan and practice on Tomb God Mountain. I thought, I can't press the treasures together. Don't you think? Junling rolled his small eyes, wondering what he was thinking about, but he didn't care about Jian Wushuang's second soul. The heart demon thing, do you see? Jian Wushuang heard the demon in his heart, only to remember that the other party was still suppressed by him, waved his hand, and took out the heart demon directly. I was negligent. Jian Wushuang touched his head with some embarrassment. The heart demon should be very important to the true spirit. The original extinction took away 10,000 demons, blood demons, and mountain monarchs. Presumably the mind demon is also very important to extinction. Goo, let me out. The heart demon in the bottle yelled continuously after discovering the outside world. When he saw the true spirit, he couldn't help but shrank and didn't dare to yell again. Jian Wushuang unplugged the cork and released the demons. The heart demon stood on the spot, staring at the three of them cautiously. He found that he couldn't beat any of them. Especially the real spirit gave him the feeling, like an ocean. Jian Wushuang is a black hole. Hui Qing is more like an ancient tree, with no waves on average. I agreed to your request, and then? Jian Wushuang stared at the other party and said playfully, Demon is the evil thoughts that people breed, naturally smooth and extremely smooth. After hearing Jian Wushuang's words, he waved his hands and said with a smile, A few adults, the younger ones just feel a little bored, or I will go in again. Said that the inner demon wanted to get into the bottle again, but Jian Wushuang pinched his neck and pulled him over. Master True Spirit, this boy, it seems that I don't know the matter of extinction. Jian Wushuang said calmly. The heart demon was in his hands, and he didn't dare to move at all. After True Spirit heard his words, Yu read the book www.ukanshu. Calm for a moment, then looked at the heart demon, coldly said, You don't know extinction. You should always know the wind demon. Where is he? I know where the wind demon is. The heart demon replied honestly, he was with the demon king, and he was suppressed to the primitive universe. Jian Wushuang saw that the other party cooperated before letting go. Who? The heart demon crawls on the ground. The atmosphere does not dare to take a breath. Knowing that Fengamo was down, Junling shook his head. In the outside world, there is no way, but it can overwhelm the demons. Then Shanjun can no longer become a perfect body. The three true kings, Demon Lord, Ancient Lord, Mountain Lord. The Demon Lord was suppressed in the primitive universe, and the Ancient Lord couldn't get out of purgatory for a while. The only variable is Shanjun. This is also the reason why the true spirit targets the Mountain King everywhere. Knowing this, Jian Wushuang was also speechless. I wanted to pull Shanjun a hand. It seems that there is no chance now. Chapter 5639. Don't know if there is any chance in the future. Is really going to meet. He will also repay. After all, he was kind to him. Can't forget. Hui Qing is in the mist while listening. Fortunately, Hui Qing has a simple personality and didn't think much about it. Okay, you just succeeded in joining the road. Take a good rest, and let Hui Qing take you to some places in Tumshan Mountain. After a while, I still need your help. As for the passage to other time and space, it will be fundamental for a while. Can't build it, the layout needed. Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing got up at the same time to retire, and then left together. Said it was fun, but in fact it was just to practice. Tomb Shinshan has many dojos. The dojos of the three major gods are all here. And the dojo of the gods is just the dojo of the gods, still in a closed state. The dojo of the three great gods is actually opened, but you need to reach the 55th floor before you can practice. Brother Wushuang, I will take you to the public area first. You need a token to be able to practice in the Tomb Mountain. Hui Qing explained, actually, it is similar to the Yuan Lao Palace. Best, but too harsh for most of the inheritors. So many people went to the Senate Palace. Jian Wushuang nodded, agreeing with Huiqing's words. Tomb Shinshan was created. I am afraid it is to leave a batch of the most peak inheritors. As for the mediocre, it is regarded as elite and slowly cultivated. The two figures have arrived at the foot of the Tomb Mountain. Thunder Island. An island on a mountain. Sounds fantastic, but it is a fact. Because there is still a part of the Tomb Mountain, which is condensed by seawater. There is an island in the sea, which is normal. The island is also very lively. 100,000 years have passed, and I don't know how many more inheritors have come here. It's just getting less every time. The first generation of inheritors, I am afraid that there will be no new blood after a long time. But the second generation inheritors have grown up in the outside world, and some with good aptitudes have been brought into the Temple of Qishan. But after coming in, I came directly to the Tomb's Sacred Mountain. There was no screening or any training. You only need to practice on the Tomb's Sacred Mountain for 10,000 years. Those who have the strength can continue to stay, and those who are not strong enough are sent out. But this second-generation inheritor, the threshold for entering the Temple of Qishan is very high. First of all, absolute loyalty is required, and the oath of origin is taken. Then there is potential. The ultimate way, of course, there is no need to say more. But after all, the number of ultimate Dao is very small, and most of them are the second-rank original Dao, and some Dao monarchs of the mutated origin. Only by cultivating these people continuously can we screen out enough seedlings for the future tribulation realm. Go here. Huiqing led the way. On the way, many people stared at Huiqing, and many people even whispered, "He is Haiqing?" Yes, the contemporary Tomb Mountain, the first inheritor, has reached the 60th floor. His strength is terrifying, and he is also the first inheritor. A white-robed boy with fairly good strength, with a look of admiration, added, "He is also the pride of our primitive universe, and he is also the #1 power in the world of the Buddha." These words suddenly made many of the powerhouses of the primordial universe look even brighter. There are only a few inheritors from the world of Tongtian Buddhism. There are only a few in total, but only the white-robed young man is here. Also only entered the Tomb Mountain in the last 10,000 years. Most of these inheritors are Taoists, and only a few are emperors. Some practitioners did not show up when they were a Taoist monarch, but after becoming an emperor, they shine brightly. So that, the Tomb Mountain also recruited many emperor inheritors. Huiqing didn't pay much attention to these eyes and those words. Jian Wushuang joked on the side, "Huiqing, I didn't expect you to be so famous." Brother Wushuang was joking, it's just a fake name. Senior Shang broke through a few days ago and is now on the 60th floor. Huiqing said back. Shang's breakthrough made Jian Wushuang's expression move. Is a candidate. If the true spirit agreed to him, he could take Shang into consideration. I'm afraid that even if he doesn't think about it, if he really wants to agree, Zhenling will arrange for the business to go with him. Shang is their first ultimate emperor in this long river of time and space, and is also the first inheritor of the Tomb Mountain for the longest time. After being briefly surpassed by Huiqing, broke through again, and now reached the 60th floor. I'm afraid it's almost a disaster. Huiqing may still need some time, but the background of Shang is much deeper than that of them. After all, before they were born, Shang was already a 5th-order emperor. Came to the Tomb's Sacred Mountain, and in a short time, he became a 6th-order emperor, and he directly and seamlessly entered to the top, and then he was fighting the half-step tribulation realm Fuego. No matter what the calculation is, the opponent will be the inheritor who breaks through the disaster realm the fastest. In addition to Shang, Jian Wushuang is very interested in the more famous ultimate emperors on the Tomb Mountain, especially the Light and Shadow Emperor, who was in the same batch with them, is now in the Tomb Sacred Mountain, and it is also in the top 5. There are also the Tongtian Buddha and Zhenwuyang. These people have a good background. The potential is not small, especially Zhenwuyang and Tongtian Buddha. The source of the two is not the ultimate, but it is the source of variation. Can be in the same rank, not weak to the ultimate emperor. Is even bigger than that. Today's Tomb Mountain, but there are hundreds of ultimate emperors. Zhenwuyang and Tongtian Buddha can rank in the top 10, but they are not beyond most of the ultimate emperors. is also the ultimate emperor. Some of them are more alternative, such as monsters like Huiqing or Shang. An old monster who has practiced endless years has a terrifying background. It is the two of Guangying and the backbone. It is not easy to enter the top 10 among a crowd of monsters. Thinking of this, within a short while, the two of them arrived outside a hall for 100 years. Desolate ancient palace. Jian Wushuang looked up and read the words on the plaque silently. This deserted ancient, he didn't know whether it represented the deserted ancient of Morwa time and space, or because of the deserted master. Brother Wushuang, this deserted ancient temple is the Pepsi Hall on the Tomb God Mountain. The inheritor accepts the task, or the new inheritor must come here first. Huiqing pointed to the hall and explained to Jian Wushuang. At this time, there happened to be a guardian and an envoy from the Vermilion Bird Hall who entered the hall. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang and two of them also walked in with them. These inheritors are numerous, exceeding 100,000. There are many emperors among them. Jian Wushuang knew that this should have been searched from the outside world. Just came to study for a period of time. I guess I won't stay for too long. Inheritors of this scale. I'm afraid it will take hundreds of millions of years for such a batch to come. The long line of 100,000 people is not crowded at all in the hall. Chapter 56-40. Mingming Hall is so big, but it seems to be able to accommodate countless people. The spatial structure in this one may only be discovered when it reaches the cosmic realm. And in the temple at this time, only Jian Wushuang and Huiqing had this strength. As for the guardian, he cannot be regarded as a person. The two walked directly to the front counter, ignoring the new inheritors. My lord, are they the inheritors of this place? Many people in the team were very curious. Perhaps they had listened to the legend of the Temple of God from the time they were born, and of course they were very curious when they came in for the first time. Among these people, there are also several people who have passed on from generation to generation. They came from the outside world, and now they are returning, but there is nothing unusual about them. When I saw Huiqing, there was respect in his eyes besides envy. Hearing those little guys inquiring, he quickly interrupted, "Don't be rude. This place is the Tomb Mountain. They are your uncle, let alone that existence, but the first inheritor of the contemporary Tomb Mountain." The first inheritor? It's too strong. Is the great Emperor Wanqing? Someone asked curiously. The words have made the first-generation inheritor leak a wry smile. Wanqing the Great is also the 10,000-star emperor, and now he has a supreme existence. To command a universe, power and strength are the peaks. Many of these little guys are from the 10,000-star universe, and naturally they highly respect the strength of 10,000 stars, and think that the great Emperor Wanqing is the strongest existence in the Tomb Sacred Mountain. This, you have to ask Wanqing yourself. After getting the token, Jian Wushuang glanced at some of the tasks above. Most of them are the long-term tasks of the outside world. There are few missions in the 4 secret realms, and some are also auxiliary missions. There is no danger at all. These tasks are open to the inheritors. Those little guys from the outside world don't need to accept them. They only need to honestly practice in the Tomb Mountain for thousands of years. Where are you going now? Jian Wushuang asked. Huiqing pointed to a copper furnace outside. Ordinary inheritors. Now they need to temper their bodies. Brother Wushuang doesn't need to go. Just go climbing. Temper the flesh. Jian Wushuang really didn't have this need. His physical body was extremely powerful, and he was refined to the 10th chain in Shanzhen's universe copper furnace. Has reached perfection. As for climbing the mountain mentioned by Yu Huiqing, Jian Wushuang understands. This is something that all inheritors must do. The height to climb is also the standard for resource allocation in the future. Now Jian Wushuang's strength, I dare not say much, the 60th floor is easy. I just don't know. I can reach the 60 or so floors. According to the division, the Lord of the Universe can reach the 70th floor, is the level of the powerhouse of the 3 tribulations realm, and still masters the 3 tribulations realm of the universe. The 80 floor is the 5th order realm. 90 floor is the 6 tribulations realm. On the 99 floor, he reached the strength comparable to the 7 tribulations realm. If you surpass the 99th floor and all break through, you will be a real powerhouse in the Seven Tribulations realm. At the beginning, this tomb mountain was established. I am afraid it is to find a successor who can reach the powerhouse of the Seven Tribulations realm. Seven Tribulation realm powerhouse. No matter what time and space they are in, they are absolute hegemons. The of the original is even more comparable to the powerhouse of the Eight Tribulations realm. That kind of strength is even more terrifying. No wonder, even the extinction is honest and dare not do anything. After breaking the gods, the strength of extinction was frozen in the half-step Seven Tribulation realm, but it was too arrogant. Maybe it's because of calculations, otherwise there is nothing wrong with the gods. Before the rise of the gods, killing the gods, wouldn't it be better to control the original Morwa time and space? Or is it because of the calculation to the present, I feel that Morwa time and space can't come out to master the power of life? Is possible. Everything is possible. Jian Wushuang stood at the bottom of the mountain, looking up at the top. Huiqing also stood aside and said, "This mountain climbing is not dangerous, and there is no opponent. You just need to release your breath and walk forward." However, after reaching the 55th floor, if you want to open up a cave, you will encounter guardian beasts. The strength is a bit strong. Desolate beast? Jian Wushuang's eyes turned, so that Huiqing could say something strong, which should be interesting. Opening up the cave and encountering the guardian of the desolate beast. If you reach the 80th floor, when opening up the cave, wouldn't it mean that you will encounter the desolate beast of the robbery? But the current temple of Qixin, apart from purgatory, there is no catastrophe. Zhuangzhong was also thrown into the long river of time and space by the real spirit. Could it be said that a lot of robbery beasts have been suppressed here? If so, he could make a fortune this time. The whole body of the wild beast is precious. Flesh and flesh can refine essence and blood to replenish the origin of his beasts. The skeleton can increase his divine body, and it is a great tonic. And the origin of the beast, although barbarous, the rules above are somewhat interesting, is also a treasure. But he is now the emperor, and ordinary beasts can't get stuck. At least he needs to have the desolate beast with the power of the robbery realm before he can appreciate it. Let's start on the 60th floor. I will come as soon as I go. It should be soon. Then he walked directly up the stairs of the tomb mountain. Huiqing is left alone, looking forward to it. At this time, there are also many people on the stairs. Many people are even opening up caves. Although there are no desert beasts in the opening of the cave below the 55th floor, the structure of the tomb mountain is unusually tough, and the overall quality exceeds the eternal treasure. It's not that simple to open a cave. Even if the quality of Yamashita is not good, it will take years to develop. Many inheritors are below the 55th floor. There are very few people above 50 floors. In the Emperor, to reach the 55th floor, you need absolute strength. But the absolute weakness of the weakness is not enough. Even if it is Wuzhua, I am afraid it can only reach the point where it is in the early 50s. After all, there are many ultimate emperors, and they are not the absolute pinnacle of mutation origin. Thinking of this, Ukanshu, Jian Wushuang is a little puzzled. How did Qixin accept such an apprentice Wuzhua in the first place? Even if it is a named disciple, it is too sloppy. The strength can be seen in ordinary extreme peaks, but in Tomb's Sacred Mountain, it is average. Besides, I have been practicing for such a long time without any improvement. Throwing away these distracting thoughts, Jian Wushuang took a step forward. His aura reached the 50th floor without even reaching the normal state. In just a few breaths, Jian Wushuang directly reached the 50th floor. You must know that there are only dozens of people who have reached the 55th floor of the inheritors on the tomb mountain. After all, the time for practice is very short. Can reach the 55th floor, that is not the strong one among the best. Jian Wushuang boarded in just one step. Except for Huiqing, countless people at the bottom looked at Jian Wushuang with disbelief. Who is he and how can he be so strong? The absolute powerhouse who opened up the cave on the 55th floor, after feeling the familiar aura at this time, he broke the barrier in an instant. When I saw Jian Wushuang, there was no surprise. Chapter 56:41. You can be regarded as a good way. The speaker is Zhen Wuyang. But this is just a Dharma body of Zhen Wuyang. The deity should be in the long river of time and space outside. After Jian Wushuang saw his acquaintance, he nodded slightly, did not say much, and planned to open the cave directly. There are more than a dozen cave houses on the 50th floor at this time. Of course, some cave houses have been deserted. Some of the strong people who reached the 55th floor have already broken through and reached a higher position. Found that Jian Wushuang opened a cave on the 50th floor. Hui Qing below was a little surprised. With his eyes, he can see Jian Wushuang's strength, and he is by no means weaker. Can reach at least the 60th floor. There is no need to waste time on the 50th floor. But then, he understood. A desolate beast with perfect consummation rushed out of the Tomb God Mountain in an instant. Seems to have been suppressed for countless years. It just appeared. The aura on the body suddenly skyrocketed. An unmatched power appeared, and the shocking power made many of the inheritors below look pale. The strength of this barren beast can definitely rank in the top 10 in the Tomb Mountain. Zhan Wuyang's expression was trembling when he felt the breath, and he couldn't help but reminded, "Be careful, this barren beast is not simple. It is very likely that it has broken through its strength when suppressed." When he first opened up the cave on the 55th floor, he didn't encounter such a powerful beast. The strength of this barren beast is even stronger than his deity. Can only say that Jian Wushuang's luck is a bit bad. He thought that Jian Wushuang opened up the cave on the 55th floor, and his strength only reached the 55th floor, but he knew what Jian Wushuang really thought. Now Jian Wushuang not only yearns for treasures, but also improves himself, is more eager to fight life and death. What a pity, everyone on Tomb God Mountain can fight. If Shuangzhong is the strong man in the robbery realm, he can try his own strength. Facing this desolate beast, Jian Wushuang didn't even pull out the Jueyun sword behind him. He flashed to the desolate beast's side instantly. There was no change in the aura on his body, just a hand knife, directly piercing the desolate beast's body. The power brought by this hand knife exploded from the inside, directly exploding the entire body of the desolate beast. Jian Wushuang was also taken aback by his own sword. The strength had just broken through, and he couldn't grasp it for a while, but the opponent burst out with one blow. Fortunately, he has the power to swallow, and with one hand, he condenses the burst of flesh and blood into a ball. 10,000 battle-sized wild beasts turned into a drop of blood in a blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang took advantage of the trend and included him in the Beast Warrior. The origin within the Beast Warrior is once again stronger. Although today's beasts have reached the perfect body, the internal origin is still a bit weak, and it has not reached the origin of the universe. Therefore, it is necessary to continuously devour the blood beasts to improve. This, Zhen Wuyang stared at Jian Wushuang in disbelief. The fight just now was too fast. Even Zhen Wuyang didn't see any changes in Jian Wushuang, and the wild beast completely fell. That was an ancient barren beast that was a bit stronger than his deity, so it was solved. That Jian Wushuang's strength, how terrifying. Jian Wushuang saw the stunned Zhen Wuyang. He leaked a smile, raised his hand slightly and said, "See you soon." After finishing speaking, a flash of body has reached the 51st floor. Then the cave was opened up layer by layer, and the beasts that had been beheaded also vaguely entered his beast weapon. 60 floors. So far, the highest level among all the inheritors on the Tomb God Mountain. This news instantly detonated all the inheritors on the Tomb God Mountain to come and watch. The merchants who couldn't even get out of retreat also walked out of the cave. When they saw Jian Wushuang, they didn't speak. The two just nodded to each other. On the 54th floor, a strong man covered in white bones also walked out of the cave, raised his head and stared at Jian Wushuang above, with a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. He is the top 3 super powerhouse in the Tomb Mountain. The space has reached the cosmic realm, and he has created a unique pinnacle of knowledge. Is the ultimate emperor of the bones. Before Hui Qing joined the road, only Shang could crush him. But he doesn't care, because Shangbin is the Tomb Mountain where the ultimate emperor comes, and he has been practicing for a lot longer than him. He is confident that he will surpass Shang in the future. But later Hui Qing succeeded in joining together, and instantly caught up with him. After returning from the human world, he directly became an absolute powerhouse, surpassing Shang in one era. This made him feel the unprecedented pressure, so that the disputes in the outside world are ignored, and he is practicing with all his heart. The universe named after him in his hometown was breached by the Temple of Destruction, but he still couldn't get out of the barrier. Now someone has surpassed him again, and his heart is shaking. Is Jin Wushuang, the invincible Taoist once. Just as he joined the road, he was going to get the name of an invincible emperor. The Light and Shadow Emperor, who is ranked 4th, looks like a shadow in a dark area, and also raises his head to stare at Jin Wushuang. It's just that his Dao Xian hasn't changed in any way. Because of his heart, he always believes that light and shadow will obscure time and space, and that he will be the real superpower in the future. In addition to these top-level super inheritors, there are also many ordinary inheritors who have just arrived at the Tomb Mountain. Their eyes are full of envy and yearning. Reached the 60th floor of the Tomb Mountain. Has the strength to cross the entire time and space. The #1 powerhouse in the outside world is the Azure Dragon Palace Master. The strength is only 60 levels. Of course, if you really talk about combat power, I am afraid that Zhuangzhong is the real #1. After all, is a strong robbery realm. It's just that Zhuangzhong didn't show up, but kept sitting in a dangerous place. Shocked the Temple of Destruction. This is more useful than conquest. If it is a conquest, it can destroy the Temple of Destruction. These inheritors have already left. If you really want to take action in the Tribulation Realm, I am afraid that extinction will also take action. In other words, there are other means of extinction, which can create battle power in the Tribulation Realm. You reading www.ukanshu.com. After all, the power of that holy water is too terrifying. 60 layers of combat power. The entire long river of time and space can reach this standard, except for those outside the territory. No more than 5 people. Broly is not Azure Dragon's opponent. He shouldn't reach this level yet. Now there are 3 people on the Tomb God Mountain plus himself. Zhang Shang from the outside world also has this strength, even surpassing the 60th floor. Plus the Green Dragon Palace Lord. Exactly 5 people. This kind of powerful combat power, even if it goes to some powerful time and space, it is also a top powerhouse. In the original Morwa time and space, although there were a large group of Tribulation Realms and even many Lords of the Universe. But fights rarely occur, and most of them are dominated by emperors. Like Jin Wushuang's strength at the beginning, how could he be a general, and it was still very advanced? Because of the strength of the Magic Sound General and others, they are strong and weak. 60 floors, really extraordinary, Jin Wushuang muttered to himself. At this moment, he felt a sense of exhaustion. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.